Sure.
And they're number one. We've tried establishment Democrats, complete failures. We've tried establishment Republicans, complete failures. We tried fake populism under Donald Trump, complete failure.
I disagree.
So the only thing we haven't tried is left-wing populism. And you say, don't try it. Go back to the establishment Democrats. Are you crazy?
You can't vote Democrat and then say that, well, because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political weapon you have, to the very establishment that you're on one hand trying to tear down.
That's just weird to mention guardrails against firing people when you rejected a union at your company and fired somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true.
About trying his luck inside.
That's true. Look it up. Fine. So since you smeared me, let's explain. Hi, I'm Cenk Uygur. I'm host of the Young Turks live weekdays, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern on YouTube. I'm also the head of the TYT Network. I'm also founder of Just Democrats Wolfpack and Rebellion Pack, where we're trying to bring the country together. And here I am surrounded by 20 Democrats and Republicans, and I'm going to try to bring them together. Claim number one is that Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues and try to divide us and distract us with culture wars.
How are you, Cenk? Good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
My name's Oliver.
Hey, Oliver.
Yeah, so I guess the first place I want to start off with your claim is to first say that I think there's a grain of truth in it, and I think I would largely agree that when it comes to the system of neoliberalism, the system of capitalism, I think there can be a lot of overlap. I think where I would probably push back a little bit is when we look specifically at what policy issues get passed and how they affect people, there seems to be a very big difference. So for example, under the Biden administration, we saw with the expansion of the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid, we saw over 8 million people become eligible for Medicaid who were previously not eligible. If we contrast that right now with what's in Trump's big beautiful bill, over a 10-year period, that would make between 15 and 16 million people ineligible for Medicaid. So it seems on a crucial economic issue that affects people's ability to, survive, have quality health care, live quality lives. There seems to be a stark contrast. So I'm just wondering, your thoughts on that.
So where I would disagree is the word stark. So I understand there is a contrast. That's why I vote Democrat. But these are giant buts here. So first of all, they say on Medicare, we should negotiate drug prices. The Democrats say, and then they never deliver. They didn't even try to negotiate drug prices other than on insulin and maybe 10 other drugs. And you go, well, that's pretty good. No, that's 10 drugs out of tens of thousands of drugs. At a maximum, it's only a $6 billion savings, when in reality, what we actually would do if we negotiated the drug prices is several $100 billion in savings. So what I'm saying to you is, while the Democrats do some things that are positive, they do it almost as a release valve. So they go, okay, here's another example that you mentioned, the Affordable Care Act. You know what it was called before it was called Obamacare?
You can enlighten me.
Yeah.
The Romney was a plan that was tried in a Republican state.
Exactly. It was called Romney Care.
Yeah.
And you know who came up with it? The Heritage Foundation, the same people who came up with Project 2025.
Okay.
That is a corporate release valve so that people don't build up too much pressure and go to a rebellion or a revolution. But in the bottom line is, that was a tiny, tiny little fix thought of by a right-wing think tank. And then now when you say negotiate drug prices, Obama never did it, even though he ran an ad called Belly where he said he was going to do it. Biden does at most 6% of it. The Democrats are constantly doing 5 to 10% as a little release valve, but keep the machine going exactly as it is.
And we can totally agree that there should be more that's done. I guess maybe I was taking your claim too literally, which is that Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues. And maybe there's a qualify in there. Is it largely agree? Is it mainly agree?
It's definitely large. Yeah, it's not 100% agree. Otherwise, it would be too obvious. But is it true that they largely agree? Of course. So I'll give you many other examples. Paid family leaves at 84%. Yet the Democrats never seem to be able to pass it. Why do they never pass it? Because they're not trying. They said they'd do the public option. Joe Biden didn't even announce them, introduce the public option. Why? Because they agree with Republicans.
Well, I don't think they agree with Republicans necessarily. I just think that sometimes it's hard to pass legislation in a bitterly divided Congress. Would you acknowledge that it's difficult very often in order to get things done? You don't.
No. See, that is the number one excuse Democrats use. Oh, golly, gee, there was nothing we could do. And they're saying, there was nothing we could do. There was nothing we could do. In reality, he didn't even try for the public option, Biden. He didn't introduce it. So that polls at over 70%. Why not try?
Sure.
$15 minimum wage. The Republicans didn't take that out of the bill. Joe Biden took it out of the bill. You see those things where you can tell intent, and the intent is he actually agrees with the donor class and the Republicans. He doesn't want those things.
If I can,
and brother,
so
if you can't pass a bill at 84%, then, are you saying the Democrats are the most incompetent politicians in history?
I'm not saying they're the most incompetent party, and I'm also not saying they're perfect. I think that we risk running into an issue where we equate the two parties as being virtually the same, which leads people to not voting whatsoever at all because they think the whole class is against them. And I'm in complete agreement with you that the two-party system is fundamentally broken and that Democrats in a lot of ways have a lot of the same issues. I guess what I predominantly have an issue with is those who maybe don't take the time to have nuance in the discussion and just say, oh, they agree on economic issues and they only want to divide us on cultural issues.
Brother, so
I think
here's
that
the difference.
It's important to make that, because otherwise people stay home. They don't vote, and then we're in the situation that we're in right now when a lot of people don't end up voting.
No, but Oliver, so let me tell you my perspective on it that's really important.
Okay.
So Democrats always say, hey, look, there's a 5 to 10% difference, so you should vote for us.
Okay.
But they don't quite say it that way. You understand that. I understand that.
Sure.
A lot of people here understand that. But
Marketing is a thing. And we can agree marketing is a thing.
But hold on. This is super important.
Okay.
But they tell the voters, we're going to make a big difference. We're going to do minimum wage. We're going to do public option. We're going to do paid family leave.
Yes.
And when they don't, people get disappointed and disappointed. And that leads them to not voting. That leads them to hating the Democratic Party.
Sure.
What I'm saying is go with populist left. That is the one thing that has not been tried.
Sure.
We would actually do the bills. We do the bills.
Okay.
Otherwise, then you're the same as the Republicans.
Okay, fair enough. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Oliver.
Hey, Jay. Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Great to be speaking with you. I agree with your overall term here. I would say that at the end goal, they agree that economically, we all want the same things, right? But the way we get it is two completely different economical viewpoints. We have the left that tends to be more socialist and communist, and we have the right that is more crony capitalist.
Okay.
The left wants to take your taxes and they want to distribute it the way they want.
Yeah.
The right wants you to keep your taxes right now. They want you to keep your overtime taxes. They want you to keep your taxes on tips. So what is your...
Yeah, so first of all, brother, you got to stop saying socialism and communism. None of the
Why is that?
Because none of the Democratic politicians are in favor of that. They're actually...
They are. Bernie's quite literally socialist.
No. So he says he's a democratic socialist. Even he doesn't really go towards what you would consider socialism, because you're putting socialism and communism in the same bucket where they don't belong. None of them are in favor of ending corporations, ending capital, etc. In fact, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, their number one problem is that they're corporatists, not that they're socialists or communists.
No, they quite literally wanted to
They will do whatever corporate donors tell them to do.
They wanted to end
the exact
businesses over
opposite of
vaccine
communism.
mandates.
Yeah,
that was,
no, brother.
No,
but that's drug companies. They're doing the exact opposite of communism. They're saying corporate donors, we will do whatever you corporations want. So when you turn to the Republicans, it's the same thing as Oliver. They have a 5 to 10% release valve with Donald Trump now. He's pretending to be a populist. So he goes, oh my God.
Donald Trump isn't pretending. He is a populist.
Well, look at
he just won the popular vote, both left and right, moved in his direction.
No, hold on. So when you talk about that bill, the budget bill, that is not big or beautiful. Well, it is big, but it's definitely not beautiful.
Sure.
The majority of the tax cuts go, of course, as always, to the rich, right?
Right.
But they put in a tiny release valve of, we'll help the middle class a little bit on tips and overtime. Whether that even stays in the bill is a different question.
How come every time
what are they doing here? Let me tell you a fact.
I make more money and I spend less on taxes.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you a fact. So what they do is they throw a little morsel at you, as Obama and Biden throw a little morsel on you for social policies, as we discussed earlier. But the overwhelming majority always goes to rich. For example, in this bill, they're cutting Medicaid and SNAP by $1.1 trillion. Do you know how much is going to people making above $500,000 a year in tax cuts? $1.1 trillion. Okay, so they're literally taking from the poorest people and giving it to the richest people.
Which is what the liberals have been doing forever. So what's the difference?
How are they doing? So no, brother, what I'm saying is you're actually proving my point. Democrats and Republicans constantly say that they have giant differences. Then what did the Republicans do? They do massive tax cuts for the rich. And then Obama, by the way, came in and actually made Bush's tax cuts permanent, which cost us even more than the original Bush tax cuts did. So there's a lot of theater about how they disagree. But at the end of the day, the rich always get tax cuts.
save
corporations
more
are
money
always
when
gonna be.
Republicans are in office? Why do me as a business owner continue to save money?
So you know why? So I'm a small business owner.
Sure.
So we save a little bit of money. The giant corporations save a ton of money.
Isn't it better
They
if
always
everybody
throw-
saves money?
No, it's not. Because,
Why not?
brother, then
That
you
makes
can-
no sense.
No, brother, it's easy to say, okay, then we shouldn't have any roads, bridges, cops, fire departments,
Nobody's
schools.
saying that. We just
No,
don't
you
want
are
our money
saying that
going
when
to
you say there's we shouldn't have any taxes.
We just don't want our money going to foreign countries.
Oh, I couldn't agree
and
more.
On drag events.
And by the way, that's
so-
another thing that proves my point. Republicans and Democrats always do whatever AIPAC tells them. So that is a foreign
that's
government.
a whole different argument.
No, it's not an
and I
argument.
would
It's the
agree,
same
so-
argument. It's the donor class.
Thank you, Chang.
Yeah.
Hey man, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So when you talk about this concept of like a release valve, it seems like you're downplaying very relevant and very important differences that exist between the parties. So the Affordable Care Act, you understand that expanded coverage to like millions of people. More people got Medicaid, premiums were subsidized. Like, this is good policy. And I agree with you. Sometimes, in many cases, Democrats lack a spine. They don't push hard enough. But I think chalking that up to like, they're pretty much the same, there's just a little release valve difference, is a little bit reductive.
Yeah, it's not at all reductive, and the Affordable Care Act is the perfect example of it. So you're right, it was better than the previous system because the previous system had pre-existing conditions, and you can get blocked for that, and the American people despise that. So it needed to be changed. That is part of the reason why a right-wing think tank, Heritage Foundation, came up with Romney Care. It's a release valve, and it's a Republican idea. Then Mitt Romney took it and passed it in Massachusetts. That's why it's called Romney Care. Then Obama and Romney ran a campaign where they pretended to be on exact opposite ends of the spectrum with the same exact health care plan. Literally the same exact health care plan.
Do you think the ACA is like a right-wing health insurance plan?
It was literally created by a right-wing think tank,
the
Heritage
Republicans
Foundation.
right now in
Yes.
Congress are trying to push a reconciliation bill that literally guts Medicaid when the ACA expanded Medicaid.
Yes. So they always move the goalposts. So what do? They bring in, okay, here's our release valve. Okay, now the American people are still mad. Of course they are, because, and here, let's talk about the next steps that happened. Obama said, oh yeah, we might do the public option, which would have been not universal health care, but a good step forward.
Right.
I was there. Young Turk's been around forever. And I was like, yes, you got to do the public option. Then Obama says publicly, oh, I guess we can't do the public option. Wink,
Well,
and they
that's 'cause of
immediately
Joe
took it out of the
Lieberman,
bill.
right?
What's that?
That's because of Joe Lieberman, right? But
No,
59,
and
59
brother-
other Democrats would have voted for the
Okay,
public
see,
option.
that's exactly what I'm talking about. So that they
This is how
always, hold
politics
on, they
works.
always have an excuse. So right now, under Biden, the excuse was, oh, we don't have enough senators. Oh, golly, gee.
That's how you pass
hold
laws,
on,
though.
the filibuster and the parliamentarian. And then under Obama, they had 60. They could pass anything they wanted. They're like, let's take a really, really long time with Romney Care. Oh, oops, we ran out of our 60. Things changed. Okay. Now the Republicans are ignoring the parliamentarian when they're trying to pass this bill. So the Democrats keep finding excuses. Why did they take the public option out of the bill?
You think
Why
Obama
did they
didn't
never
want the
introduce the
public
public
option?
option back again? I don't think the Democrats want the public option at all.
When 59 senators said we'll vote yes on this, and Lieberman
That's
tanked
what I'm
that.
trying to tell you, brother. They don't mean it. So let me give you two examples.
getting that from?
Where am I getting it from?
If Lieberman
where am I
agreed, would we
getting
not
it
have
from?
gotten a
Number
public
one,
option?
the public option polls at over 70%. They didn't even try to pass it.
Sure, but with
Number two,
healthcare
when
policy-
Biden came into office, said he was going to do public option,
Yeah.
and then he lied, and he never once
Biden
introduced
had,
it.
like, no
If he never
political
once
capital
introduced
compared
it,
to Obama.
Oh, now they don't have political capital. Golly gee,
These are the
constant
realities
excuses
of
for,
how you pass
oh my God, I
legislation,
can't,
though.
I can't. The voters
It's
are
not I
sick
can't.
of I can't.
It's not
Why
I
don't you
can't.
actually
It's more-
try?
it's more
So tell me
difficult.
why they're such losers. They
It's
can't
more-
pass paid family leave at
Listen,
84%.
I
Are they
agree with you
losers,
on
or do they
policy.
actually secretly agree with the Republicans
Cenk.
and they don't want any of this because they're corporate donors?
I agree with you on policy. I want paid family leave. I want single payer health care. But this is not like super easy to pass. You're like, if they just all
Yes,
hold
it
their
is.
hands and
I
sing
can get it passed in
Kumbaya,
2 weeks.
we're gonna get like
2
single
weeks.
payer.
Okay, so here's how you do it, guys. You see, you've been taught by mainstream media and Democratic politicians to accept failure. Oh my God, there's nothing we can do to pass it. There's nothing. Here's how what you do.
can pass it,
Here's
but it's
super
difficult.
easy.
It's not
listen,
easy.
listen. Paid family leave is at 84. Why do I keep insisting on that? Because here's what you would do. You would introduce it, 74% of Republican voters want it. And then you would say, I dare you to vote against it. If you vote against it, you're voting against 84% of Americans, and you will lose your next
They're for
election.
it
I will
nominally.
campaign against you. I will find a Republican to campaign against you.
No.
And then, but you say, no, God,
No,
don't
no.
even try. Don't
These-
even
these
try.
policies-
Oh, we have these giant
Hold on, hold on.
differences, but we never pass our bills.
say
We never
Republicans-
even try.
Hold on.
And who took out $15 minimum wage? Joe Biden took out $15 minimum wage. So they never mean it, brother. When is it going to get through to you that they don't pass it for a reason?
You say that Republicans agree with us. They agree nominally. I'll give you a great example of this. If you poll Republicans, should we cut Medicaid? They say no. When Medicaid's actually cut and you poll them, they're just cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. So, like, nominally, yes, everyone agrees universal health care is good. When you get into the nitty-gritty of actual policy, it gets a lot more complicated. I agree, Democrats should fight much harder, use the bully pulpit, campaign on these issues, but the idea that they're willfully, purposefully sabotaging themselves, some of them sure, but this is not as easy as you're painting it out to be.
Okay, so number one, on minimum wage, we at the Young Turks fought for Bernie to put it back in and at least get a vote. Okay, it got a vote, and guess what happened? The 8 Democratic senators who were pretending to be in favor of it all of a sudden voted with the Republicans. They had more than enough to block it because the Democrats don't mean it. They always do rotating villains. So, brother, at what point are you going to say the failure is on purpose and not, golly gee, they're the Washington Generals against the Harlem Globetrotters?
When you have slim majorities, paradigm-shifting policy is just harder to pass.
But 60 is not a slim majority. You constantly make excuses. Obama had 60,
minimum wage.
And he still didn't do it. If they could have 80 and you'd still find an excuse.
The ACA was massive legislation that he got with 60.
Yes,
60
beautiful
votes.
Romney Care from Heritage Foundation.
Nice meeting you, man.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
How are you?
Hey there.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So you raised a very interesting point when you said that Democrats and Republicans agree essentially on the same issues and that they want to distract us with culture wars. The question that I would raise is, why are culture wars a distraction when they're such a vital issue? It's important to myself as a conservative, and I'm quite certain to every Democrat in this room. Issues like abortion, social justice, or things that affect us in ways that maybe some policies only benefit the rich. Why should we not focus on things that benefit Americans every day and that could affect women's bodies or gay people's right to get married or maintain the right?
Yeah. So I'm not saying that social issues are not important. That's why I vote Democrat instead of Republican, because I believe women should have the right to an abortion and many of the other things that are on the left. Okay. But at the same time, when you talk about trans sports, for example, do you know how many trans athletes there are in the NCAAs?
No, I don't.
10 out of 500,000 athletes. Okay. So for 10 people, we had this giant debate, and the far right were like, no, that's it. This is what the Democratic Party is all about. And the far left was like, yes, that is all we're about. And this is about vulnerable communities, and you have to protect them. So this is the hill we're going to die on. And we're going to talk about this nonstop, okay? But meanwhile, we're getting robbed every single administration. Trillions of dollars in tax cuts under Republicans and under Obama. Tax cut after tax cut for rich, for the corporations, deregulation after deregulation. You know why they want to split us? They want you to fight left and right. They want you to look left and right. They don't want you to look up. Look up, okay?
Well, of course, having to look up is very vital, okay? My master always tells us to look up. That's why I wear the cross. But the point that I'm making is that social issues, in order to really, wouldn't it make sense to effectively mobilize people? You should start with things that can touch them every single day. Social issues impact children, women, men, all of us across all ages and across all ideologies. Shouldn't it be, for the American population whose average attention span is maybe 43 to 56 seconds at best, to influence them politically, wouldn't it be best to start with something like a social issue that would then raise their awareness to issues dealing with the rich and issues dealing with taxes? Why not?
Because that splits us. It splits us on purpose. Those don't unify. I say the exact opposite. Why don't you start on bills we all agree on that have over 70% popularity, like getting money out of politics, anti-war, lowering drug prices through Medicare. Instead, you get to social issues. Here, I'll give you, I'm from a vulnerable community. I'm from a Muslim background, right? But if I told Democrats, I want you to focus only on Muslim rights, that'd be mental. Don't do that. I'm not saying don't care about Muslim rights. I want you to care about that. I want everyone to have 100% same rights.
What I'm saying is, why
build credibility by actually delivering for all of the American people. We raised all of your wages. We brought down drug prices for everyone, for Republicans and Democrats.
But by your logic, that could undermine certain things, like going back in history for a second here, the civil rights movement, things like that, which were inherently social and economic issues in combination. Why not? My question is, why not work with both of those issues side by side? Why are you deliberately attempting to prioritize one over the other?
No, so what I'm saying to you, brother, is two things. Number one, you can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Of course.
So you don't have to give up Muslim rights, you don't have to give up civil rights, you don't have to stop worrying about that, etc. You can fight on that, but don't forget, you're not supposed to hate the other side. They want you to hate the other side. Stop hating the other side. Fight on the issues you don't agree on. And then on the things you do agree on, stop listening to establishment Republicans and establishment Democrats that divide you so that you never realize, hey, Why are most of the tax cuts going to the rich? Why are corporations getting every break? Why is it that in every bill, all the subsidies go to oil companies, banks, etc.?
Well, that's largely due to the
why
fact.
don't we unite on the things we agree on first?
But by your own logic, that does a disservice to the fact that it doesn't do a disservice. It acknowledges the fact that as you still vote Democrat, you are still in essence supporting the very systems that you're at the same time talking about tearing down. So it's a lot of double talk, is it not?
No, what I do
You
is
can't vote Democrat and then say that, well, because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political weapon you have, to the very establishment that you're on one hand trying to tear down.
That's why primaries are critical. What if I want one thing for you guys all to think about is you must vote in your primaries, because the mainstream media doesn't want you voting in the primaries, because that's where you can make real change. So that's why they love it when you go, oh, well, if you don't vote for a Democrat, Trump's going to be in office and Trump's the boogeyman, and the Republicans will say likewise, right? So go vote in your primaries so you don't have to worry about Democrats or Republicans. You're still in the same party. But get rid of the bums who are for corporate donors, who always serve donors, and get people that you love on both economic issues and social issues. You don't have to give up one, but you have to insist on them representing you and not the donor class.
Very great conversation, brother.
Thank you,
Great
brother.
Conversation.
Hello.
Hey,
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you.
So I'm not going to disagree with you that in every case, Democrats don't go after the most radical economic policy. One example that I've
Not
heard,
radical. They all pull over 70%.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I'm a Democrat myself. I agree with a lot of what you say. One example of what you said before is that Joe Biden wanted to cut the corporate or raise the corporate income tax to 28% instead of back to 35%. However, I think that one point to consider would be the fact that a lot of the times Democrats are having to clean up the mess that Republicans made. And when someone like Joe Biden only has 2 years of adequate Senate support, right, it's very difficult to argue that he should be pursuing farther left tactics when we're just trying to get a reconciliation bill passed that can be supported by Joe Manchin, right? The economy was completely destroyed in 2020 after COVID. It was completely destroyed in 2007 after Obama. So there has to be a little give there.
So on economic issues, what I'm telling you, brother, is that they're playing good cop, bad cop. On you, on all of us, okay? So the tax cuts is a perfect example. So you're right, Donald Trump takes it from 35 to 21. It's a massive corporate tax cut. That's on Trump, that's on the Republicans. Then Joe Biden says, well, I'm gonna fight that, and he gets a lot of votes to go fight that. And he says, I'm gonna bring it back up to 28%. I'm like, wait, it was at 35. So already he's conceding, yeah, I love corporate tax, corporate tax cuts.
Yeah.
Hold on. Then he says, oh, well, Joe Manchin wants to make it 25. So golly gee, I don't have a choice, 25. Then did he fight for 25? No, he never introduced it. Never fought for 25. So you tell me, Joe Biden had 4 years and kept it at 21% and never even tried.
Well, realistically, he had 2 years to get a bill passed. It's the truth. At the end of the day, right, if Joe Manchin sticks it somewhere and he says, well, okay, maybe I'll let you have an expansion of the child tax credit, for example, if you keep it at 21. We don't know all the backdoor negotiations that happened between Joe Biden and Joe Manchin. At the end of the day, right, you can't have everything you want, whether you're Joe Manchin or Joe Biden.
Did you ever consider that they don't mean it? The reason that Joe Biden never tried to raise corporate taxes is because he doesn't want corporate taxes to go up. It was all a trick. It was all a game played on all of us.
No, I don't buy it.
No, I know. There was nothing they could do. That's why they didn't even bother trying. They never bothered trying on any of this, and you keep insisting,
Look.
well, good enough, good enough, good enough. I'll take my 5% change. Thank you, sir. May I have another, sir? So please, for God's sake, wake up and
Yeah, I
unite
disagree
to
with you.
actually get economic policies that we love. The whole country wants.
You can say
except
that,
those corrupt
but
politicians.
In West Virginia, Kamala Harris lost by 30 points, okay? If you put someone that is to the left of Kamala Harris on any economic issue, they're going to lose by that same margin.
You're totally wrong. Do you know what
Really?
percentage of Americans want to not cut taxes on the rich, but raise taxes
Probably
on the
all
rich?
of them when you ask it that way.
No. What do you mean? On television, they constantly say, oh, cutting taxes is popular. Raising taxes is very unpopular. That's not true. Raising taxes on the rich polls at 76%. You would win West Virginia. You would win Kentucky if you ran on populist campaign. If you said, yes, I'm going to raise taxes on the rich. Yes, I'm going to give you lower drug prices. Yes, I'm going to give you higher wages. But the Democrats don't say that. They say, oh, I'm going to try a little bit, and then I'm not even going to
I don't think
introduce
the
any of
lens
those
that you're
bills.
seeing it through is the lens that a lot of voters see it through when they're going to vote for people like Joe Manchin, people that will give us a Senate majority.
All right.
Surrounded is now a podcast, available wherever you listen. Search Surrounded, plug in, and stay part of the conversation. Anywhere, anytime.
My next claim is Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. It's a marketing ploy, not a mission.
Hi, Zena, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Zena.
Awesome. So I think that we largely agree, like kind of others have said. I just like want a little clarity on understanding how Democrats like water down their social issues, things like DEI and other measures to kind of bridge the gap that we've seen in like racial disparity, for example. How, in your worldview, do we reconcile such issues?
So in the beginning, did we need affirmative action? Definitely, because what happened before the civil rights movement was, so let's say that your firefighters or your longshoremen, those are really good jobs. They pay pretty well. They're good blue collar jobs. What do you want to do? You want to pass it on to your kids because you're normal, right? That's the type of thing that you want to do. Yeah. But unfortunately, at that point, almost all the jobs are held by white people. So we do affirmative action because, guys, we got to let others in. Otherwise, it's not fair, right? And so that makes sense. But then over the course of decade after decade after decade, we wind up with DEI. And DEI has some good things in it, but it also had some abuses in it. We covered it on the Young Turks. There'd be situations where a white woman would say, okay, now can I tell you my perspective? And they would say, no, shut up, your job is to learn. No, don't do that, okay?
So are you talking about like fringe cases in which like someone would say that they feel unfairly treated by DEI? Because I think in any type of law that we're going to see passed, we're going to see fringe cases in which the law is I guess, manipulated in some case to negatively affect certain groups. But I think that we see like largely the effect on the black population is extremely substantial and extremely important. For example, we see that like, I think there's a study done, I don't remember if it was 2015 or 2002, but it was a study done where they simulated a class-based DEI program instead of race. What we found was equally qualified black individuals were much less likely to be chosen on this class-based protocol, and we saw that like the protocol actually represented a lot less of the black population that exists in this country, whereas DEI ensures that we have a representative pool of applicants and admitted students in our colleges, which is extremely important.
So look, again, DEI and affirmative action had their role, had their place, and oftentimes
I'm saying that they have a role now.
So, but what it also does at the same time, though, it serves to divide us. And so, look, if you say to me, hey, maybe Muslims have a disadvantage even if you take class into account, so should we give a little bit of extra weight to Muslim candidates? I would say absolutely not.
Why not?
Do not do that. Because then what it does is it makes everyone bitter about the Muslim candidates.
Here's the problem.
And it makes them seem like they didn't
what I
earn
find
it,
super important.
when in fact they did earn it.
What you're explaining is the response to the policy, and you're not actually digging at the policy in of itself. You're saying because people will come out and be, racist or Islamophobic or whatever it might be, because of a policy that is ensuring equality of opportunity, we should cancel the policy. But that isn't a critique of the policy. That's a critique of the Republican or usually conservative response to said policy. So do you have a problem with the policy or the response?
So my point here is that this is among the different things that the Democrats do, where they say, hey, I think they're being performative. They say, oh, we're in favor of DEI.
It might be performative, but the output
but what it
is
actually,
important.
The thing that would help African American community, Latino community, Muslim community, all those communities is actually raising the minimum wage,
but what we
lowering
find
drug
is
prices. But we never do the material help. We never do the things that equal things out economically.
You still haven't critiqued the policy in of itself. You're saying people will get angry if we come out and we promote these different metrics of helping
I am
people.
critiquing the policy.
So what
I'm
exactly about the policy is
because
negative?
It divides us.
How does the policy divide?
Even though it has
by saying that racism exists?
Yeah. So
but racism,
but not by saying that racism exists. So you have to acknowledge reality, right? What you're saying is now we're going to put black people in this category. We're going to put white people in this category.
Because there are categories that exist now at a subconscious level that we characterize each other by.
So even if you get a benefit from that, you say, hey, I reduced racism by 10%, 20%, etc. What you're doing is you're not noticing the giant downside of that, which is then people start to view each other as black, white,
We've
Asian,
always done that. That's happening unconsciously all the time.
You're right, but what I would love is for us to stop doing that.
All of our psychology.
Stop looking at me as a Muslim and you as a black person. I want them to look at you as an American and me as an American.
If you want less racism and less racial categorizing, or us to see that as less of an initial categorization, studies show that we need to attack racism and race as a concept like head on. We cannot ignore them or input race neutral policy into place. What we find is that characterizing race, saying what it is, saying what racism is, and thus confronting ourselves with our biases is what limits them. So no, we can't say, let's stop dividing people with the corrective policy. The corrective policy is helping something that has always existed, that's happening all the time.
So I told you I have an issue with the policy itself. I think it divides us.
You haven't explained it, though.
And do the Democrats actually pass their agenda? even if they agreed with you, did they pass Voting Rights Act? They did not.
The problem is
You know why?
capitulating to right framework with like, which I think was what you're doing here when you said the response to DEI is going to be negative. The thing is when we... All right.
All right, thank you. Hey, good to meet you.
So, Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. I would say they want to pass their agenda. It's just, if you ask 50 Democrats what their agenda is, you'd get 60 different answers. We've got the environmentalists who hate the labor people hate the environmentalists, we have the gay rights lobby, we have racial justice people, we have all different people, immigration activists, like everybody thinks that their issue is the most important one. And I know you don't acknowledge that usually at the beginning of an administration, there's the maximum political capital, and if they don't get something in that time, then they weren't really trying. But what has happened in the past, we saw Biden pass a number of bills in those first 2 years, the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the American Rescue Plan. Obama passed the Affordable Care Act. We've passed all kinds of things, but we also all disagree on what the hell the Democrats should do, and that leads to the point where somebody is always frustrated in our coalition because we are not just a big tent, we're a 3-ring circus ring. Like, we have such a big tent that's collapsing in on itself. So this idea that we don't want to pass an agenda, the last point I'll make, because I'm taking up a lot of time, I would just look at the places where Democrats have all the power. Like here in California. California, when you were growing up, I was growing up, I'm actually an 80-year-old man, that's why I got my Mr. Rogers sweater. It was smog here in LA. Like, you couldn't see 50 feet in front of your house. We created not just the most powerful environmental regulator in this country, CARB is the most powerful environmental regulator in the world. And that was Democrats that did that. So this idea that when Democrats have power, they don't actually know what to do with it is bogus. We've seen it here in California. We've seen it in New York with free college. We've seen it in many states. So I just don't agree that we don't actually want to do anything.
Okay, so you mentioned about a dozen things there. Let me take 2 of them as an example. So the CHIPS Act that you mentioned, right? The Democrats told us when we were covering it live on the Young Turks, oh, this is such a monumental bill. It's so important. And I was like, okay, nobody's going to vote based on that. So put that aside because that was definitely true, but okay, not pertinent to whether they were trying to do something that the Democratic voters wanted. So that they said that was for national security. Okay, there's some truth to that, right? And they said it was to, don't worry, this is to create more jobs. So now, what did they do? Very typical Democratic bill. They passed over $50 billion in corporate subsidies. The number one recipient was Intel, $8.5 billion in grants and $11 billion in loans. So about $20 billion overall. I said, for God's sake, at least put in guardrails so they can't fire people. They said, oh, don't worry, Intel's going to create 10,000 jobs. You know what they did? They didn't put in the guardrails, and right afterwards, Intel fired 20,000 people.
That's just weird to mention guardrails against firing people when you rejected a union at your company and fired somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true. You could say that if you like.
That is true. Look it up. There's a union now, but
yeah, you could look it up
to
to a bunch of liars, but this is a random thing that you're throwing in there, I guess, to just personally attack me. But there is a union.
No, you mentioned
I'll tell you
guardrails.
facts. Do you want to explain facts? So facts are, yes, IATSE is at Young Turks. It's been at Young Turks for over 5 years.
Did you or did you not reject a card check?
Yeah, I did. And so, in fact, card check, yes, that is the one thing I disagree with in the PRO Act. And yes, you are allowed to disagree with one part of the bill or 5% of a bill, right? And so, in our case,
so
what
we can
happened,
compromise
you
and
want to get
have
into my
nuance?
personal dealings at Young Turks? Okay, fine, we can do it.
It's not personal, it's a public thing.
No, okay, no problem. Okay, but let me address it. Now you got into a weirdo thing that not about policy, not about the Democrats, but about my company. Fine. So since you smeared me, let's explain. So that people come in and go, okay, surprise, we didn't ask you for anything, but we formed a union. I go, guys, great, prove it. They say, oh, we had a secret vote. And then people come up to me, other employees.
That's what a card check is.
Hold on. Other employees come up to me and go, they're intimidating us. We didn't ask for this.
We're getting way off base here.
I know, because you brought us off base with a random attack against me.
Because you brought up guardrails.
Then
Let me just say one final thing.
Let me finish, because you're not going to smear me and not let me explain, okay? So then I said, since people felt intimidated, it's okay.
You felt intimidated.
No. How do you? You're not even. You weren't there. You're just making stuff up.
Because you're the one that fought it.
So hold on.
You're the one that went
you
to the
won't even let me
NLRB and had
answer.
it.
What the hell is this?
You don't want to
Is this
shift
some
the
sort of
answer. You just
weirdo
want to
ambush?
filibuster.
Okay, let me answer. So then I said, for God's sake, just do a vote. No problem. You get a union the very next day. They did a vote and it passed, and they got a union immediately. Immediately, as soon as I was sure that all of our employees were not being intimidated or bullied, they instantly got a union, and we've had a union for 5 years. There's people who are like.
In response to public
there
pressure,
are people
but okay.
who are making stuff up 24/7, and they keep telling people like you that we rejected a union when we didn't. We authorized it immediately as soon as we had a fair vote. Okay, now back to what you thought was. I thought we were arguing about.
Good talking.
Not really, but okay.
Hey, Jake.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good. I have a lot of respect for you, but I worry about your progressive populism is dangerous. In fact, to me, you kind of sound like a political pickup artist. Like, just do this one trick and we can fix it all. And to me, it's no different than what MAGA is doing with their faux populism, with the deep state, with undocumented immigrants. Someone to blame. You're just giving people corporate, corrupt Democrats or corporate media as an excuse. And I think you're just taking advantage of disaffected people and not showing them we got to get more involved. We got to invest more. We got to try harder and get good people in there.
So you're saying that don't even try progressive populism. Just go along with the establishment Democrats because they know how to win. That's why they beat Donald Trump twice. Oh, right. They lost to Trump twice. They don't know anything. Their number one thing was, oh, we know how to win. They were liars. They didn't know how to win at all. They got clowned by a guy who's not that bright. Now, number two, oh, we have this giant agenda, $15 minimum wage, all the things that we've talked about throughout the day. Oh, golly gee, we just couldn't pass any of it. Oh, wow, okay. But hey, vote for an establishment Democrat. Don't get tricked by left-wing populism. Brother, do we actually ever try left-wing populism?
Yes.
Here's the three things we've tried. We've tried establishment Democrats, complete failures. We've tried establishment Republicans, complete failures. We tried fake populism under Donald Trump, complete failure.
I disagree.
So the only thing we haven't tried is left-wing populism. And you say, don't try it. Go back to the establishment Democrats. Go back to the donor class. Are you crazy? Let's try the one thing we didn't try. The Bernie Sanders wing, economic populism.
You say the American Rescue Plan that took half the kids in poverty out of it, millions of kids who go to bed hungry, is crumbs, is doing nothing? That is a big deal. What about the millions of people who have health insurance now because of the Affordable Care Act subsidies? No, you can call whatever you want, but the reality is millions of people have health insurance today because of what the Democrats did when they controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House in 2022 under the Inflation Reduction Act and the American Rescue Plan. I can't stand that you call it crumbs. People don't want their whole lives given to them. They just want a little breathing room like our big President Biden used to say.
So you say you're super happy with the 5 to 10% that the Democrats gave you.
It's not 5 to 10%.
There's two things here. Number one, I don't know what economic class you're in, but the average American is not happy with 5 to 10% change. They want giant change. They want the actual, by the way, the Democratic agenda is great. Our populist plank, the 6 most popular bills in the Democratic agenda, are super popular with independents and even with Republicans. But they never, ever do the most popular bills because they're economic bills. And you say that's good enough. But then why not try the entire agenda? Why not go with an economic populist like Bernie Sanders or Ro Khanna that's going to give you the whole agenda and actually try? Why give up ahead of time?
Those are great plans, and we should strive for them. But this is a giant country, the 3rd largest country in the world. We have a complicated democracy. We have to do things slowly. I know you don't like that. I know you want to get there, boom, boom, boom. But people do not want to abandon what they're used to. It sounds great on paper. Would you like single-payer health care where you save trillions of dollars and you pay less? Of course. But then when you show people how we get there, they're scared. They're nervous, and they have a right-wing media machine on overload that is scaring the hell out of people. That's what we're up against. This is reality, man. Welcome to it.
So Martin Luther King called this the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. So they tell you, don't worry, we'll do that tiny bit, and then when you elect us again, we'll do another tiny bit, and 200 years later, this will get done.
Millions of kids
let me
not
explain.
going to bed hungry is a tiny bit, Jake?
Let me explain in the context of healthcare. They say we're for universal healthcare. You go, okay, great, let's do Medicare for all. Oh, no way, wait too long. Okay, no problem, no problem. Can we do public option? This debate goes all the way back to the Affordable Care Act. They go, oh, yeah, sure, we love the public option. Oh, golly, gee, we had to take the public option out. There was nothing we could do. Okay, Obama says he had to take it out because the drug company companies were opposed to it. First of all, you're admitting that you're giving into the donor
how can
class.
we do public
Then Joe
option?
Biden comes in and goes, how can we do public
We
option
have
instead over 70%?
We have 50-50 split Senate with guys like Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema.
You know how
every
you do it,
senator was a
brother?
king.
You know how you do it
How, get
by,
rid of the filibuster?
by trying.
They try. They try every day.
No, but literally
You're
they
not
did.
on the inside.
No,
You don't know.
You're stating a misstatement, okay? So Joe Biden never introduced the public option. If you never introduced the public option, by definition, you did not try. Second of all, how do you pass it? Oh, the Senate is split. Okay, you put pressure on. So can pressure work politically? Well, we know because Donald Trump did it to Republicans. Now, he did it for his own cause and for his own self-aggrandizement. But anytime a Republican crossed him in the first term, he said, we're going to eliminate Joe Wilson in South Carolina, and boom, he was eliminated. Now, imagine if you did that.
You want to bully our senators?
Yes, I do.
That's what you want to do? You want to threaten their lives? What do you want to do to them?
So can I explain?
They represent their people.
No,
Joe
they
Manchin
don't.
represents
No, they
his
don't.
people. They sent him there. How do you know that?
Okay,
You're not from West Virginia.
Okay, hold on. They represent their donors.
The
So
BS.
Okay.
It's an excuse.
Oh yeah,
It's
I know.
an excuse.
The donors
It's a
are non-existent.
boogeyman. It's
They're
a boogeyman.
non-existent.
More
millions
people.
of dollars given to Joe
More
Manchin. He
people
doesn't care
donated
about
to
that.
Kamala than
Do you know
outside
that
groups
Joe-
in this election
do you know-
cycle. It's
do
a
you-
boogeyman, and you're
Okay,
wasting people's time with this.
Nonsense.
Yes.
Do you know that Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, after they voted against minimum wage increase, went to the National Restaurant Association and collected checks? They literally work for their donors. It is super literal. And what you're saying to people is ignore it.
No,
Ignore
that's
the donors.
disrespectful
Ignore
to
them.
everybody who sends money
It's
to those
disrespectful
guys.
to Joe Manchin, and I
That's
intend to disrespect
that's
Joe Manchin.
disrespectful
I
to
despise
every
Joe Manchin. I despise those
But you're
corporate
not from West
Democrats who
Virginia.
never ever deliver for you,
You're not
who
from
never
West
even try to
Virginia.
deliver for you. You
We're
know, here's
lucky
what
to
you
have
say.
Joe Manchin.
Here's what you say. Hey.
So your claim is that Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. You've talked about $15 an hour minimum wage. So how can you explain then that Joe Biden did in fact increase to $15 an hour for federal contractors with an increase again this year to $17.75?
Yeah. So again, it's a release valve. So why?
How is that a
Hold on.
release?
Yes, because it affects a tiny percentage
It
of
affects
Americans.
300,000 people.
300,000 out of 330 million people. So that's why if you actually did federal minimum wage, moved it to $15, that would move $92 billion from corporations to the average American, okay? So that's what we want. I assume you want it, I want it, all Democrats want it. It polls at around 67%. So what I'm saying to all of you guys is, please expect better of your politicians. So when they give you a 3%, oh, hey, look, I did it for 300,000 people. Hey, look, the drug prices, I lowered it on 10 drugs out of 10,000 drugs. Don't say that's good enough.
But
They're
James,
shielding.
you just said
that's a shield so that you don't question them when they say, oh, I'm not going to do it for everyone.
You just said that all Democrats want to raise it to $15 an hour. That has not been your claim this entire time.
No, voters.
Voters,
Yeah.
right. But Democratic politicians do too. If Joe
No, they
Biden,
don't.
if Joe Biden didn't want to do it, why did he increase it?
But
For
wait a minute.
federal contractors,
So then,
he didn't have the votes to pass it.
That's exactly what I'm telling you. So what he does is he does it for 5% of people with student debt relief. He did it for 10% of people. He didn't do it for 90%. So in the case
why
of the
do
federal
anything
minimum
at
wage, let me bring it back to you. Federal minimum wage. So he says, oh, progressives, don't worry. It's bare minimum. We're definitely going to do it. So they pass it in the House. They bring it to the Senate. Joe Biden does an interview during the Super Bowl right after he's elected, and he says, oh, we're taking $15 minimum wage out of the bill.
Sure.
The Republicans didn't take it out of the bill. Joe Biden took it out of the
Trump
bill.
did.
And then
Trump
when-
did
when-
get rid of it on executive order.
Okay,
So now
so-
they don't have it at all.
Right.
So you saying then that Trump, you're saying that Democrats and Republicans are both equal in terms of economics, right? How is that equal in terms of economics when Joe Biden raised it and then Trump took it away by executive order?
So, but wait a minute. But you're saying that even though he took it out, and then when Bernie put it back in, 8 Democratic senators, including the 2 Delaware senators that are the closest allies of Biden, voted against federal minimum wage being increased to $15. So can you not see that they're literally voting against it? They're literally taking it out of the bill. They're literally tricking you. They don't actually want to pass it. They get your vote by saying, oh, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. And then the minute they get in office, they're like, I was just kidding, take it out of the
What
bill.
evidence do you have that Joe Biden actually did want those senators to vote against it? What evidence do
Two
you have
pieces
of
of
that?
evidence. Number one, it passed in the House, and I even talked to Democratic congressmen. They assured me, don't worry, it's going to pass in the Senate. It goes to the Senate, and it's out of the bill. Schumer made that decision in conjunction with Joe Biden. So why did Schumer and Biden take it out of the bill? That's
Okay.
my evidence.
So, Cenk, is your claim then that
And then
all-
secondly, by the way, when they did vote on it, his two biggest allies, both the Delaware senators, voted against the $15 minimum wage. That's overwhelming evidence. Do you think that they didn't ask Joe Biden? No, they called Joe Biden, and Joe Biden said vote against it because he was lying.
That's not. It's just not true. But also,
That is literally true, and
are
anybody can look it up.
Are you claiming then that all Democrats that take corporate money are against the people? Is that your claim?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
So then, why did TYT take $20 million of corporate
Here
money?
we go again with personal
Well, it's
attacks.
not per-
okay,
it's
no
not
problem.
personal- no,
no
but it's
problem.
not
No problem. I
personal
want to
attacks.
answer it. No
Okay,
problem.
please
Okay,
answer it.
yeah. So $20 million is an investment.
Okay.
It is not here. Take the money and then you do what we tell you to do. Everyone has. If you're building a business, you have to take investment to get to the next level.
Cenk, I built a
hold on.
business.
If
I
you
know
don't
that.
if you don't take the investment, you're going to be tiny. So what some leftists say is, no, don't ever build anything. Don't ever take an investment. Don't ever do anything and build a big business. So instead, let the right wing take not only investment money, but direct money like Dennis Prager did, $23 million, and take it from the fracking billionaires, all those guys, and serve those guys. Let the right wing grow and grow and grow. But as soon as there's a successful left wing channel, don't take an investment, don't take any money, just be super small so we can't compete with the right wing.
Cenk,
How does that make sense?
I'm pro you taking that investment. I've built a business. I understand that. I just think that it's ironic for you then to sit up here and say that everybody that takes corporate money is against the people, because then you would be
No,
against the
that
people.
doesn't make, that's apples and oranges.
Why is it apples and
I
oranges?
can explain
Okay, please
perfectly.
tell me.
So should corporations be allowed to exist? Absolutely.
Okay.
Should corporations be allowed to give money to our politicians so they control our government? Absolutely not. No way. So
Okay.
when a corporation does an investment, that's a perfectly logical and normal thing to do. When a corporation buys a politician and those politicians then vote with them, that is a terrible thing to do.
Didn't
I'm
you run
actually
for office?
I'm a capitalist. I believe in capitalism, but I believe in democratic capitalism where democracy checks capitalism. Otherwise, it becomes corporatism and becomes a monster. But I don't want to defeat all the companies, and I certainly don't want to defeat left-wing media companies. That makes no sense at all. You see how it's apples and oranges?
I don't-
One is a company, and the other one's a politician.
Okay.
One is normal business. The other one is to influence
Sure.
our government.
Let's talk about.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism in a time of media bias and mistrust. Straight Arrow News helps you quickly find trusted information you need to understand the news, allowing you to dive deep into the topics that matter to you and the world around you. Their work is trying to break the bias bubble, helping you understand how every side of the political spectrum is reporting on a story so you get a full picture of the news. That's why we're so happy to be partnering with Straight Arrow News. They deliver the facts, unbiased, balanced, and designed to make sense of a complex world, getting you the clarity you deserve and news you can trust. Go to san.com/surrounded or click the link in the description to check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel. You also take advantage of a better way to get the news. Welcome back to Trustworthy Journalism. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode.
Republicans only care.
Welcome back to Trustworthy Journalism. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
My next claim is the Republicans only care about the rich and everything else is a mirage.
How are you?
Hey,
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you.
So personally, I don't like absolutes, so I try to stay away from them. When you say the Republicans, are you talking about the party establishment? Are you talking about the politicians? Are you talking about the citizens?
Okay, I'm so glad you asked that. I always mean the politicians. Okay, so for all of these, don't take offense if you're a Democrat or a Republican voter. I'm talking about the politicians.
I'm neither one. But, so do you think that the Republicans care more about the rich than the Democrats? Do you think the Democratic establishment really doesn't just care about the rich?
So as I said, I think that both parties are similar on economic issues, and they play good cop, bad cop on us. Do the Republicans push the tax cuts? Yes. Is it almost always under Republican administrations? Yes. Do they ever balance the budget? No, never.
So do you think that like the idea that employers who have a lot of money that they provide jobs and that's a way to give back to the poor? Do you buy into any of that concept at all?
No.
I mean, as like entrepreneurs who are going out to innovate, I'm a classroom teacher, so like I go out try and build entrepreneurs who can employ people and do something like that. Isn't that that entrepreneurial spirit can be more aligned with the conservatives, would you say?
No, I don't agree. I'm an entrepreneur. I run a small business. And so they are always talking about small businesses. And then they immediately change the goalposts to cuts on capital gains. Wait, that has nothing to do with small business. Cuts on estate tax, that's for the super rich. That has nothing to do with small businesses. So, brother, they use small business as like a marketing tool. Oh, we're for the average American, we're for small business. Then the actual tax cuts are for the mega rich and for the mega corporations.
What about minimum wage? Like as a business owner,
yes.
you know like the repercussions of minimum wage. I haven't been to McDonald's in a while. I went. It's been years. I went, and it's just like it's just a screen. You know, like there is that element, you know, of the minimum wage raising and that leading to more unemployment.
Yeah, so I don't agree with that either.
Okay.
So first of all, everything it requires bounds. So you can't have a $100 minimum wage. I get that, right? But having said that, are we anywhere near where we should be on minimum wage? No, we're at $7.25 federally on minimum wage. That is a disaster. And so what that is if you work every single day, 40 hours a week, 52 weeks, no vacation at all, you only make $15,000 at $7.25. No one can live on $15,000. So when you push up minimum wage, what it does is it pushes up all wages. And that is a good thing, not a bad thing. They always tell you, no, give it to the corporations and then it'll trickle all over you decades later. No, there's an economics called middle out. And what that does is it gives directly to the middle class. And then they spend it more and it creates a better economy, especially for small businesses like yours and mine, etc. So there's a way to do this. It gives to the average guy first, but the Republicans never do that. They always push for tax cuts for the richest people in the country.
So why do you believe that the populist element of Trump, where a lot of the working class, they're like, I know he's a Yankee with gold toilets, but I'm going to vote for him because he's not like vilifying me. Do you think that they're just being manipulated by Trump?
Yeah, 100%. So look, I don't want people manipulated. That's why I do things like this. I don't want you getting manipulated by the politicians on either side. In a time where we have massive deficits and a $38 trillion debt, why are we giving another $1.1 trillion to people making over $500,000? It doesn't make sense.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, brother.
I'm Elijah.
Hey, Elijah. Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. Do Republicans care about the rich? I do think they care about the rich. Coming from somebody that voted for Trump, I do believe that. But I do think that they do support middle-class Americans, especially Trump. I think this big, beautiful bill, people say it's hurting Americans. If you actually read through it, I'm getting a 3% reduction on my yearly income tax. Every single tax bracket is getting some type of reduction on their income tax or a 0% reduction, and that's for the wealthiest class. So that is helping middle class. Also, I know that the deficit's going up. Think about ICE, he's putting more money into ICE. I would argue that stopping immigration actually, or enforcing it even more heavily, helps the middle class worker in America. There's less jobs that are being taken. When you import a bunch of people, like your housing costs are going to go up. It's inflating the people that need houses in the city. Or apartments or whatever. It is taking jobs for middle class to lower class people like me. It's taking jobs.
Unfortunately, some of your premises are wrong. So when you take the whole bill, including the cuts to Medicaid and SNAP and other cuts, the bottom 30% actually wind up paying more than they did before.
I mean, that's
so they're
the
literally taking from the bottom 30% and giving it to the top 10%.
I mean, but when you talk about SNAP, that's people that are already taking from all of us. So
okay, see, that's your point of view as a Republican. Do you know the least popular part of the bill? The poll just came out. Only 24%, maybe even lower, support cutting SNAP. It is the single most unpopular part of the bill. Overall, Americans do not want you to take from people who desperately need food just to give to people making above $500,000. The second most unpopular part of the bill is the one that gives to people above $500,000. So people don't want that. So the bottom 30% are very badly hurt by this bill. What you're talking about is the percentile, the middle 10% gets a 0.4% bump. That's again the nickels and dimes that they throw you.
But that's not in the
Republicans
bill.
The Republicans throw nickels and dimes at you, 5 to 10% change in their tax cuts, and the Democrats through their policies throw 5 to 10% change.
If you don't think that a nickel and dime can help somebody in a dire situation,
but brother,
yes,
why do we have
help.
to help the rich even more? Why do they get the biggest tax cuts? You know, you could do a tax cut without one going to the rich. You could say,
because the
hey,
rich
I'm
people are the ones
capping
that
it
own
at
the businesses.
$400,000.
When you own the business and you get a tax cut, you have more money to spend on your employees. I understand that's a
But they
Reaganomics
don't.
principle, but it could be. And when you import, and when you're a Democrat and you import all these people from third world countries, you're paying them under minimum wage because you see them as the help. Well, yeah, that's gonna benefit you. But when Republicans stop this and they force people to, that work, like to be citizens, or they want people to be citizens, they're being forced to at least earn minimum wage.
The reason why we've never fixed the immigration problem is because corporations want cheaper
and that's
labor,
awful, which is why
and we should fix that. But the Republicans and the Democrats never fix that.
And so our border crossings are
brother,
almost at
you know
0%
that
right now.
the top 0.1% are going to get tens of thousands of dollars in tax breaks.
But
You're not explaining why they need that. They don't need that. Why do you know that oil companies get about $15 to $30 billion in subsidies every year? How come the Republicans never talk about that? Oh, we're going to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. But you're not going to cut $30 billion for the richest companies in the world?
If you help
How
people
come
at the
Trump's
top,
not
it's
negotiating
not
drug
hurting people
prices?
at the bottom.
How come Trump is best friends with Big Pharma and he's not touching drug prices
Yes,
at all?
He's matching them to Europe. Yes,
no,
he's got
that's
policies coming in.
Now that's a perfect example. He said that as an executive order, knowing that he did the same executive order in the first time around, and the courts knocked it down. He knows the courts aren't going to do it.
Fault.
No, it is his fault.
He is trying to make it easier for us.
Let me explain to you. So then what Ro Khanna did, he's a Democrat, he's really smart, he went and got a Republican co-sponsor and said, let's take the executive order and turn it into a bill. Verbatim, Trump's executive order. All of a sudden, Trump and the Republicans not in favor of the bill. Oh, there you go. It was a trick all along. Good. How you doing?
I work in Republican politics. One of the first jobs I took was in a small district, but it was in Lucas County, Ohio, and it was a poor district. And I was representing a Republican. When my candidate would go and we'd be knocking doors together, talking about how he wanted to improve their lives, is he an anomaly, or are you only talking about federal?
Yeah, so...
Like, where do we draw the line here?
So first of all, are there some good guys in politics? Very rare, but yes, I think Bernie Sanders is a good guy. I think Ro Khanna is a good guy. By the way, I think Thomas Massey is honest, and he's a Republican, right?
Fair.
I don't agree with his policies, but I think he's honest. But there, again, it's an exception. So if you tell me, no, trust me, the politician I worked with was great. Were you there when he was talking to the donors?
He didn't have any.
Okay, well then I believe.
Well, that's the problem is when we go down the ladder, where 90% of the elections that take place in this country, they're not at the federal level. They're not with politicians that are receiving hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars.
Yeah, they get bought for cheaper. They get bought for $5,000, $10,000.
Or is it possible that they want to step in and govern?
So, brother, I hear what you're saying. You're saying that the closer you get to the voters, the more honest they are. That's actually true. Look.
Okay. I appreciate that.
So number one.
So you're saying some Republicans do.
Can I just explain?
Yeah, go ahead.
So if you're doing a small seat as a city council, you actually knock on doors. That's why progressives win a lot of the city council seats, because the election is with such a small number of people. You don't need as Can I just let me finish? So that way you don't need as much money. You don't need donors. They're more responsive to their actual voters. The larger you get, once you get to a congressional district with 750,000, the donor money decides how much ads you can take and whether you're going to win or not. So then they become completely beholden to the donors.
What about
so
the
when
primary,
you're talking about, hey, really low-level Republicans that yet have not gotten a lot of donor cash, and you say, well, look, hey, don't worry, they'll stay true. But they never do. When they move up to the next level, they immediately, even if they were true at the lower level.
Simply not true.
99% of them, other than Massey, they take the donor money and they do exactly what the donors tell them to do.
It's just a simple misunderstanding or an oversimplification of our system. And it's
all right, thank you. Hey, good to meet you, brother.
All right, so I'm glad you clarified already. You're talking about Republican politicians. And you brought up donor money, and I know that's a big issue with you. But I think that's just not really how it works. I think you have a lot of politicians that start off, as you said, kind of in those lower levels. They do an office here, they do a job here, and then they slowly rise up. And if you can track their views, you see that their views don't actually really change a whole lot over time. When the donor money comes in, it's not like they suddenly change their views and they're a completely new person. They've had the views that they've had for a very, very long time. So how can you sit here, Shank, and look in your crystal ball and say, I know I can look into the souls of Republicans and say, oh, well, they're not actually genuine in some of these proposals.
Yeah. So let's take an example of a person who doesn't have a soul, Ted Cruz.
You know that? You know that?
Yeah.
Okay. How?
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, I think. Okay. So listen, he says to Tucker Carlson recently, yes, I've taken millions from AIPAC, but I just happen to have that position. I had it earlier. I mean, I know that AIPAC would give me millions of dollars if I say, let's give billions back from the American taxpayer to AIPAC. Let's make sure we support all their wars. Let's fight all their wars for them. Oh, look at that. I happen to agree with my donors. Hey, listen, when I started out, I really wanted to give $30 billion of subsidies to oil companies,
So
and I still want to give $30 billion.
How do you know Ted Cruz is lying? How do you know that?
Okay, but even in that scenario, think about it, brother.
No.
There's a country.
Shane.
Hold on.
Answer my question.
I'm answering your question.
Okay.
You're saying, okay, so in the hypothetical where we have, first of all, in the real world, there's 330 million people in the country, right? So you're saying maybe like the oil subsidy loving guys or we're all Republicans to begin with, and the Republicans all love oil subsidies, so it's just organic. No, brother, they're finding just a handful of people in the country that'll raise their hand and go, yes, I will do whatever corporate donors want. I will do whatever the rich want. And they go, there's a guy who agrees with me. Let's give him money. Let's give him $5,000 in the beginning, then $50,000 later, then $500,000 later.
So you didn't actually answer my question, Shane.
What is the question?
So how do you know that Ted Cruz is being disingenuous about his views on Israel? You still haven't answered the question.
That's the easiest question in the world.
If it's so easy, then answer it for me.
Okay, so you're saying your hypothesis, my hypothesis is Ted Cruz and the politicians take millions of dollars from donors and do exactly as they're ordered. And how do I know that? Because their voting record matches with their donors perfectly. You're saying, but maybe there's a hypothetical 1 to 2% chance that Ted Cruz just was born out of the womb loving Israel's wars. And he's like, I can't wait to give money to Israel. Whereas, look at that. What a coincidence. AIPAC is giving me millions of dollars for
I
it.
actually, in politics, try to assume good intentions on both sides. Well, sure, you can say that's a mistake, but I also try to make claims with evidence. And all you've said is, he gets all this money from AIPAC, therefore he's corrupt.
So
as opposed to, how do you know that Ted Cruz did not have these views before, and that AIPAC wanted to support him because of the views he already had?
So your thesis is that all of the Republicans that take hundreds. Hold on.
Shane.
Yeah, your thesis is all of these Republicans take hundreds of millions of dollars from donors. They do exactly what the donors say, but they already believed in all of the things that the donors wanted earlier, so it's just a happy coincidence.
It makes perfect sense.
And by the way, the mainstream media totally agrees with you.
It makes perfect sense in my mind that these organizations would only be giving money to people that they know support the cause.
That's how
not
they cherry pick out of 330
that's not
million people.
Crazy,
so
wild
look here,
thing
let me tell you how politics actually
think.
works.
No,
a donor walks in
Shane,
this room.
Can you please answer my question?
So
what evidence do you have?
So you're saying
that
I don't
Ted
have
Cruz
evidence of Ted. I can't read Ted Cruz's mind.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so brother. But by your thesis, you can't read Joe Biden's mind. You can't read Kamala Harris's mind. So they're all innocent. They're all angels. Oh my God, the donor money isn't affecting any of them.
Yes,
because I can't read their minds. But I can read their voting. I can read their voting record.
A great person.
I can read their voting record. I could read their donations.
No
Open
evidence,
Secrets
Shane.
tells you sound exactly like mainstream media. These politicians are honorable.
You're operating
and
based
just
off
happen to
feelings
agree
alone.
with the donors that gave him hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, Chang, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
So you are claiming that Republicans only care about the rich. When Donald Trump and both Elon Musk lost money while they were in office, and then
What if your eyes could regenerate themselves.
Since the late 2000s, the AREDS2 eye vitamin has been considered the gold standard for age-related eye health. Could new discoveries take your eye health to the next level? This is how Vision MD was born. I'm Dr. Zhu. I'm a Harvard-trained eye doctor and surgeon. I've led clinical research studies on some of the latest
On top of it, you can shake your head no. On top of it, why would you say that when currently we have, I know you keep saying it's a pressure valve, but we have them actually fighting for working class people by giving them less taxes on tips, less taxes on overtime.
Yeah. So first of all, Donald Trump has made a tremendous amount of money, and his family has. So right after he left office the first time, his son-in-law got a $2 billion deal from the Saudis, and he was in charge of our policy towards Saudi Arabia and the Middle East. That's a disaster. That's Hunter Biden on steroids. So in this time around, he has a meme coin. He's got World Liberty Financial. People are pouring money in. One guy put in $75 million, and then look at that. He stopped an investigation from the SEC about that guy.
Let's talk about how he's helping middle-class people.
At least three white-collar criminals who donated either to his campaign or to his meme coin. And then he got a $400 million jet from Qatar. He got
let's talk about how he's helping middle-class people.
Okay.
So what if Democrats...
So you're ignoring all the money that he made from that. And I'm answering your question. And Elon Musk, by the way, wants hundreds of billions of dollars from Golden Dome.
And his Tesla stock went down dramatically.
Well, that's his fault.
Sure, so he lost money is what you're saying.
No. But remember,
but it was his fault.
Why did Musk and Trump get into a fight? Because Trump did not put in the electric vehicle mandate and the subsidy that Elon wanted.
Sure.
Elon's like,
Elon lost money.
So Elon gave $300 million, and he's like, now I want that subsidy that's going to get me billions back. Now I want Golden Dome that's going to get me hundreds of billions of dollars back. And Trump said, I'm going to give you Golden Dome, but I'm not going to give you the subsidies.
What have Democrats done to help the middle class with taxes?
That was a really smart marketing strategy by Donald Trump, and part of the reason that he won the election. So I remember we talked to somebody on the Young Turks, and he said, he was down in Western Virginia, and he said, listen, Hillary Clinton tells us that all of our jobs are going to be gone. Donald Trump comes in and lies and tells us that he's going to bring back the jobs. But he's at least got the decency to lie to us.
Is it a lie, or is it what he's trying to do and just hasn't done it?
So 50%,
what have Democrats done to help me?
To be fair to the Democrats, as someone earlier said, in this case, they would at least protect Medicaid and SNAP cuts, okay? And so that goes to the bottom 30%.
So it's okay to give people free stuff, but not give working people reduction in taxes.
Free stuff. It's okay to give the rich tons of free tax cuts, tons of subsidies, but when you give it to someone who's starving, oh no, that's a real problem.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said it's okay that you're giving them free stuff, but it's not okay to help me with my taxes.
So, brother, then answer this for me. Then why don't they only propose a tax cuts for the middle class? Why don't they say, hey, we're not going to cut from the poor and we're not going to give to the rich. We're only going to do it for the middle class. Why don't they ever do that?
From what I understand, they're not cutting out the good parts of Medicaid. They're only cutting out the corruption and fraud. So you laugh at that. Is that okay? Can we agree that we should cut out fraud from Medicaid?
That is not what this is at all.
What do you mean it's not? There's tons of fraud in it.
No, here's the trick, okay? There's tons of fraud at the Pentagon.
You're right.
We can agree on that. Fraud at the Pentagon, and they added to the fraud.
But it's not only Republicans helping the rich.
Here's what happened on Medicaid, okay? They say, okay, we need a work requirement, so we're going to cut 10 million people off of Medicaid. But Medicaid is for poor people. So if
that have been on it for 20 and 30 years.
The minute they get a job, they actually...
It's not a permanent thing.
Hold on. They make enough money to get out of Medicaid.
They don't.
So
they stay on it forever.
So that it's a trick that it eviscerates Medicaid.
But they haven't. There are people that stay on it for 10 years at a time.
Do you know that if you need Medicaid and you don't have health care through a job, and your kid gets cancer, we're going to let them die. Why?
I hope to
Because
God
the
that
top
never
1%,
happens.
it's gonna happen, brother. According
Horrible
to
things
estimates,
happen every day.
According to estimates, 70,000 people are going to die because of those Medicaid cuts.
Estimates.
And why?
So do you believe everything
because
you hear?
The tax cuts for the rich just needed to be larger and larger. 1.1
So what you're telling me is
trillion in tax
you're
cuts for
okay
the
with
rich.
fraud as long as people get the help they
I'm not okay
need.
with it, but they're not cutting fraud. They're cutting the entire Medicaid.
Hey.
All right. My last claim is media and money control all of politics.
Nice to see you, Finn.
Good to see you.
Okay, so we disagree on the framing. We might not disagree on the substance. So when you say they control all of politics, I feel like that breeds a lot of cynicism, which is kind of my issue with populism. Is you tell these people like it's hopeless, corporations, media control all of it, but what's kind of implied in your premise, like media, for example. Media is effective because it influences the people who actually vote and have a lot of power. Same thing with super PACs. They're spending on advertisements a lot of the time. So I think when you paint this narrative that they control all of it, disproportionate, yes, a lot more than they should, yes, we agree. Campaign finance reform, yes. I feel like a lot of people, especially in my generation, just check out of politics. Like the corporations are going to do what they want to do. The media's going to do what they want to do. I'm just going to scroll on TikTok. And I feel like it's very damaging to our society.
Yeah. So number one, I'm a huge believer in hope. So I would never say don't get involved in politics. In fact, that's why I started Justice Democrats to bring progressives in the Congress. I started Wolf PAC to take money out of politics. And Rebellion PAC is saying, no, get involved. And that 2028 primary on the Democratic side is maybe the most important election of our lifetimes. We have to pick a populist so that we'll actually deliver for the American people. So if you deliver for the American people, if you stop lying to them and say you're going to do things and then never do it, if you actually do those things that are very, very popular, then you'll re-energize the entire voting
so when
base.
You say we need to pick a populist, is your definition of populism just like when good things happen, that's populism? Like,
no.
Is it conceivable for there to be a candidate who is a great president, for example, but they're not necessarily a populist, or is that like necessitated?
So all populism means is serving the average guys as opposed to serving the corporate donors. So I'll give you no, it's not a marketing technique. It's very you're asking if it's vague or specific, and it couldn't be more specific. There's literally a populist plank on tyt.com, and that's the core of what our candidates run on Rebellion PAC, and those are 6 policies: money out of politics, anti-war, lower drug prices by negotiating at Medicare. By the way, lower housing prices by banning private equity from buying residential real estate. They're robbing us of our wealth creation in this country that's going to destroy the middle class. So paid family leave, again, these are very easy to pass. If you say you can't pass at 84%, then you can't pass anything.
But we don't pass
and
things
yes,
through public
higher
opinion
wages.
polls. We don't pass things through public opinion polls. You need people to get involved on a very granular level sometimes. Like, for example, paid family leave. There's different ways to fund that. There's different amounts that can cover, different amounts a month. I agree we need it. It's a very good policy. If you advocate for it properly, it will win. But this goes back to my...
But they never do.
But this goes back to my initial problem.
Why do they never do that?
Who?
Why do the Democrats never fight for a bill at 84%?
I think the Democrats right now are extremely spineless. We don't disagree on that.
All right, good.
But you just
do you know why they're spineless? Because their donors told them to be spineless.
I think they're also very scared.
Because
they're very risk averse.
Brother, let me just tell you
Democrats are risk averse. That's the actual problem.
No, I think the real problem is when you're at the top, you don't want anything to change. You want the status quo to remain the same. That is why mainstream media and establishment Democrats and Republicans say civility is the most important thing. Because if you're civil, you don't rock the boat. Why don't they want you to rock the boat? Because it's their boat. Okay.
This is just such an oversimplification.
It is not an oversimplification.
There's the good guys and the bad guys,
the donors
and
the results every single time. Do you know that in legislation on the Young Turks, we predict ahead of time what's going to happen? We have nearly 100% track record. You know why? Not because we're geniuses, but because it's super easy. Look at where most of the money is, and that side wins 100%
do you think
of the time.
Passing legislation that's like very paradigm changing is just super easy? Is that your position?
So things like paid family leave, but again, anything
Which
that
is
pulls over 70%.
You agree that's complicated, right?
No, I don't
like
think
how
it's
to actually
complicated
structure
at all.
Where's the funding coming from? How many months are covered?
Yeah, I get it.
Support
There's different issues you have to adjudicate.
That's where all the disagreement and negotiation
hold on. Let
happens
me
in
answer
Congress.
this. Let me answer this. Okay. So the earlier guy asked, would I bully the politicians? Absolutely. Why? Because I want to bully them and it makes me feel good? No, it's for a purpose. Although it's kind of fun. Okay, but it's for a purpose, brother. If you're voting against 84% of Americans, you're a traitor. you're a traitor to your voters. So why? And then I'm
84%
asking,
agree on a very nominal, vague representation
I'm
of the
asking a
policy.
question of them. Why are you voting against 84% of the voters? And if you're a Democrat, you're voting against 90% of your voters. If you're a Republican, you're voting against 74% of your voters. I know why you're voting against them, because the donors told you vote against the American people. It is that simple.
Legislation
but you want to
doesn't just say a
defend
piece of paper.
politicians for no reason.
It's not
They're
just
not
like,
your
hold on.
friends. They're not your allies.
It's not just a piece of paper that says paid family leave. There's stuff that goes into it that's complicated. Appreciate it.
Pleasure to meet you, Shane.
All right, good to meet you, brother. I like your shirt.
Thank you, People Over Politics. So I do agree with you that money has a control over politics. We see super PAC spending, we see Mitch McConnell and longtime figures, 40 years in politics, and I'm pretty sure everyone's just sick of it. I don't agree with on the media half, and I kind of want to explain why. A lot of people don't tune into mainstream media anymore, and I'm sure you know this. You run one of the biggest progressive channels on YouTube, but it's hard to see media having this big influence when so many people are tapped out. So I'm kind of wanting to understand why you think it's.
They spent $16 billion at a minimum in this last election cycle. Where did most of that money go? It went to mainstream media. Okay, so mainstream media has 16 billion reasons to make sure you don't find out that the donor money is corrupted. Okay, so now what is the effect of that? So when you see in the 2016 race, for example, Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders, right? Now, Donald Trump eventually got about $5 billion in free media. And now, to be fair to him, he did a lot of interviews and Hillary decided not to do a lot of interviews. But a part of that was the media's decision. You know how much, before the primaries ended, Trump had already gotten $2 billion in free media, right? Do you know how much Bernie Sanders had gotten? $28 million. About what, I think 1% of what Trump had gotten, because mainstream media thinks that Bernie Sanders would actually do change, and they don't want change. They're all at the top. Almost all the anchors are millionaires, and the last thing they want is a left-wing populist who's actually going to make a difference. Oh, fake populists like Trump, no problem, send in the clowns. Establishment Democrats and Republicans, Mitch McConnell, Nancy Pelosi, both raised $1 billion from corporate donors and have done exactly what the corporate donors want. They're like, that's great, let's pump them up. But whenever you got a real challenge to power, mainstream media attacks.
Speaking on the terms of left-wing media, if you consider your networks like, I guess MSNBC, if we're going to classify that as left, CNN kinda, I don't think these are the type of networks that would completely destroy and eviscerate a liberal candidate. Think about someone like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Think about somebody like Jamie Raskin. If they were going to be in a primary, I don't think that you're going to see a whole smorgasbord just go after them right now. I'm pretty sure you would have seen CNN or MSNBC's coverage tilt favorably towards them compared to someone like Donald Trump if they would have been nominated in this type of election.
That's actually not true. MSNBC is the biggest opponent of progressive populists in the Democratic Party. Whenever, like when Bernie was about to win after he won the first 3 states in 2020, then they sent out Chuck Todd, Chris Matthews, and others to say if Bernie wins, he's a communist that'll start executions in Central Park. He said, that's what Chris Matthews said. Chuck Todd talked about his followers being brown shirts. I said in the beginning of that campaign, the people in power will be so opposed to Bernie that by the end they'll call him anti-Semitic. And they called him anti-Semitic, okay, even though he's Jewish. So on AOC, no one covered her in mainstream media before her historic primary win. We covered her 34 times. So the reason for that is because, yes, some parts of media now are better, to your original point. Independent media is better. For all its problems and warts and et cetera, it's at least opening up the discussion to more free thought and getting people thinking. But mainstream media has you inside these tiny guardrails, and the minute you step outside of it, and populist left always steps out of it and says, why don't we deliver for the American people? I'll give you one last example. Those guys attack. So when Biden went to do student debt relief, Stephanie Ruhle did so Fox News did segments on it, against it, CNN did segments against it, and then Stephanie Ruhle on MSNBC did a segment against it, because that's an economic issue. The minute it's an economic issue, they all circle the wagons, and they play good cop, bad cop, and they all say no.
Pleasure to talk with you.
Thank you, brother.
Hi, Preston. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I think I really want to focus a lot on the media part with you, just because mainly for the fact that I think we can all unbiasedly agree that, let's be honest, Trump during his whole election campaign, it was very anti-Trump, very pro-Democrat, and how he was the absolute just most terrible thing that could happen if he gets voted in as basically a threat to our democracy. And so when it comes to that and everything, let's be honest, very high percentage was very negative towards him. How can you explain the outcome if the media controls everything when it comes to elections and politics?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and so one I get asked often. So when you talk about money in politics, it controls almost all the races, but the ones that are the smallest, it controls the most, because there's almost no media coverage of a Montana congressional race. So whoever has more money wins. In fact, in congressional races, whoever has more money wins 95% of the time. But the one giant exception is presidential races, because there's so much free media in presidential races and everyone is paying attention. So you could actually go the route of going into media yourself and making your own argument. That's why I thought Trump would win in 2016. That's why I was really worried about it in 2024, because Democrats have become like corporate talking point robots, the establishment Democratic politicians. So they don't like to engage with Joe Rogan or these other folks. And I'm like, what are you doing? You're giving away billions of dollars in free media. Trump had the right strategy. But at the end of the day, because he was all over media and he got billions of dollars in extra media coverage, that is part of the reason why he won.
While media has influence and everything else, it still comes down to the individuals to vote. So whenever it comes down to that, then how can you explain they still have control, even though at the end of the day, it's still the individual's right and the individual's ability to go vote and make
Because
their
how
voice
does
heard?
anything ever get into your head? So like when you go into a voting booth, you see names, right? But if you never saw that person and you never heard their name because they didn't have enough money for ads and the media didn't cover it, that person has no chance of winning. It's like there's a mythology in mainstream
Right, but with
media
the
that
access
two
that
people
we-
go
but with the
into
access
an
that we
octagon
have-
and then
but
people
with the
decide
access
which
that we
one is
have,
better, right?
But the
That's
fact
not
that
how
we
it
have
actually
access
works.
to be able to see all of these things. Nice to meet you.
All right. Hey, nice to meet you. Kyle?
Yeah, so I think money doesn't necessarily have a mind, so I'd like to kind of take it to who's making the decisions on how to allocate the capital. And so does party loyalty here play at all, right? Like at the end of the day, you're going to have politicians who can influence where that capital is coming from. And if you're towing the party line, saying what they want you to say, that to me seems more impactful than the ability to go and find donors yourself to raise a significant capital to win like a race.
So let me give you a couple of examples. So Ted Cruz got $13 million from the Mercer family when he was running for president in 2016. Sure. If you remember, Donald Trump insulted his wife. So at the Republican National Convention, Ted Cruz did not endorse him. So, but right afterwards, he's changed his mind and started phone backing for Donald Trump. What happened in between? What happened in between is after his speech, he went up to the suites that the Mercer family had at the convention, and they slammed the door in his face. And they said, we now have a new guy that we're picking. It's like the Hunger Games. So the sponsors decided that they were going to go with Donald Trump now. So Ted Cruz, realizing I'm going to lose my donor money if I don't do as I'm told, said, I'm so sorry. And then he grabbed the phone and was like, oh yeah, Donald Trump is the best. Forget about my wife. Who cares about her? Why? Because he's going to seek the donor money. But you can do it on both sides. Look, we have Mo Brooks, for example, is a Republican who was running for Senate in Alabama. And he gave a speech where he said, look, in order to become a chairman of a committee, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, you have to raise $1 million, but you cannot raise it from John and Jane Doe. So you raise it from the industry you're supposed to be regulating with the implicit promise that you do not regulate them and you give them whatever you want. So in order to be a committee chairman, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, you must take what is a campaign contribution, but really a bribe from that industry and make sure you protect that
I think
industry.
it's a cynical view that the...
Yes, it is, and it's true.
Again, I think what we're talking about is to what degree does the political structure and government structure just enable, right? Like, I don't think like a claim around Republicans only caring about the poor, or not caring about the poor, only caring about the rich. Are they just acknowledging the practical reality of in order to facilitate a successful race, you have to raise capital, so you have to please donors? So they're not
So when
evil.
do we ever
not,
get pleased? Like, they don't need to be evil. They don't need to be evil. They could just be like, hey, I want status. I want to be a senator. So I'm going to take 13 million here, 10 million there, et cetera, and then I'm going to serve the donors. Yeah, you could say it's necessary, but that's why this system sucks. That's why we need to change it and get money out of politics. If you get money out of politics, then they have to serve the voters and be our representatives instead of the representatives of the donors.
In terms of the solutions here, though, money will always play a role in politics. Is there a practical reality where you think money is not going to play a role in?
So between 1938 and 1978, bribery was illegal. And in that 40 years, we built the greatest middle class the world has ever seen. Was our system perfect? No. But productivity went way up, and so did wages.
You're assuming money
in
has to kind of change
1978, the
hands.
Supreme Court...
It doesn't have to come in the form of bribery.
Yeah, campaign contributions,
What I'm saying
when they're
is,
coming
right,
from
if
corporate donors,
if you're
are
pissing
bribery.
off rich donors, they can still pour money into media campaigns to influence the outcomes of the elections. So, like, money, practically speaking, I just don't see how you ever get to a point where money is not at all influential in a political race.
Yes, so don't give up hope. So can you do it? Of course you can, because we had it. We had it between 38 and 78. We did, and it led to the greatest middle class. It led to the best economy.
To what degree did social media exist in that period of time?
So
like,
no, but social media is better than mainstream media.
But you're taking a historical period where today.
So you're saying just give up. Don't even try to take donor money.
I'm saying there are things that you can make progress on today. But I'm saying practically speaking,
I think you can get a constitutional amendment. You know why I think you can get a constitutional amendment to get money out of politics?
A constitutional amendment,
because 93% of Americans believe that politicians represent their donors and not their voters. All right, thank you.
No.
Hey there.
We've met a long time ago.
Yeah, I was going to say, you look familiar.
So on the local level, right? LA City Council could upzone everything. Let construction companies, property management companies come in, wholesale develop, build massive apartment buildings, run these properties, right? LA City Council has not done that. Are you saying development companies, real estate companies, and property management companies are not moneyed interests?
No, that's amazing that you picked that example. There's two industries that are the most impactful on local and state races. It's utility companies and real estate companies. So real estate companies totally own New York and California, even though they're Democratic. So Andrew Cuomo, when he was governor, passed a whole bunch of things. There were tax breaks for real estate companies, and it didn't help the average person at all. In California, we raised $24 billion to help the homeless. And homelessness went up 53%. Why? Because they do things like, oh no, we're going to have more affordable housing. And then they build high-rises that are for super rich people. And then you don't get the affordable housing and homelessness goes up.
They don't build. Because if you live on a block of single-family housing, okay, and city council makes it so that next to your house, some company could come in, destroy it, build a huge apartment complex on your block, people hate it. NIMBYism is real. No one wants that on their block. And city council doesn't want to freak out their voters. Like there's this thing called like politics where they don't want to massively upset people, so they don't rock the boat. And it's just and the homeowners aren't giving any money. Like real estate developers are not the little guy, and they're not getting their way.
Yeah, so it's interesting that you picked that example because I actually have personal experience with that through someone that works at TYT. They ran for city council. As I said earlier, it's easier for progressives to win at city council level because it's a smaller group of people and you can knock on doors, and that's what she did. So that's why sometimes the city councils are better, certainly better than the national guys, et cetera. But when her experience was when she went in, the real estate group.
That
yes, it is, and it's true.
Again, I think what we're talking about is.
Will lose my donor money if I don't do as I'm told that we're picking. It's like the Hunger Games. So a couple of examples. So Ted Cruz.
That to me seems more play at all, right? Like, so I think money doesn't necessarily.
That person had. So like an extra folks, and I'm because Democrats are become like corporate talking point robots. I've had heard their name and hey, nice to meet you. Kyle?
Yeah, so I think money doesn't necessarily have a mind, so I'd like to kind of take it to who's making the decisions on how to allocate the capital. And so does party loyalty here play at all, right? Like, at the end of the day, you're going to have politicians who can influence where that capital is coming from, and if you're towing the party line, saying what they want you to say, that to me seems more impactful than the ability to go and find donors yourself to raise a significant capital to win a race.
So let me give you a couple of examples. So Ted Cruz got $13 million from the Mercer family when he was running for president in 2016. Sure. If you remember, Donald Trump insulted his wife, so at the Republican National Convention, Ted Cruz did not endorse him. So, but right afterwards, he's changed his mind and started phone backing for Donald Trump. What happened in between? What happened in between is after his speech, he went up to the suites that the Mercer family had at the convention, and they slammed the door in his face. And they said, we now have a new guy that we're picking. It's like the Hunger Games. So the sponsors decided that they were going to go with Donald Trump now. So Ted Cruz, realizing I'm going to lose my donor money if I don't do as I'm told, said, I'm so sorry. And then he grabbed the phone and was like, oh yeah, Donald Trump is the best. Forget about my wife. Who cares about her? Why? Because he's going to seek the donor money. But you can do it on both sides. Look, we have Mo Brooks, for example, is a Republican who was running for Senate in Alabama. And he gave a speech where he said, look, in order to become a chairman of a committee, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, you have to raise $1 million, but you cannot raise it from John and Jane Doe. So you raise it from the industry you're supposed to be regulating with the implicit promise that you do not regulate them and you give them whatever you want. So in order to be a committee chairman, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, you must take what is a campaign contribution, but really a bribe from that industry and make sure you protect that industry.
It's a cynical view that the...
Yes, it is, and it's true.
Again, I think what we're talking about is to what degree does the political structure and government structure just enable, right? Like, I don't think like a claim around Republicans only caring about the poor, or not caring about the poor, only caring about the rich. Are they just acknowledging the practical reality of in order to facilitate a successful race, you have to raise capital, so you have to please donors? So they're not evil.
So when do we ever
not...
get pleased? Like, they don't need to be evil. They don't need to be evil. They could just be like, hey, I want status. I want to be a senator. So I'm going to take 13 million here, 10 million there, et cetera, and then I'm going to serve the donors. Yeah, you could say it's necessary, but that's why this system sucks. That's why we need to change it and get money out of politics. If you get money out of politics, then they have to serve the voters and be our representatives instead of the representatives of the donors.
In terms of the solutions here, though, money will always play a role in politics. Is there a practical reality where you think money is not going to play a role in?
So between 1938 and 1978, bribery was illegal. And in that 40 years, we built the greatest middle class the world has ever seen. Was our system perfect? No. But productivity went way up, and so did wages.
You're assuming money
in
has to kind of change
1978, the Supreme Court...
It doesn't have to come in the form of bribery.
Yeah, campaign contributions,
when
they're coming from corporate donors,
if you're
are
pissing
bribery.
off rich donors, they can still pour money into media campaigns to influence the outcomes of the elections. So, like, money, practically speaking, I just don't see how you ever get to a point where money is not at all influential in a political race.
Yes, so don't give up hope. So can you do it? Of course you can, because we had it. We had it between 38 and 78. We did, and it led to the greatest middle class. It led to the best economy.
To what degree did social media exist in that period of time?
So but social media is better than mainstream media.
But you're taking a historical period where today.
So you're saying just give up. Don't even try to take donor money.
I'm saying there are things that you can make progress on today. But I'm saying practically speaking,
I think you can get a constitutional amendment. You know why I think you can get a constitutional amendment to get money out of politics?
A constitutional amendment,
because 93% of Americans believe that politicians represent their donors and not their voters. All right, thank you.
No.
Hey there.
We've met a long time ago.
Yeah, I was going to say, you look familiar.
So on the local level, right, LA City Council could upzone everything. Let construction companies, property management companies come in, wholesale develop, build massive apartment buildings, run these properties, right? LA City Council has not done that. Are you saying development companies, real estate companies, and property management companies are not moneyed interests?
No, that's amazing that you picked that example. There's two industries that are the most impactful on local and state races. It's utility companies and real estate companies. So real estate companies totally own New York and California, even though they're Democratic. So Andrew Cuomo, when he was governor, passed a whole bunch of things. There were tax breaks for real estate companies, and it didn't help the average person at all. In California, we raised $24 billion to help the homeless. And homelessness went up 53%. Why? Because they do things like, oh no, we're going to have more affordable housing. And then they build high-rises that are for super rich people. And then you don't get the affordable housing and homelessness goes up.
They don't build. Because if you live on a block of single-family housing, okay, and city council makes it so that next to your house, some company could come in, destroy it, build a huge apartment complex on your block, people hate it. NIMBYism is real. No one wants that on their block. And city council doesn't want to freak out their voters. Like there's this thing called like politics where they don't want to massively upset people, so they don't rock the boat. And the homeowners aren't giving any money. Like real estate developers are not the little guy, and they're not getting their way.
Yeah, so it's interesting that you picked that example because I actually have personal experience with that through someone that works at TYT. They ran for city council. As I said earlier, it's easier for progressives to win at city council level because it's a smaller group of people and you can knock on doors, and that's what she did. So that's why sometimes the city councils are better, certainly better than the national guys, etc. But when her experience was when she went in, the real estate interests were massively powerful. She fought against them. It was in the middle of LA, and eventually they cared so much about getting her out that they started funding someone to make sure she's removed from the city council. Real estate has massive interest.
But what's the money on the other side of not building?
So no, there is no, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why real estate almost always wins. You're saying, no, sometimes at the local level, real estate interests don't win. Yes, because very rarely, because it's such smaller percentage of people voting, you can get progressives in there that block that because they're not representing the donor interests. But even in places like LA, they eventually get overwhelmed by the money that real estate guys bring in. And that's, I literally have personal experience with what happened in LA in that regard.
I want to move to media. Don't you think, especially with alternative media, people, creators like chase the audience and they try to be as outrageous as possible to like, because I don't know, outrage sells, and audience capture is a huge thing.
It is.
So they're running around chasing audiences. It's not money coming up top down. It's like bottom up. People are angry, want dissent, like disagreement.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that, brother. So there's a giant distinction between mainstream media and now online and independent media. So as I said earlier, online and independent media has at least got people thinking, and it's a wide range of opinions, and I greatly prefer it. Mainstream media does not care, and it doesn't do the thing you're talking about. What it does is it says, no, Joe Manchin is a moderate. Mitch McConnell oftentimes is considered a moderate, et cetera. That's nonsense. They do nothing but lies to get you to vote for corporate politicians on the Democratic and Republican side.
You think alternative media is helping our politics? You think it generates better
media is much, much better than mainstream media. Mainstream media says, no, I'm sorry that I keep going back to it because it's such an obvious and stark case. On paid family leave, the 16% they call moderates, like Manchin and the Republicans that block it. The 84% that want it, they go, oh, radicals. No, progressives like Bernie Sanders are radicals. But they're total giant liars.
Who's still watching CNN to get their political opinions?
A lot of people, older voters, over 70-year-olds.
But you're not acknowledging the whole, like, there's so many people not paying attention to those channels anymore.
And that's a great thing. That's why after the Trump election, I said, at least we're out of the establishment prison.
But it's not like
we're in the populist woods, and there are things that go bump in those woods. I know, not everybody, you're not going to get all the hosts you want. You're not going to get all the opinions you want. You're not even going to get truth all the time. In fact, most of the time, you're not even going to get truth from the right and sometimes even from the left, okay? So, but what you're going to get is a wide range of opinions, and at least you get to make that decision instead of mainstream media shoving it down your throat. All right, thank you, brother.
Glad I got to come back up.
All right, great.
So you made an interesting claim. It's very hard to disagree with media and money control all of politics. It's more so who controls the money. When President John Kennedy passed Executive Order number 11110, which began the process of abolishing the Federal Reserve, which we know is a private institution, he was mysteriously assassinated a couple months after that. So the question is that the money powers of the world, they have a monopoly over the things that we use to transmit and receive information. So my question to you is, how exactly do you combat such a machine that has been in existence since mankind has been on the planet?
Yeah, that's why I mentioned 1938 to 78, because when you make it illegal, it's much, much harder to do the bribes. It's not that today people don't get bribed, they do, but it's more rare, right? But in 76 and 78, the Supreme Court had two decisions that basically said corporations are people and they have a right to spend unlimited money on politics. When they did that, one of the dissenting justices, Justice White, said, you just killed our democracy. And that's exactly what happened. Now, theoretically, you could overturn the Supreme Court, but you're not going to overturn this Supreme Court that is massively pro-corporate. That's why I'm saying you need to do an amendment to go above the Supreme Court, but you can, and that's why I started Wolfpack. If you get money out of politics, if you say in this Constitution in a way that the Supreme Court cannot overrule. These people cannot buy our politicians. That is the answer. We can get back to a time where it created great growth in this country, and most of the earnings went to the middle class. Do you know that after those Supreme Court decisions, productivity still skyrocketed, but wages flatlined? And the difference was $12 trillion that they stole from the average American, went to corporate executives instead of going to the average guy.
That sounds fantastic. I'm not disagreeing with that. But what I'm asking you is, you are talking about fundamentally restructuring the entire political system, which will require, frankly, Thomas Jefferson said once that the tree of liberty has to be watered from time to time with the blood of tyrants and patriots. Money has obviously integrated itself into the Supreme Court, into the Congress houses, into the White House even, with all the money that President Trump did lose in the election because he lost, to quote him, and lost billions of dollars. But he also was donating billions of dollars. If we don't have, right now, do you have a populist candidate that we as the people should be supporting? Who's the candidate?
So we're going to see that through the system, the primaries, et cetera. But Jon Stewart's amazing. Ro Khanna's amazing.
And how much money have they gotten from corporate donors?
So Ro Khanna does not take any money from corporate donors. If you're going to be in Rebellion PAC, you're not allowed to take corporate PAC money.
Okay.
So there's a way to do it that way, get enough of the legislators that are honest. And by the way, there are some Republicans who are now not taking corporate PAC money. Thomas Massey, Josh Hawley.
But
and
if
so
they're not taking
that's the road to redemption, right, et cetera. But an amendment fixes the entire system.
But the question then goes back to, in order to get an amendment, that requires a 2/3 majority in both houses of Congress, correct?
No, you can actually go around Congress. 2/3 of the states can propose a convention to just propose an amendment, and then 3/4 of the states have to ratify.
Which requires the legislature to take action, right? So how do you get legislators that already are slaves to the corporate donors? Because the book that I believe in says the love of money is the root of all evil, and I think that's absolutely true. A lot of these brothers love money. A lot of these sisters love money. So how do you then work, because what this actually is more of a moral issue. So how do you then re-establish proper functioning morality within the hearts of politicians who have already demonstrated they've been bought by this thing called the U.S. dollar? Because that's what this is.
Yeah, two ways to do that, brother. So number one, what Wolfpack does is it pressures state legislatures. The Republican guy or the conservative guy I was talking to earlier, remember we said when you get to the lower and local levels, it gets better and better. The national level is the worst because that involves the most amount of money. So state legislatures, you can move. In fact, Jamie Raskin was opposed to our legislation when he was a state representative in Maryland. And then we talked to him and we convinced him, and he said, "You guys are right. Now I'm going to support the constitutional amendment." So you do get some really good people at the state level. So that's a much better path because they have less money. But even so, brother, the bigger way.
State is great, but here's just a quick question. State is fantastic, but we need changes that impact all Americans to take place at the national level. So it's fine for you to focus on state. I understand that. The lower ranking an elected official is, the easier it is probably to change them. How do you change the person that's sitting currently at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue or the 9 Supreme Court justices that are currently on Capitol Hill?
So that's the great thing about the Wolf-Pack plan. It doesn't require the president at all, and it goes above the Supreme Court. So it doesn't require Congress, the president, or the Supreme Court. It's a total end run of the American people against Washington, D.C. And by the way, that's why the Founding Fathers put it in there, to make sure that if Washington got too corrupt, you can actually call for conventions at the state level and get it done. And how do you do that on a national scale? You need one incredible leader to, instead of worrying about himself, to worry about the American people. If he actually, anyone who gets money out of politics is going to have statues built of them all across the country. You need one brave and honest person to say, yes, I'm going to fight for all of you guys, and I'm going to put a world of pressure, yes, on politicians, yes, on politicians in my own party,
so then based on that,
this done.
So based on that, what does that ideal politician look like then? Because we haven't seen it. Trump ran, he said, we're going to drain this swamp. He hasn't drained the swamp. We're still waiting on the release of the Epstein files. We're still waiting on the full unredacted release of MLK. We're still waiting on the unredacted release of JFK. What does that actual candidate look like? Because all this rhetoric is fantastic, I got to tell you.
So in our lifetime, because of overwhelming money in politics, we haven't seen an ideal candidate like that, is what you're saying,
right?
And I largely agree, except Bernie Sanders is super honest.
He doesn't have the.
So look, my problem with Bernie is that he didn't have the fight in him. Like, I love the brother, but he should have fought Hillary harder. He should have fought Biden harder. And you need strength to be able to win, right? So, but remember, FDR did it. JFK did it.
FDR?
LBJ did it. With
you mean the same president?
Issues.
FDR did what? What did FDR do besides steal Americans' wealth? With the illegal executive order that took our gold from us. What did he do?
He did Social Security.
Oh my God!
He helped labor.
FDR stole the last real wealth we had. He stole it when he forced Americans to turn in gold to the Treasury at a rate of $20 an ounce.
No. It's totally possible. You've got to believe and you've got to have hope.
No,
and
I'm going to run for
person.
office one day. I do believe it. Now, let me, if I may, just this really quick point. You're talking to somebody that's going to run for president in 15 years, okay? I've already started this. I'm running for Congress in 2030. So it's not that I don't believe, but what I'm asking is you are talking about the fundamental moral restructuring of America. Right now, 2025, there is no politician on Capitol Hill in the White House that has the sort of fire that you're describing, and what you're saying is again, it's great rhetoric. But if we don't even know what that ideal candidate looks like,
so the reason I mentioned somebody like Jon Stewart is you can't know ahead of time who the ideal candidate is.
Okay.
They got to come through the primary and win, right? But the reason I mention him is because he can get past the Praetorian Guard of the mainstream media because he's a celebrity. So that gets him into the Trump land where they cover him because, oh my God, he's famous, right?
Okay.
So that allows him to get past the media, get past money in politics. And if one person like that, whether it's him or someone else, then raises their hand and goes, hey, I'm with the 90% of Americans that want to get money out of politics, and you elect me, and I'm going to fight like hell, and I'm going to make sure that we end this problem, this scourge of money in politics. He will be intensely popular. He will win. He can execute that, and we can get the amendment. We've gotten so many amendments. They are definitely possible. They want you to give up hope. Don't give up hope. Wolfpack has a plan to do that. Rebellion Pack has a plan to elect a president that can do that. Let's go execute those. Let's go fight for populism and win.
I got a lot more to say, but that was great.
Okay, thank you, brother.
Very good.
Okay. I'm torn on this because there's a couple people who didn't talk, but everybody made good points and was certainly sufficiently aggressive. But Oliver, was it? Yeah, you made good points, and you didn't come up a second time, so I'll go with you.
So much.
Yeah, no problem.
Look forward to this opportunity. So my general claim is that Cenk Uyghur's populism fails because it treats social issues as a distraction rather than it's essential to achieving economic justice. So kind of my claim here is that there are a lot of social issues that are really important and also really popular with American people, as you're talking about, with a lot of economic issues that are just as popular. If we look at something like the public opinion polling regarding Roe v. Wade, like 70% of Americans were against that, the overturning of that. And I think also what's important in this conversation is to say that the line between social and economic issues is not like very clear cut. If we look at something like abortion and reproductive rights, it is the case that if someone gives birth in this country, a woman gives birth, it's upwards of $18,000, which is a huge economic hit to her. And the Turnaway study found that when women get abortions, or if they're actually denied abortions, they follow up with them about 5 years later, they're 4 times as likely to either remain or have fallen below the federal poverty line. So I think just in general, I'm with you on the claim that we should focus on issues that Americans largely agree about. I just kind of have an issue with, I mean, I saw a recent appearance of yours that, you know, culture war issues, as it's framed, just totally divide. I think there's a bit of a grain of truth to that, and we should focus on what unites us, but there are some cultural issues that really do unite us, even if that's not immediately clear in our media landscape.
Yeah, so let me agree and disagree in parts. So first of all, if you say, hey, here's a social issue that polls is 70%, should we lean into it? Of course.
Okay.
I'm saying don't lean into the social issues where we're in a great disadvantage. Okay. So this is simple logic and strategy. So for example, Trump again did the travel ban. Originally it was a Muslim ban. You remember that's what he promised on the campaign trail in 2016.
For sure.
And so he's done some variation of that.
Yeah.
Would I tell Democrats, because it affects me and it affects vulnerable communities, you should focus on that first? No.
Okay.
Do not focus on that first. Focus on the things that unite us first. And then you come in and you pass a public option or a paid family leave or higher wages.
Sure.
What you do is you earn credibility with the average American. And they go, okay, now I'm willing to listen. You delivered for me. I now have higher wages or lower drug prices. So what were you saying about the Muslim ban, or what were you saying about transports, or whatever issues that we care about and need people protected on?
Yeah, and I'm really sympathetic to a lot of that. I guess my major issue is a lot of the political revolutions that we see are founded on social issues. So let's take a look at something like the Civil Rights Movement, which was followed up by the Voting Rights Act and other things like that drastically improved people's economic standing because they were able to participate in the labor force without discrimination. We see that they go hand in hand. So I guess I'm just wondering, if we're fighting for women to have reproductive autonomy, which allows them to be full participants in the labor force, workforce and not be hamstrung by the fact that they're being forced to carry a pregnancy against their will, it seems like that will actually allow women to be more economically productive and contribute to our economy in ways that benefit all of us and are popular. So I'm like, can we walk and chew gum at the same time, like as you talked about? Like I think let's do both, right?
Yeah, I literally said that earlier as you just referenced.
Yeah.
And so, brother, you're not wrong that they're intertwined, oftentimes, right?
Yeah.
So, for example, while they were doing the civil rights campaign, one of the things that they were pushing forward was something called a freedom budget, which Nina Turner is trying to bring back now.
Yeah.
And so, if you notice, by the way, Martin Luther King Jr. got assassinated once he started doing the poor people's campaign,
exactly.
right?
Very
When you got
economic,
into issues of class. And Fred Hampton got assassinated when he tried to bring the different groups together. When he tried to unite the country, unite different races and different economic classes. So what really puts the powerful back on their heels, what they're really worried about is if we all unite. That's why I'm trying to tell all you guys here, please let go of the Republican politicians and the Democratic politicians that have been driving us apart. So if they use social issues to bring us back together, great. But they almost always use the social issues to divide us so that we're so at loggerheads that we don't go, hey, maybe we should raise our wages.
I think it depends on the issue, and I think you can definitely speak to both things. I guess I'm just wondering then, if we use that type of reasoning, what would be your advice around the civil rights movement? Because, for example, racial integration was very unpopular before the Civil Rights Act was passed and the Brown v. Board of Education decision. Would you say that politicians don't lean into it? It's too controversial. You're going to alienate people. Just focus on economic issues. And if they did that, where would we be today?
Yeah, you're right. There has to be a moral exception from time to time. So then the question is, wait, is it a giant moral exception, or is it a relatively small issue on a hill we're choosing to die on? So let me give you the distinction. So gay marriage, I thought, was a core constitutional right. So even when it was very unpopular, I fought for it. And we fought and fought and fought until we won, and we convinced the majority of the American people. And only after we convinced the majority did we convince Democratic politicians like Obama and Biden to move. If we had just gone after the politicians, we would not have succeeded in the beginning. So now when you get to trans women have the right, or they must be allowed to go into sports leagues like the WNBA, we're not at a core constitutional issue.
And I'm not even addressing that issue. I'm talking directly, because you talk about a moral issue. And I think abortion is a moral issue, and everyone in this circle will agree with that, regardless of what side they fall on it. And I think that women...
we fight super aggressively
super
on the
hard on that.
side.
So I guess just then, I'm worried that when your messaging is so much culture war issues distract, culture war issues divide, what it sounds like to me is women's bodily autonomy isn't a core moral issue that is worth fighting for in the same way that gay marriage is to you. That's what it sounds like. Feel free to correct the record.
I love that you're clarifying that. No, that's a core constitutional right. That's your liberty that's being taken away.
Absolutely.
I mean, you want to talk about cancel culture? You know, that's when you say, hey, you don't have the right to control your own body. We're canceling that right. We're taking that freedom away from you. Look, when you look at transgender issues, for example, so should they be allowed to serve in the military? And I know a lot of right wing will disagree with me, but yes, that's a core constitutional issue. Yes, they should have the same rights. But I don't have a right to play in the NBA. They don't have a right to play in the WNBA. That's not a constitutional right. My problem is sometimes the extreme left, they say, okay, no, you should do the maximalist approach, and that is the better strategy.
And we're going to die on that hill, basically.
Yeah, and I'm saying don't die on that hill. And I'll give you an example again from my own community. I'm desperate to get the Palestinians peace. I'm desperate to get Israel to stop the genocide and their attacking, etc.
Totally agree.
So they do a protest in Washington, D.C. They burn the American flag and write Hamas on a statue. No, don't do that.
I'm in agreement with you there.
Because if you burn the American flag, you're saying you want to drive Americans away from you. No, invite Americans, bring American flags to that protest.
Could not agree more. I think then I just don't see then how that comes back to the claim that culture wars kind of divide us. And if they do,
Brother,
does that mean we should move away?
Did you not see the trans issue divide the hell out of us?
100%. You are using one issue to describe all of the culture.
But then you got DEI.
Okay, well we can talk about that. But you would then have to specify and be a bit more clear. Because look, I understand that we're on YouTube and the goal is to get clicks. And when you make kind of very absolute statements like all Democrats and Republicans are the same.
Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying?
I see what I'm saying, and I probably agree a lot with you on a lot of stuff. I think that when you sideline social issues and make it seem like social issues are secondary, to me, I think that there are some things that shouldn't be secondary.
All I'm trying to get people to realize is that, first of all, in my opinion, the right wing is the one that brings up all of these issues. They went looking for a fight on critical race theory. They went looking for a fight on DEI. They went looking for a fight on trans sports. When they get you in a situation where They've got you on an unpopular policy.
Correct.
Stop fighting. Stop
I
falling
agree with
into
you.
that trap
Sure,
and that ambush.
And I agree with you. I definitely agree with you in part. I think the problem as well with how the prompt is framed is it treats right-wing fake culture war issues that they make up with real, actual issues like women's bodily autonomy. So, like, I think there's just an issue in
your
general.
distinction is no problem at all.
Okay.
It's just what I've lived in the real world is that when I say, hey, maybe we shouldn't go maximalist on every issue, all of the other left-wing hosts attack me and go, you're not pure enough. I'm going to get more clicks than you by being even more pure.
And I'm the first person to stand there and agree with you that maximalism might not be the correct solution, often isn't. I just think, and as we're winding down, it's just really important to not neglect social issues such as women's access to their own bodies, such as LGBTQ rights, such as all that.
Them.
Okay, good. Then I guess then asking you moving forward, maybe make an emphasis that your populism doesn't neglect the very groups that you claim to want to fight for.
You got
That's
a deal.
I'm saying. Awesome.
All right.
Thank you so much.
All right.
It's been great.
Okay. First of all, 20 against 1, I was born for it.
I'm a populist like Jake, and I was familiar with the Young Turks. His debate style was very, very good. I think he gave both the opposing speaker and himself ample opportunity to have an actual conversation, which is a rarity on a show like this, I have to say.
I've seen Cenk move a little bit. You know, the 2018 Cenk of Justice Democrats did really focus on these issues like he was sitting here today doing. And I would love to see a return of that Cenk.
I think in my conversation, he kind of dodged a little bit. I would have loved to have a little bit more of an open discussion on kind of how he aims to reconcile racial differences in this country.
I don't want him to lean away from social issues and not put emphasis on them.
It is obvious that women who have children are going to be more fulfilled.
How is it obvious? Because you said so?
The argument was that women would become, and I'm talking about what the feminists got ahead of, and
You
this
can
is why
debate
women
like this imaginary Twitter feminist, but like right now you're talking to me, and that's not the argument.
I'm not actually debating an imaginary Twitter feminist. I'm speaking to you, and I have no idea why you're becoming increasingly more rude.
Feminine traits are like support classes and Overwatch, where you have to lie to everybody to convince everybody that actually support's the hardest role, and it really is the most important one. And can you please play support because all of us want to be carry? Okay.
My first claim is that the sexual revolution has devalued women and made them infinitely less happy. Hi.
Hi, I'm Samaya.
Samaya, nice to meet you. I'm Candace.
Nice to meet you too. So my question for you is, statistics show that 60% of women who are murdered by their intimate partners, murdered by someone that they're in close relations with. That's according to the UN from 2023.
Yeah.
So how is it that, women are so valued, quote unquote, in the home, and yet that's the place where they're at the most danger?
This is gonna be weird.
Okay, so I'm not sure what that has to do with the sexual revolution.
Right, the sexual revolution. The sexual revolution gave.
I'm happy to answer it. I'm just saying that, if you brought in that statistic, you are more likely in general just to be murdered by somebody you know. So of course,
men are much less likely to be murdered by, their
that's not
partners.
true.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm sure, because men are less likely to be murdered by women. Full stop.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that statistic makes sense to me. I'm still not sure how this correlates to whether or not
The sexual revolution increased women's ability to leave the house, women's ability to control their own reproductive capabilities, women's ability to, control their own capacity within the workforce in regards to their own sexual capacity. So it is the very fact that the sexual revolution happened that made our access to the workplace much more, or just the public sphere in general, much.
Damn. I think Candace Owens probably just wanted to talk about casual sex and how evil it was. One of the things I talk about a lot for women is two huge things. People don't realize how much of a game changer birth control was, because you are actually trapped for the rest of your life with whatever schizoid dude happens to impregnate you, and that's it. It's game over. There is no recreational sex because you're gonna get knocked up eventually, and then you're stuck with, you know, whichever dip managed to bury you long enough to get you pregnant. Birth control was a huge changer in terms of giving women access to all sorts of parts of society. And the lady on the right is running with a broader argument. And she's darker skinned than Candace, so Candace automatically hates her. Whoa! And she can't say it. She wants to call it N-word so badly. I'm seeing it all realities right now.
Much more easy. So, like, without the sexual revolution, women would be much more confined to the place where they're at the most danger. Isn't that true?
So you think that, just so I'm trying to understand your argument here, you think that if we didn't have the sexual revolution, less women or more women would be murdered? Are you saying that women are
More women would be murdered, for sure.
Okay, I disagree with that. I still don't think it has anything to do with the claim that women are infinitely less happy because of the sexual revolution, which has
I think
devalued
you'd
women.
probably be less happy if you're being murdered.
Oh,
Anyone?
okay, yeah, I don't, okay. Okay. There is definitely a correlation between personal relationships and domestic violence. And just to be clear, if we're talking about just like a monogamous relationships, the most violent relationships that are on the books are between lesbian partners. Yes, when people are intimate, that is actually true.
No, the statistic you're talking about is people who have faced domestic violence. Lesbians, yes, are more likely to have faced domestic violence, but that's because they typically came from relationships with men in which they were mistreated.
Jesus.
Relationships are the most violent relationships that we have.
True, but we can move on.
They can fact check that claim. The point being is that it's not exactly a stunning.
Is that true? Wait, is this woman on the right? Is that actually true? I have no idea if that's the case. I've heard that lesbian relationship thing over and over again.
Statistic to say that when people are in relationships, period.
Are lesbian relationships more violent? Well, let's just look up what they sourced, I guess. Hold on.
More likely to have faced. That's not.
2013 survey, lesbian relationships, domestic violence. The data presented in this report do not indicate whether violence occurs more often in same-sex or opposite-sex couples. Rather, the data show the prevalence of lifetime victimization of intimate partner violence, sexual violence, and stalking of respondents who self-identified as lesbian, gay, or bisexual at the time of the survey. This is the press release. Where's the actual... Okay. Well, but I feel like I didn't know that. It just said it right there that it's a lifetime. That's so crazy. I've never heard this said before, and I've always heard this lesbian relationship thing brought up over and over and over and over again. I've never heard this before. Huh.
That is actually true.
No, the statistic you're talking about is people who have faced domestic violence. Lesbians, yes, are more likely to have faced domestic violence, but that's because they typically came from relationships with men.
No, lesbian relationships are the most violent.
Can you read her what she's saying? Well, so something I've heard over and over again is that if you, a 2013 survey that everybody cites says that lesbians have faced way more domestic violence than straight people. So what logically follows from that, or seems to logically follow, it's not actually logically follows, but what seems to logically follow is that lesbians must be more violent than heterosexual partners. You're more likely to face domestic violence in a lesbian relationship than a heterosexual one. But if you, those surveys were lifetime victimization surveys, meaning it didn't necessarily tell you if the person was abused in their current relationship or if they were abused in a prior relationship. Yeah, okay, sorry.
Relationships that we have,
but we can move on.
They can fact check that claim. The point being is that it's not exactly a stunning statistic to say that when people are in relationships, period, whether those relationships are homosexual, whether
but you're saying that the sexual revolution.
Let me finish. I've let you try to explain how it's correlated to happiness, and I don't think it does. I actually think you're having a different debate right now. But yes, absolutely, it makes perfect sense that you are more likely in general when you are in a relationship because people are driven by anger by people that they know, whether or not we're talking about boyfriend and girlfriend, girlfriend and girlfriend. Husband and a wife, a husband and a husband, or a wife and a wife. Yes, of course, the instances of domestic violence are going to take place when you're inside of a home. But the sexual revolution, encouraging women to give up their goods for free, which is what I'm speaking about, and encouraging men not to marry these women or to have long-term relationships, what I am saying is a direct contributor to their unhappiness because women are giving up their goods for free and women are now entering the workplace and that does not actually make them happy.
Okay, pause. Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Hello. Oh,
hi there.
How are you? I'm Candace.
Nice to meet you. Julian, my pronouns are they, them. It's very interesting to think of it when we just think about the gender binary. It's, how do we place value on human beings in general? And so when we think about, placing value, that comes from a place of power, right? So I think let's select like the Victorian era. You have this dominant group of people coming from white supremacy.
Can we go back to the other, please? Oh my God, this person's hitting every single meme in like 2 seconds. Holy shit.
Value that comes from a place of power, right? So I think let's select like the Victorian era. You have this dominant group of people coming from white supremacy, deciding who gets to have a proper status in the world. And so that is already like taking human beings and devaluing them. And so what the sexual revolution did was to help people seek out empowerment, which increased value, no matter the gender. So when it comes to sexual revolution, let's look at one contribution is sex education. I'm actually an educator. I teach sociology and LGBTQ studies. And I have absolutely seen the positive outcome with the sexual revolution and sex education.
This is a plant. This is a plant. This is a plant. Don't believe it. This is a plant. She's going to ask me, what do you teach? She's going to be like, I teach kindergartners.
and seeing people empower themselves. And with that comes safety when it comes to decreasing STIs, abuse, sexual assault. Again, people get to empower themselves of all genders. And I know earlier you mentioned about violence amongst lesbians and sapphic community, which I do identify within. All genders can be subjected to violence.
That was the point I was making. So I wasn't sure of how her claim was relating to what we were talking about, whether or not it makes people happy or unhappy. Relationships are obviously a ground where there can be violence.
I guess I could just wrap it up by saying, like, if we all have access to like sex education through the incredible work of feminists through the sexual revolution, we are able to gain access to information and gain skills to create an equitable society, egalitarian within our relationships, whether it be platonic or romantic. I'm so grateful for those feminists who have fought for us, so we can gain those spaces and create a healthier society.
Okay, are you a believer?
Like, why would you even give your pronouns to somebody in a first person, second person, like, interaction? Pronouns are third person distinctly. When is she ever going to say your pronouns in a one-on-one conversation? Like, what, what is even the point of this? Why would you even...
Believer in the government doing everything that it can to make people happy?
So when it comes, as someone that teaches in the public sector, I understand the concern when it comes to what is a teacher, what kind of information they're providing to the students. I do believe that we, as a teacher, I should be able to give that sort of information. Again, I teach college students. One of my claims is I believe that we should mandate sex education amongst college students. So yes, I do want the state, I would like the government to give us those resources so we can implement that curriculum.
Okay, are you consider yourself a feminist, I'm assuming?
Queer feminist. There's variations, right?
What is a queer feminist as opposed to a feminist, just so I understand?
Well, so I heavily believe in queer theory. So, the gender binary that we
Remember, white is kind of like, you can't really complain about anything. Women have like overcome as a class a ton of as well. So if you're a white woman, you also kind of like have lost the ability to complain about stuff. This is why white women online explore so many mental illnesses in their Twitter profiles. And it's why it's so important to have like non-binary, so you can like be part of the trans group, or queer, whatever. Like, yeah, you don't ever want to be, it's kind of like being like a gay man. Although I don't think gay men give a much about participating in whatever weird, they just want to go to parties and each other. Based.
Base?
Why did that double hit? Whereas, yeah, if you're a white woman, you gotta lay on those, extra qualifiers.
Understand it comes from colonization. So someone who is mixed race, heavily believe in queer, there's variations, right?
What is a queer feminist as opposed to a feminist, just so I understand?
Well, so I heavily believe in queer theory. So, the gender binary that we understand, it comes from colonization. So someone who is mixed race, family from Mexico, we have the Muxches in Mexico, which is an indigenous tribe. They believe in gender fluidity. And then you have European colonizers coming who...
Just as a quick, this has never ever been the case. The two-spirit none of these, no indigenous people believe that any of this gender fluid, whatever, but it's always a lie when you dig into it. It's always, they're trying to represent it as like very clean, mapping onto our current understanding, like translating. That's just like never the case. In anything that I've ever looked up or seen, but...
dismantle that. And now everything that we understand when it comes to gender is a Western lens. So from a queer...
You don't even think women exist, I'm guessing.
I think everyone should be empowered to figure out their identity and explore the language that best describes themselves. So freedom, America, right? America, freedom. And I want to believe in that when it comes to identity. Everyone should have the freedom to decide how they want to identify, as long as they're not causing harm. But that's where we get into the debate, what is harm?
So just, again, to be clear, to go back to this claim, we are debating female happiness. You are saying you do not identify as a female.
Wow, Ruby Spacek, thanks for the host on YouTube.
I identify with all gender expressions. So from masculinity to femininity.
If you identify with all gender expressions, then why do you have to use they, them pronouns? Could you just say, I don't give a f? Oh my God, this is a plant, this is a plant, this is a plant, this is a plant, this is a plant. Kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me, kill me.
So I'm just saying,
Why is nobody raising it? Are there flags up, or are people too afraid to raise the flags? Why do we flag the last woman? They flagged the last woman out because she was a black woman. 100%.
Just saying that as a part of queer theory, you're debating whether or not women are happier after the sexual revolution. I'm just trying to understand, because it seems like you're debating queer theory as opposed to female.
I believe all genders benefit from the sexual revolution.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Hello, I'm Zena. Zena, very much like your name.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Can we start with the beginning? Do you identify as a female?
I identify as a woman, yeah.
Okay.
Right. So I do want to get back to your premise. You're saying that women have been devalued, right, by the sexual revolution. This kind of presumes two things. One, that there has been a loss of worth, right, for women. So you're saying that women have, as human beings, lost worth. Women who...
Wait. The sexual revolution did mean women's collective bargaining power to secure marriage decreased, men have easier access to sex-assisted marriage, but it also made them more financially independent. It's a loss for tried women who want to lock down a man to bride ASAP, but it's a win for disciplined talented women who can be in the workforce now. I think that I don't think it's so much, I feel like it didn't hurt women's ability to get married. Deeds, you know what? That's a woman poster, and I know this because you said that, okay? Women can get married very easily now, okay? The problem is, now that women can make money, they don't want to get married to just some loser who just happens to have a job, okay? But in the past, you motherfuckers had to get married to loser men that had jobs. Now you don't have to do that. This is like Be very careful. If you have incel tendencies, don't ever engage a woman in this conversation about like Tinder and stuff, because it will destroy your mind. Okay. Every woman that you talk to, when they talk about like complain about most of them will complain about dating apps, but their complaints about dating apps are like, if you watch a woman on a dating app, don't be in a high-rise apartment, don't have access to firearms, don't have access to drugs you can OD, because you will want to kill yourself. Because to listen to them say like, there's just like nothing, there's no options here, I don't know if I want to talk to these guys, and it's like 50 million matches in like 2 seconds, but not actually, because they'll swipe left on like everybody, and you'll be like, bro, that dude, like I would a guy, wait, why are you? And it's like, well, I don't know, he kind of looks like he's a little arrogant in this picture, and I don't know, and I'm like, okay, what about that guy? He was a doctor, and he's like, yeah, but like, I don't know, like he just, I don't know, I just don't like bouldering, and it'll just be like, wait, what the? I'm like, you could go out with like any of these guys, right? And it's like, yeah, I know, but like, and it's like, okay, I'm just saying it's meaningfully different when women say, I can't get married to any guys or I can't find anybody. It's like, well, you could, but you just don't want to. And I'm not even criticizing women for it. I'm just saying you have to be careful when you say, I think, because women will say things like, there aren't any men available. It's like, well, there are, you just don't want them, which is fair, because I think most men are losers these days. But I'm just saying, it's a meaningfully different thing, okay?
Sexual revolution. We're worth more than women today.
I would say that, yes, women have devalued themselves by becoming overtly sexual. That's my claim. So, I mean, also according to and let's not remove this from the other part of the claim, which it has made women infinitely less happy.
Right. So are you saying, but you're saying that according to you, women have been devalued?
Not according to me. According to the time in which people are getting married, how difficult it is for people to find a partner.
Incel talk, but thoughts on some women using apps to get meals as a part of the date. If I was a woman today and I went to college, I would eat free every single night. I would be the notorious, they would call me the Hamburglar, okay? I would match like 7 guys, Monday through Sunday, dinner dates with everybody, and they're paying for all of it. And I'd never put out. Oh, God, it would be so great.
Have been devalued.
Not according to me. According to the time in which people are getting married, how difficult it is for people to find a partner that's willing to commit to them, and I think that's in large part due to the fact that women are offering sex for free, because it was a major component of the sexual revolution was this idea.
So a woman's worth is tied to her sexuality.
It's not tied. Well, absolutely. If you're going to be having multiple partners, you are going to be devaluing yourself.
You're worth less as a human being.
Not as a human being, just
Wait, then, this is kind of blackpilling, but how do you get women as an average guy then? I'm never competing with the doctor ever, if they... I think the average man right now is not equipped to get the average woman in society. I think the average woman in society receives more social and job training than the average man does for a combination of social and whatever reason. So I think the average guy is not equipped to do that today. And rip, good luck.
In terms of trying to have a partnership and a productive relationship, certainly men are not going to be clamoring to have a relationship with somebody when there's the market is throwing them.
A man's response to your actions is what defines your worth, right?
Yeah, well, I would say that I would argue that what makes women actually happy is family. So if you're interrupting, so I'm just going to connect the dots for you. When women are having sex with multiple partners, it devalues them for men, right?
For men. So,
yes, so
men define a woman's worth.
Well, I would say both of them kind of define one another's worth, because I think the ultimate goal for people to be happy is actually family.
Okay, so you're saying in all cases, a woman is going to be more fulfilled in regards to family.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And this is going to work in all cases. You're saying there's no individual case in which a woman can feel, fulfilled without being tied to other people in the case of family.
I think there could be an exceptional case for everything. I think there are exceptional cases, but I think that if we all start trying to be the exception as opposed to recognizing the rule, which is that people in life are more fulfilled when they achieve a family unit.
You described my ex. She had dudes paying for everything, including me, while she was racking up money. 40K saved up by 19. Not gonna lie, I look back, I respect the hustle. Wait, what the fuck? That's awesome. I want a sugar mommy who pays for me with other men's money. That's based. What? Yes!
And when they have children, women in particular, especially aspiring to children, then you are going to end up with a bunch of people who are unhappy because your job cannot replace the feeling of having a family.
So what you're saying is we need to look at every individual case and see what is going to fulfill you, or what is going to, I guess, essentially predict your happiness more. Because if we look at, for example, the Nordic countries, right? These are countries, I'm talking about like Sweden, Denmark, right? These countries tend to be like, I think in the past 14 years, they've been ranked.
Do you agree or disagree with Candace's claim that women are more fulfilled having a family? Personally, I think that I almost would qualify that claim as unfalsifiable because of the nature of what a family is, entails, and means, because I don't know if you can ever meaningfully collect data on that. For instance, if you have a woman and you cut her in half and they both go one way, and one person has a job, goes through life and they're 50, and then you ask them, would you have rather had a family? I think some percentage of women will be like, oh, maybe I wish I would have had a family, They think about it, what would it have been like, and there's some fulfillment there for sure, having family is something, right? If you go the other way, though, and you have a woman and she has a family, I think it is exceptionally rare that somebody would ever actually verbalize yeah, I kind of wish I didn't have any of these kids. I wish I would have just, had a job. Even if that could be true, because you're looking at once you've had a child, it's a transformative experience such that you can't go back to the person you were and just make a statement about that person, because it's not, you just can't do it. It looks horrible. It feels horrible. Everybody would look at you horribly. So I feel like these aren't like fairly testable questions, I guess. Like I would compare it to, when I talk about transformed agent, I would actually compare it to a person addicted to heroin. Like you take two people, one addicted to heroin and one not, and you ask both of them at the end, would you rather be, the other? And like a person that has never had a heroin addiction might say, like, I wish I would have tried heroin before, actually. I think maybe that would kind of be based. I think that'd be cool. But like a person addicted to heroin, I think would say like, oh, I wish I would have never done it ever, not even once. Like this, my life is destroyed. Me, it's just not a fair question. It's hard to, right?
As highest in happiness and marital satisfaction from women, right? And we said they also have been the most open in regards to like, sexual norms.
Destiny, sorry I typed it wrong. I was one of them in paying for her. Oh, well, I'm sorry. That's much easier. Rip.
As highest in happiness and marital satisfaction from women, right? And we said they also have been the most open in regards to like, sexual norms and sexual roles, right? So, and we also see that there's less rates of like STDs reported. We see more, and that's also due to comprehensive sex education that's pushed in those countries. So we see that and that's like a direct result of the sexual revolution, right? So when we're seeing that direct reports of happiness, right, we don't have these same rates in America. In these countries that are more sexually open, why would we see like those rates in those type of countries?
So do you think that most people want to try heroin? Absolutely. If you say no, you're either don't know anything about drugs or you're lying to yourself. What you don't want is you don't want an addiction to heroin. That's the bad thing. But I mean, like the euphoric feeling that's produced by drugs is an awesome feeling. Just like unless you're not human, that's just a true statement. But what you don't want is you don't want the addiction, right?
I think you might be referring to this sort of mass-produced study that was a part of like a behavioral science study, which said that women were the happiest women in the world were women that were actually unmarried and had careers. No, okay, well there was
happiness.
Okay, sure. I'm talking about the same thing. It was reported happiness, but it could be different. There's tons of studies. The point being is that in 2023 there was this massive scandal where they recognized that a lot of these studies that were being produced, behavioral science, was proven to be a complete fraud, and they were unable to reproduce these studies. And they also found that the data had been faked. The data that we can look at that I think shows, and you can let me know if you agree with this, if women, and under the imagination of the feminist umbrella, were really unhappy when they were in the home, and then entering the workforce has made women happier and infinitely feeling more secure about themselves, we could, I think, reasonably expect that there would have been a decrease in suicide rates amongst women.
You would have to go ahead and show how that correlation, right, is going to be a direct cause of women going into the workforce.
Okay, well, how can we measure? Then you have to give me a way that we can measure happiness. How can we measure happiness? So I would say suicide rates would be a good thing to look at. Drug, alcohol consumption would be
of course, right? But we would have to. We can say, I can say at this point in society, I don't think everyone's happy.
I mean, yeah, Destiny, wouldn't we all want to try risky things if there were no risk involved? Well, no, I think some things are like meaningfully different, where you disassociating the risk from the action makes the action meaningless. Like for instance, let's say you enjoyed like skydiving or bungee jumping. I feel like the risk is a little bit baked into the activity. Like if I could give you the exact same skydiving experience, but you're in like one of those like air rooms that just pushes the air up and you jump out, I don't know if that would be the same exhilarating feeling as like jumping out of a plane. Whereas with opiates, if you can remove all the risk of addiction, like being high is a really good feeling. It produces an amazing feeling in the body. Like you don't need the risk of addiction. That's not what makes drugs exciting. Oh my God, I might ruin my life. Yes. Like that's not the fun part of it. The fun part is just the whatever neurochemicals are firing off in your brain.
I think there's a lot of
hi, baby.
Things that we need to reconcile.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at.
Right,
So
but we have to look at the cause, right? Why are these things predicted, right? And for example, if we talk about men, there are a lot of things we can look at, right? That tend to predetermine, right? But we can't say, oh, these two things are happening at the same time. This caused this other thing.
Yes, that's right. But I do think that we can objectively say that women who are committing suicide rates more than they were in the 1950s, like it has actually increased marginally. That's not a sign that us entering the workforce suddenly.
What does the word statistically mean? The suicide rate among women is statistically unchanged since the 1950s. 5.6 per 100,000 compared to 5.9. Well, that is a change. So I don't know why. I don't know what statistically means here. Please don't say statistically significant or insignificant. That has absolutely nothing to do with the range between values. I know that people misuse that a lot. That is probably what it means. I'm sorry. That is exactly what this means. Okay.
How is it a cause of the work?
We're also binge drinking at a higher rate.
How's this cause of
opioids at a higher rate?
How statistically significant? Stats course is one of the things I'm going to add. I'm not even able to explain it because I don't understand it. So I shouldn't even try to explain it, but I'm going to anyway because I don't give a fuck. Statistical significance just means you can say, I think within a high degree, 95% confidence interval, that the value that you have measured is different than the null value or whatever, right? So you can have like you can have 101 can be measured for like a IQ difference between two groups of people. You could have 101 in one group and 100 in the other group, and that can be a statistically significant difference between the two. If you have like a 95% confidence that the value of that IQ is 101 and it excludes the null of 100 or whatever, that can be statistically significant. But you can have a difference between like 100 in one group and 150 in another group with a low degree of confidence or whatever, and it wouldn't be a statistically significant difference. Statistical significance has nothing to do, well, kind of. No, nothing. It doesn't have anything really to do with the range between values. But sometimes people will say statistically significant as though it's an adjective where you're talking about the magnitude of difference between variables. But that's not a correct way to use that expression. Okay.
This is a cause of interest. I think women are being put on a pathway aspirationally.
But you're saying you think this, right? But where's the cost? Like you're not substantiating the claim. You're saying.
Can I explain what a confidence interval is? There's a common way to explain it that's actually not exactly correct, and then there's a more precise way to explain it. I don't even know if I could give both. When a confidence interval is if you do something or whatever, like what are the chances that the true value lies within the range that you've given? I think is the common way of explaining it. It's how I would explain it, but I think that explanation is not strictly correct, and I don't remember why. We read some article on this a long time ago, and I don't give a fuck, and I fuck your mom.
This is what I think. I'm seeing two.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Oh! Great job. Great job. Hello. Hi, I'm Nikki. Nice to meet you.
So when we're talking about the value of women on a societal scale and how we view each other, right? When you're devaluing us, you're objectifying us. And follow me, I promise. But rates have gone down by about half in the last 20 years, right? So if you're saying we're less valuable now, why wouldn't we be suffering at a higher rate?
So is the argument that you're making, just so I understand, that because women are giving up sex for free, they're not being raped?
Every study shows it's not correlated with just sexual gratification. It is a power structure. Okay. So it is about objectifying and abusing women when you rape them.
What was that statement from her? Jesus.
Not about whether or not you want sex. What I am saying is that women are less objectified. So therefore we are being less.
Okay, so you think that in today's society, because this is pretty wild for me. In the 1950s, you're saying women were more objectified than today in the land of OnlyFans, the Kardashian clan, and women that are essentially putting up their boobs and butts for free on Instagram. You're saying we finally have achieved less objectification, where women can't even get onto in advertising. You can't even advertise a bag without them having to be naked in order for them to get a career as a model. You're saying, oh great, we've achieved actually less objectification. So having to be naked in order for objectification, where women can't even get onto in advertising. You can't even advertise a bag without them having to be naked in order for them to get a career as a model. You're saying,
how old is she? She must be my age or something. Okay, yeah, I guess this. When I was like growing up in my teen years, maybe that was maybe the height of its popularity. The whole like obsessed with using sex to advertise things, I feel like this has severely decreased in the past 15 years. I feel like it has severely decreased. Bro, when we were growing up, where are my millennials at? When we were growing up, every single action movie had to have some cringe fucking sex scene in it. It was so weird because you couldn't watch any movies with your parents because there would always be some fucking sex scene. And it was like, God, why? It's just an action movie. And I feel like that stuff has almost completely disappeared. I feel like the ultra sexualization when it comes to advertising stuff like that, I feel like it's significant. Now, maybe if you're looking at like, no, because I go through airports a lot, because I was going to say like, well, like Prada or Hermes bags or something. But even in those ads, I feel like I don't see the ultra super sexual. It's kind of funny. I wonder if the opening up of things like OnlyFans and everything, I wonder if opening up those things kind of siloed the sexual stuff off, into that more. But what was the most sexual one? I don't know. In The Perfect Element, did Bruce Willis was he like eating out that girl over and over again? She was like, give me oral pleasure with your man. Like, I don't know. I just feel like there's like a lot of weird sex scenes. Maybe that was a different movie. Or The Fifth Element. Sorry, Perfect Element was a Pain of Salvation. Was that Pulp Fiction? There's, I don't know, just like a lot of weird sex scenes in action movies and shit. I don't feel like that was in Pulp Fiction, but now I don't remember. Trump dropped the Ann Seltzer lawsuit. I saw that. It's kind of funny that dropped has like two meanings there, right? Like Trump dropped the lawsuit. Does that mean he dropped it? Like he dropped a lawsuit on her? Or does that mean he like dropped it like he quit the lawsuit? Would you say this is a sex ad? It has 10 million views. For me, it still shows this stuff is kind of popular.
What? Dr. Squat's natural body wash? Sydney Sweeney body wash, Genie?
What's your wish? It could be anything.
Coconuts.
Like, I feel like this is a sexual ad, but it's like, that's like the point of the ad. Like, is like coconuts. Like, it's literally kind of. Also, I feel like this is a very conservative, sexy outfit. Like, this is like some shit that I feel like parents might get mad at their 14-year-old for wearing. Where they're like, "You're showing midriff."
Dr. Squatch Body Wash for men who prefer natural.
My kitchen.
I'm trying to think of what house. I'm trying to think of what. Wait, is the camera gonna go through the window here? Hold on. Do you think it's a fake window? I bet it was CGI'd. Look up a Pepsi ad from the early 2000s. Early 2000s Pepsi ad. The real question is, why is objectification immoral? Everything in the world is an object and a reference to which we can seek value and understanding from. There's two things. So there's a distinction that I draw. I don't know if this is like a formal distinction anywhere, or if this is if this exists academically, or if it's just like a thing that I say. I don't know. Conceptually, there's two different things. I use one word as like sexualize versus objectify, but I feel like when you the two concepts that I would say is like, I use the word objectify. Objectify is, I think, when you sexualize a thing with no concern about the thing itself. Like, you don't care about how that thing feels. It's a thing that let's just go with that. And sexualization is more just like you. Wait, I had a better thing for this. Hold on. We need to wake the fuck up. I need to wake up. Okay, I'm awake. I'm here. Okay. When you objectify a thing, I think you are treating it without regard for it being like a person or a human. It's literally just an object to be kind of like used for one particular purpose with no concern about, I guess, the underlying humanity. And then sexualization, I feel like, is more of like a component part of a thing. Like a sexualization is a like an aspect of a thing. So I guess to ground it out in an example, one thing I would always say is that, like, if you want to sexualize somebody in your mind or whatever, that's like I think you can do that. I think there's no problem with that. If you are at a restaurant, or if you're at a club, or wherever the fuck people go these days, and you see like a woman and she's hot, and in your mind you're like, I want to this chick. I just want to, and that's like going on your brain. I think that's totally fine. Okay. If you walk up to that woman, you're like, get out of here. I'm gonna you burn else. I'm gonna let's go. Then I feel like you've kind of like turned that person into a sexual object. I guess that's why I draw like this line between kind of like objectification and sexualization. The scary part, and I think this gets into kind of more feminist arguments about why I think some feminists would argue that all is immoral, or all women that engage in sexualization are immoral, is because the issue that some people have, and by some people I mean like 98% of men or people in general, is that it can be very hard to see somebody sexualize themselves in one instance and then not feel like you are entitled to do that to that entire class of people in all instances. I think that can be very, yeah, I think that made sense. Close enough. Pepsi, Gladiator. Okay, this is a sexy outfit. This ad is way older than 8 years now. Probably like 15 years old or something, right? Also, keep in mind, this is just for Pepsi. This is like a family-friendly drink, okay? Aren't we all just sexualizing and objectifying each other based on attraction alone? Like, most people are attracted to both and tits and, but you don't need to come off as a creeper. Just sometimes when people speak, they have no regard for the other person. Listen, in the limited social interactions that I have, and you don't have to, listen, you don't have to listen to me if you don't want to, okay? The number one socialization skill that I think everybody could work on, the number one thing that I see lacking in almost every single social interaction, when I'm watching people interact with each other, when I'm interacting with groups of friends, or when I'm watching people talk to each other, is if you can have in your mind a concept of the person that you are interacting with, and if you can think about the things that they care about, or needs or desires that they have, or concerns that they might have, if you can keep those in mind, and if you can find a way to, incorporate those needs into your actions, socially, you will be ahead of 98% of people when it comes to socialization. Whether it means you're trying to hit on somebody, or whether you're trying to just like make a friend or whatever, that it's a small thing, but if you can do it and signal it to somebody, it will just put you like unbelievably ahead of everybody else when it comes to social. It's the most important skill I think you can work on when it comes to socializing. There you go. give an example. So like sometimes if I was like balls deep in a girl, I would ask her, "What's your mom up to? Is she home alone? She might want to come and get some of this." Well,
base?
it could be really small things, like if you are out to eat with somebody and you go and you sit down at a table and you go up to get a napkin because you realize you need one, like grabbing a few more for the person that you're with. Or it might be a small thing of somebody is struggling with something or doing something, and you offer to like, "Oh, hey, do you want me to get you a thing of water, or do you want me to get you a thing?" Or like, they're like small things like this. They seem really minor and really insignificant, but they signal huge things to another person's mind. If you're having a conversation with somebody and the conversation gets interrupted and you remember what they were talking about and you get through the interruption, if you can say to the person, "Okay, wait, before you were talking about this thing or whatever, can you finish that?" Dude, you're 100%, you are elevated in this person's mind a million times over. We all know how it feels to ourselves, but for some reason we never practice this with other people. But you will signal so much interest, and you will just come off as just such an amazing person to somebody if you can remember to do things like this. It's so absolutely important. But drawing people into conversations, making people feel included in conversations. This could be in a one-on-one environment as well. A super huge cheating question. I got this one from Lauren S. I won't tell you who that is, but I was asking her for advice on interviewing people in Israel because she did a lot of documentaries. And this is a question she gave me. This is a really good one, is asking people how they feel about things. Now, don't like phrase it like a loser. Like, how did that make you feel? But if you can ask people feelings related questions, especially about stories or events or things they'll tell you, that's the thing that will signal. There's a lot of stuff like this. I noticed that when people are engaging with people socially, it feels like, I would, like, not exaggerating, I feel like 90 to 95% of people are very much kind of in their own world, and they're kind of bumping into other people, and they're having these very, I don't know if I call it like endothermic versus exothermic. They're just having these interactions, but they're very much in their own world, and they're trying to just like get out as much about themselves as they can to other people. And then there are other people that can look at somebody and understand, like, okay, what is this person trying to communicate, or what does this person need or want or whatever? And if you can plug into that, obviously don't be manipulative and do this, but that's all I'm saying. I don't know why we got on this topic, but there are times when I interact with people and I see people who are like friends with each other even, or I see people who've been together for a long time, and then I interact as like a third party sometimes to people, and I can see with the way they're interacting, and it's like, I don't know if this person is aware that their friend, there might be small comments they make that I don't think their friend likes very much, where there are times when their friend definitely wants to contribute more, but this other person is not aware of it. And I don't understand how this dynamic could have gone on for so long. And I know why, because usually one party will be a little bit more passive than the other party or whatever. But yeah, just be aware of things like that, okay? Or don't. I don't give a fuck. Just pay for sex and pay for friends and do heroin.
Oh, great, we've achieved actually less objectification.
So I'm not trying to suggest that I think that.
In my personal experience, I do these things regularly. My female partners pretty much never do. Am I inconsequential, or are women less inclined to behave this way with men? I mean, I agree with you, but I think you just notice it more with women than men because you don't date men. Like, men have the same problem. Women definitely have this problem, but yeah.
You're saying, oh, great, we've achieved actually less objectification.
So I'm not trying to suggest that I think that the over-commodification of women's bodies is positive. But what I am saying is that when you're going to the 1950s, that we shouldn't put this glazed look of, oh, it was so happy. We had single income households and we got to stay home. We also had a pill popping problem. We also were viewed as maids. Like, we were seen as a house appliance far more than we were as people. And so when you have that kind of objectification where you are in a subservient position, I think we're facing a different form today. But I think that is a signifier of a contradiction to your statement.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It doesn't make sense, but I do want to rebut on a couple of points. So first, I just want to say, suggesting that objectification has gone downward since the 1950s is wild. That's just a firm no. That is not the truth. And you know that's not true.
Wait, so do you feel like...
Hold on, let me answer your...
Oh, common sense. She hit her with the self-evident common sense thing. I'm social... You're saying to create a veil of interest in people's lives to get whatever you need from that person. Yes.
Second thing, you then brought up, okay, women were at home, but they were pill popping. Well, you then have to acknowledge we're actually popping more pills now, right? So,
was the movie 300 objectifying to men? So, I don't want to go into this. I don't even want to watch this video, okay? Because I hate women, okay? And I hate women right now. But you're asking me all these questions, okay? Objectification of men in society, I don't think is necessarily the same as the objectification of women in society, because oftentimes the epitomized version of, or the best version of the objectified man is something that absent all women even, I think men would still aspire to some extent. When men win women as part of being an objectified man, the woman is won like as a byproduct of your achievement or accomplishment or whatever. So oftentimes, like, men and women will look at what's like a good video game example, or just like where there's like a male barbarian and a female barbarian, and men will say, okay, well, women are complaining about being objectified in their things. Well, look at the man. Look at all these muscles, and like that's not a realistic body standard. And it's like, that's true. However, the objectified version of man is actually, in some regards, like an honorific to, or the the maximum telos of purpose of what a man can be, which is strong and powerful and can kill all of his enemies and all that. And as a byproduct of that, he can also get a woman, right? But the objectified, idealized version of a woman is literally just the perfect slut hole for a man. And that's it. Like the woman who is like the most beautiful version with the most bountiful breasts and the hourglass figure and the smoothest, wettest, waxed is just the perfect toy. And that's the ideal. Like there's so what I'm saying is there's a difference between these two idealized versions, right? The idealized version of man can accomplish anything, and that's why the muscles that, you know, that represent agency, the ability, and he gets a woman because he's so cool. That's different than the idealized version of a woman who literally is just trying to make herself as good as possible for a man. These are two different types of objectification. You can call them both objectification if you want, but we all know you can try to intellectualize like, well, it's both objectification. We know intuitively it feels different. It does feel different. It's a meaningfully different experience.
And then you then brought up, okay, women were at home, but they were pill popping. Well, you then have to acknowledge we're actually popping more pills now, right? So we have actually...
What's the idealized version of a woman for a woman? A man. It is. Nobody wants to grapple with that, but the reality is, and I said this before, men have all the cool traits. They just do. And women, left to their own devices or be able to choose anything they want, also want all the masculine traits. Because masculine traits are just awesome. And feminine traits are like support classes in Overwatch and League, where you have to lie to everybody to convince everybody that actually support's the hardest role. And it really is the most important one. And can you please play support because all of us want to be carry? Okay? That is the case. So.
Is well. That's just a firm no. That is not the truth. And you know that's not true.
Wait, so do you feel like...
Hold on, let me answer your second thing. Okay. You then brought up, okay, women were at home, but they were pill popping. Well, you then have to acknowledge we're actually popping more pills now, right? So we have actually...
SSRIs.
Increased our amount of pill popping. Women are having overdoses on opioids. And on top of that, since I think 1999, by rate, we are increasing our opioid use compared to men. So women are not popping pills less because we're going into the workforce. That's actually not true at all either. We're also, like I said to you, consuming alcohol more and binge drinking more than we did in the 1950s, which is why I was trying to get her to say, we need to look at actually give me any reasonable metric of how we can define happiness. Because it's hard, right? Are you happy, yes or no?
But wait, hold on. We're actually avoiding what my original point was about rape being the signifier.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Wow.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Hi.
Hi.
I like your hat.
Whitney Shanahan.
Nice to meet you.
I am fascinated by your claim that women have lost happiness since the sexual revolution.
But rates have gone down by about half in the last 20 years, right? So if you're saying we're less valuable now, why wouldn't we be suffering at a higher rate?
So is the argument that you're making, just so I understand, that because women are giving up sex for free, they're not being raped?
Every study shows it's not correlated with just sexual gratification. It is a power structure. Okay. So it is about objectifying and abusing women when you rape them. Not
what was that statement from her? Jesus.
Not about whether or not you want sex. What I am saying is that women are less objectified. So therefore we are being less.
Okay, so you think that in today's society, because this is pretty wild for me. In the 1950s, you're saying women were more objectified than today in the land of OnlyFans, the Kardashian clan, and women that are essentially putting up their boobs and butts for free on Instagram. You're saying we finally have achieved less objectification, where women can't even get onto an advertising. You can't even advertise a bag without them having to be naked in order for them to get a career as a model. You're saying, oh great, we've achieved actually less objectification. So having to be naked in order for objectification, where women can't even get onto an advertising. You can't even advertise a bag without them having to be naked in order for them to get a career as a model. You're saying,
how old is she? She must be my age or something. Okay, yeah, I guess this one. When I was like growing up in my teen years, maybe that was maybe the height of its popularity. The whole like obsessed with using sex to advertise things, I feel like this has severely decreased in the past 15 years. I feel like it has severely decreased. Bro, when we were growing up, where are my millennials at? When we were growing up, every single action movie had to have some cringe fucking sex scene in it. It was so weird because you couldn't watch any movies with your parents because there would always be some fucking sex scene. And it was like, God, why? It's just an action movie. And I feel like that stuff has almost completely disappeared. I feel like the ultra sexualization when it comes to advertising stuff like that, I feel like is significant. Now, maybe if you're looking at like, no, because I go through airports a lot because I was going to say like, well, like Prada or Hermes bags or something. But even in those ads, I feel like I don't see the ultra super sexual. It's kind of funny. I wonder if the opening up of things like OnlyFans and everything, I wonder if opening up those things kind of siloed the sexual stuff off, you know, into that more. But what was the most sexual one? I don't know. In The Perfect Element, did Bruce Willis like, was he like eating out that girl over and over again? She was like, give me oral pleasure with your man. Like, I don't know. I just feel like there's like a lot of weird sex scenes. Maybe that was a different movie. Or The Fifth Element. Sorry, Perfect Element was Pain of Salvation. That was that Pulp Fiction. There's just, I don't know, just like a lot of weird sex scenes in action movies, and I don't feel like that was in Pulp Fiction, but now I don't remember. Trump dropped the Ann Seltzer lawsuit. I saw that. It's kind of funny that dropped has like two meanings there, right? Like Trump dropped the lawsuit. Does that mean he dropped it? Like he dropped a lawsuit on her? Or does that mean he like dropped it like he quit the lawsuit? Would you say this is a sex ad? It has 10 million views. For me, it still shows this stuff is kind of popular.
What? Dr. Squat's natural body wash? Sydney Sweeney body wash, Genie?
What's your wish? It could be anything.
Coconuts.
Like, I feel like this is a sexual ad, but it's like, that's like the point of the ad. Like, is like coconuts. Like, it's literally kind of... Also, I feel like this is a very conservative, sexy outfit. Like, this is like some that I feel like parents might get mad at their 14-year-old for wearing, where they're like, you're showing midriff?
Dr. Squatch Body Wash for men who prefer natural.
My kitchen!
I'm trying to think of what, house. I'm trying to think of what, wait, is the camera gonna go through the window here? Hold on. Do you think it's a fake window? I bet it was CGI. Look up a Pepsi ad from the early 2000s. Early 2000s Pepsi ad. The real question is, why is objectification immoral? Everything in the world is an object and a reference to which we can seek value and understanding from. There's two things. So there's a distinction that I draw. I don't know if this is like a formal distinction anywhere, or if this is if this exists academically, or if it's just like a thing that I say. I don't know. Conceptually, there's two different things. I use one word as like sexualize versus objectify, but I feel like when you the two concepts that I would say is like, I use the word objectify. Objectify is, I think, when you sexualize a thing with no concern about the thing itself. Like, you don't care about how that thing feels. It's a thing that let's just go with that. And sexualization is more just like you. Wait, I had a better thing for this. Hold on. I need to wake the fuck up. I need to wake up. Okay, I'm awake. I'm here. Okay. When you objectify a thing, I think you are treating it without regard for it being like a person or a human. It's literally just an object to be kind of like used for one particular purpose with no concern about, I guess, the underlying humanity. And then sexualization, I feel like, is more of like a component part of a thing. Like a sexualization is a like an aspect of a thing. So I guess to ground it out in an example, one thing I would always say is that, like, if you want to sexualize somebody in your mind or whatever, that's like I think you can do that. I think there's no problem with that. If you are at a restaurant, or if you're at a club, or wherever the people go these days, and you see like a woman and she's hot, and in your mind you're like, I want to this chair, I just want and that's like going on your brain, I think that's totally fine. Okay, if you walk up to that woman, you're like, get out of here, I'm gonna everyone else, I'm gonna let's go. Then I feel like you've kind of like turned that person into a sexual object. I guess that's why I draw like this line between kind of like objectification and sexualization. The scary part, and I think this gets into kind of more feminist arguments about why I think some feminists would argue that all is immoral, or all women that engage in sexualization are immoral, is because the issue that some people have, and by some people I mean like 98% of men, or people in general, is that it can be very hard to see somebody sexualize themselves in one instance and then not feel like you are entitled to do that to that entire class of people in all instances. I think that can be very, yeah, I think that made sense. Close enough. Pepsi, Gladiator. Okay, this is a sexy outfit. The saddest way older than 8 years, no? Probably like 15 years old or something, right? Also, keep in mind, this is just for Pepsi. This is like a family-friendly drink, okay? Are we all just sexualizing and objectifying each other based on attraction alone? Like, most people are attracted to both ends, but you don't need to come off as a creeper. Just sometimes when people speak, they have no regard for the other person. Listen, in the limited social interactions that I have, and you don't have to... listen, you don't have to listen to me if you don't want to, okay? The number one socialization skill that I think everybody could work on, the number one thing that I see lacking in almost every single social interaction, when I'm watching people interact with each other, when I'm interacting with groups of friends, or when I'm watching people talk to each other, is if you can have in your mind a concept of the person that you are interacting with, and if you can think about the things that they care about, or needs or desires that they have, or concerns that they might have, if you can keep those in mind, and if you can find a way to incorporate those needs into your actions, socially you will be ahead of 98% of people when it comes to socialization. Whether it means you're trying to hit on somebody or whether you're trying to just like make a friend or whatever, that it's a small thing, but if you can do it and signal it to somebody, it will just put you like unbelievably ahead of everybody else when it comes to social. It's the most important skill I think you can work on when it comes to socializing. That's my... There you go. Give an example. So like sometimes if I was like balls deep in a girl, I would ask her, "What's your mom up to? Is she home alone? She might want to come and get some of this well."
Base?
It could be really small things, like if you are out to eat with somebody and you go and you sit down at a table and you go up to get a napkin because you realize you need one, like grabbing a few more for the person that you're with. Or it might be a small thing of somebody is struggling with something or doing something, and you offer to like, "Oh, hey, do you want me to get you a thing of water, or do you want me to get you a thing?" Or like, they're like small things like this. They seem really minor and really insignificant, but they signal huge things to another person's mind. If you're having a conversation with somebody and the conversation gets interrupted and you remember what they were talking about and you get through the interruption, if you can say to the person, "Okay, wait, before you were talking about this thing or whatever, can you finish that?" Dude, you're 100%, you are elevated in this person's mind 1,000,000 times over. We all know how it feels to ourselves, but for some reason we never practice this with other people. But you will signal so much interest, and you will just come off as just such an amazing person to somebody if you can remember to do things like this. It's so absolutely important. But drawing people into conversations, making people feel included in conversations. This could be in a one-on-one environment as well. A super huge cheating question. I got this one from Lauren S. I won't tell you who that is, but I was asking her for advice on interviewing people in Israel because she did a lot of documentaries. And this is a question she gave me. This is a really good one, is asking people how they feel about things. Now, don't like phrase it like a loser. Like, how did that make you feel? But if you can ask people feelings-related questions, especially about stories or events or things they're telling you, that's the thing that will signal. There's a lot of stuff like this. I noticed that when people are engaging with people socially, it feels like, I would, like, not exaggerating, I feel like 90 to 95% of people are very much kind of in their own world, and they're kind of bumping into other people, and they're having these very, I don't know if I call it like endothermic versus exothermic. They're just having these interactions where they're very much in their own world, and they're trying to just like get out as much about themselves as they can to other people. And then there are other people that can look at somebody and understand, like, okay, what is this person trying to communicate, or what does this person need or want or whatever? And if you can plug into that, obviously don't be manipulative and do this, but that's all I'm saying. I don't know why we got on this topic, but there are times when I interact with people and I see people who are like friends with each other even, or I see people who've been together for a long time, and then I interact as like a third party sometimes to people, and I can see with the way they're interacting, and it's like, I don't know if this person is aware that their friend, there might be small comments they make that I don't think their friend likes very much, or there are times when their friend definitely wants to contribute more, but this other person is not aware of it. And I don't understand how this dynamic could have gone on for so long. And I know why, because usually one party will be a little bit more passive than the other party or whatever. But yeah, just be aware of things like that, okay? Or don't. I don't give a fuck. Just pay for sex and pay for friends and do heroin.
saying, oh, great, we've achieved actually less objectification.
So I'm not trying to suggest that I think that.
In my personal experience, I do these things regularly. My female partners pretty much never do. Am I inconsequential or are women less inclined to behave this way with men? I mean, I agree with you, but I think you just notice it more with women than men because you don't date men. Like men have the same problem. Women definitely have this problem, but yeah.
You're saying, oh, great, we've achieved actually less objectification.
So I'm not trying to suggest that I think that the over-commodification of women's bodies is positive. But what I am saying is that when you're going to the 1950s, that we shouldn't put this glazed look of, oh, it was so happy. We had single income households and we got to stay home. We also had a pill popping problem. We also were viewed as maids. Like we were seen as a house appliance far more than we were as people. And so when you have that kind of objectification where you are in a subservient position, I think we're facing a different form today. But I think that is a signifier of a contradiction to your statement.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It doesn't make sense, but I do want to rebut on a couple of points. So first, I just want to say, suggesting that objectification has gone downward since the 1950s is well. That's just a firm no. That is not the truth, and you know that's not true.
Wait, so do you feel like,
hold on, let me answer your.
Oh, common sense. She hit her with the self-evident common sense thing. I'm social. You're saying to create a veil of interest in people's lives to get whatever you need from that person. Yes.
Second thing, you then brought up, okay, women were at home, but they were pill popping. Well, you then have to acknowledge we're actually popping more pills now, right? So,
was the movie 300 objectifying to men? So, I don't want to go into this. I don't even want to watch this video, okay? Because I hate women, okay? And I hate women right now. But you're asking me all these. You're asking me all these questions, okay? Objectification of men in society, I don't think is necessarily the same as the objectification of women in society, because oftentimes the epitomized version of, or the best version of the objectified man is something that, absent all women even, I think men would still aspire to some extent. When men win women as part of being an objectified man, the woman is won like as a byproduct of your achievement or accomplishment or whatever. So oftentimes, like, men and women will look at what's like a good video game example, or just like where there's like a male barbarian and a female barbarian, and men will say, okay, well, women are complaining about being objectified in their things. Well, look at the man. Look at all these muscles, and like that's not a realistic body standard. And it's like, that's true. However, the objectified version of man is actually, in some regards, like an honorific to, or the the maximum telos of purpose of what a man can be, which is strong and powerful and can kill all of his enemies and all that. And as a byproduct of that, he can also get a woman, right? But the objectified, idealized version of a woman is literally just the perfect slut hole for a man. And that's it. Like the woman who is like the most beautiful version with the most bountiful breasts and the hourglass figure and the smoothest, wettest wax is just the perfect boy. And that's the ideal. Like there's so what I'm saying is there's a difference between these two idealized versions, right? The idealized version of man can accomplish anything, and that's why the muscles that, that represent agency, the ability to, and he gets a woman because he's so cool. That's different than the idealized version of a woman who literally is just trying to make herself as good as possible for a man. These are two different types of objectification. You can call them both objectification if you want, but we all know you can try to intellectualize like, well, it's both objectification. We know intuitively it feels different. It does feel different. It's a meaningfully different experience.
And then you then brought up, okay, women were at home, but they were pill popping. Well, you then have to acknowledge we're actually popping more pills now, right? So we have actually.
What's the idealized version of a woman for a woman? A man. It is. Nobody wants to grapple with that, but the reality is, and I said this before, men have all the cool traits. They just do. And women, left to their own devices, or be able to choose anything they want, also want all the masculine traits. Because masculine traits are just awesome. And feminine traits are like support classes in Overwatch and League, where you have to lie to everybody to convince everybody that actually support's the hardest role. And it really is the most important one. And can you please play support because all of us want to be carry? Okay? That is the case. So.
Is well. That's just a firm no. That is not the truth, and you know that's not true.
Wait, so do you?
Hold on. Let me answer your second thing. Okay. You then brought up, okay, women were at home, but they were pill popping. Well, you then have to acknowledge we're actually popping more pills now, right? So we have actually
SSRIs
increased our amount of pill popping. Women are having overdoses on opioids, and on top of that, since I think 1999, by rate, we are increasing our opioid use compared to men. So women are not popping pills less because we're going into the workforce. That's actually not true at all either. We're also, like I said, consuming alcohol more and binge drinking more than we did in the 1950s, which is why I was trying to get her to say, we need to look at actually give me any reasonable metric of how we can define happiness. Because it's hard, right? Are you happy, yes or no?
But wait, hold on. We're actually avoiding what my original point was about rape being the signifier.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Wow.
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Hi.
Hi.
I like your hat.
Whitney Shanahan.
Nice to meet you.
I am fascinated by your claim that women have lost happiness since the sexual revolution, since the 1950s. Do you think that there's any tie to happiness and freedom and happiness and choice. Because since 1950s, since the sexual revolution, women have gotten exponentially more freedom and more choice. And for me, as a mother and as a woman, having the freedom to choose what I do, to make my own destiny, makes me infinitely more happy than, say, back before the sexual revolution, when I couldn't get a bank account, couldn't get a home loan, couldn't work outside the home, couldn't travel around without a man, couldn't control my own reproduction. So I feel that.
So he said, as a man, I notice a lot of my male friends don't appreciate it. Notice the small, insignificant things you do to be considerate to them, and wouldn't really notice if you didn't do those things. I mean, I disagree, but she said the word. Wait, did she say destiny?
Infinitely more happy than, say, back before the sexual revolution, when I couldn't get a bank account, couldn't get a home loan, couldn't work outside the home, couldn't travel around without a man, couldn't control my own reproduction. So I feel that happiness, personally, my belief, is tied to our ability to have freedom. And I think that in the United States, protecting freedom and our individual freedoms is what's going to lead us to happiness.
Did you go to college?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Did you?
Yes, I did. So you have a degree?
Absolutely.
Now, when you went to college, did you go to college because it was simply something that you wanted to do, or did you think that I have to go to college because in order to get a job, I have to have a college degree?
I went to college for art because I was fascinated with art.
Okay. Just answering my question, did you go to college? Was that the only reason you went to college, or did you think that I might want to do something in art, so I have to go to college, like for my career?
I went to school because I wanted to expand my horizons. I mean, I think that's why most people go to university.
It's great to go to college for that reason, if you can. But she's clearly from a wealthier family if she has the opportunity to do that. So to say most people do that for that reason, I don't know if that's true. But if you want to do that, that's amazing, great, and should be celebrated. The expansion of knowledge, the contribution of these types of artistic people to our overall understanding of everything is good. I just don't know if I don't know if that's the average, if the average person can do that. But
No, that's actually not true. I went, and I think a lot of people go because there's a pressure that if you don't go to college, you're going to be a failure.
Choice. Everything's a choice. So taking away choices doesn't make people happier.
Yeah, but I'm disagreeing with you on the idea that people are feeling more free by financial pressure. I think financial pressure makes people feel remarkably less free.
So you want no bank accounts again, women not to have credit cards?
I'm not saying women shouldn't have access to credit cards or bank accounts. You're putting words in my mouth, so why don't you respond to the words that I'm saying?
Well, less financial pressure. If I don't have a bank account, that's a lot less financial pressure, I guess, right?
Financial pressure in terms of most people that go to college, and I'm counting myself among them, is because typically in order to get the job that you're being sold is going to make you infinitely happier and infinitely more free, it just requires a college degree. And most of these people, to be clear, have to put themselves, the majority of people have to put themselves into debt. And I don't think anybody would describe debt as a form of freedom, right? I don't think anybody would realistically say,
let's get back to happiness. So we're here to talk about happiness and how the sexual revolution, and we're not talking about college debt.
I think.
Does it annoy you how unempirical and anecdotal-based relationship debates get? I feel like it's all generalizations. I think the issue is that so much of human interaction is so multivariate and is so hard to even peg like what you're actually talking about that it makes it very difficult to have very empirical, very grounded conversations about them, even if you want to go to data, because sometimes things can be, even things that you can study and ground out in hard numbers might actually be proxies for something else. So like, for instance, I'm not actually sure how much women care about men that they out earn versus that being a proxy for feeling resentful that you are both out earning a partner and doing more work around the household as well, right? Because that's like a super correlated thing that would show up. I don't know where the research is on this right now. I haven't looked these things up in a while, but it would be that a woman would work as much as a man, earn the same amount of money as the man, but then the woman would still be putting like 10 hours of more household chores into the house weekly, right? So then the surveys will all come out and people say, oh, like women are resentful of partners when they earn more money than them. Well, but is it because they earn more money than them or not? I'm not actually sure, you know? When it comes to relationship stuff, it's very, very, very hard to figure out like what is the exact thing that's actually happening, rather than is this proxying on other issues. So for instance, one of the red pill stats that would get brought up over and over again is women are almost always the one that initiate divorce. And so if we look at a particular example, right? Okay, well, let's say somebody initiates a divorce. Are they the one who ended a relationship? Well, you know, like you can play this game like almost infinitely back. Let's say that they ended the relationship because their partner cheated on them. Okay, well now who ended the relationship? Was it the person who ended it or the person who cheated? Well, let's say that the partner who cheated on him cheated because the other partner, you know, hasn't had sex with them in a year. Okay, well now who's it? Like, but let's say the person didn't have sex with them in a year, did it because the other person, like, you know, doesn't shower. But what if they didn't shower because they were depressed? Like, it's really hard to concretely say a thing about a relationship, and then this expands out into like data pools as well. It's just hard to have an exact conversation about any of this.
I think it's important because we're talking about freedom. You just said that the reason why I feel happy is because I have more freedom, and I am saying that financial restraints and debt doesn't make people feel more free.
So let's eliminate the debt. Let's eliminate college debt. Maybe we should have free college here in the U.S. That sounds great. Great idea, Candace. I love that idea. Okay. Love it. Champion for the people, girl.
Wait, did they even...
talking about freedom? You just said that the reason why I feel happy is because I have more freedom, and I am saying that financial restraints and debt doesn't make people feel more free.
So let's eliminate the debt. Let's eliminate college debt. Maybe we should have free college here in the U.S. That sounds great. Great idea, Candace. I love that idea. Okay. Love it. Champion for the people, girl.
Very nice.
All right, return to your seat.
Oh, hi, Candace.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm John. Okay, so I feel like a lot of your arguments today are very rooted in a sort of old school perspective. I have to be honest. Like, I think, and I'm not trying to be insulting whatsoever, I feel as though most people would identify that claim as pretty extreme and pretty like...
Children are extreme?
Well, no, that women would get more happiness apparently from raising kids than having a job or deciding what they want to do with their lives.
Why is that? I'm just curious. Why would having children, which is just a natural biological conclusion, be something that sounds extreme?
I just said inherently.
Well, inherent.
That's the inherent expectation.
Yeah.
That's better for...
It's inherent because it's biological. So I think when we think about things that are...
Isn't this claim simply unfalsifiable? Seems to almost impossible to prove or disprove it if we were to take a look. What claim? Wait, what she just said or what I just said?
Raising kids and having a job or deciding what they want to do with their lives.
Why is that? I'm just curious. Why would having children, which is just a natural biological conclusion, be something that sounds extreme?
I just said inherently.
Well, inherent.
That's the
extreme.
No career will give women a special from... Oh, yeah. This runs into the problem I just said earlier, right? I think.
A natural biological conclusion be something that sounds extreme.
I just said inherently.
Well, inherent.
That's the inherent expectation.
Yeah.
That's better for...
It's inherent because it's biological. So I think when we think about things that are inherent, I think biology is a good thing to start with, right? So biologically speaking, men and women come together, they form families, and that's the reason why you're sitting here. That's the reason that I'm sitting here is because biology is inherent.
Well,
so
I was
saying it's just natural order that we're speaking about, right?
Okay, let's break it down. So why do you believe that? Why do you believe that?
Why do I believe that?
Why do you inherently are happier? Yeah.
You keep stressing this word inherent. Yeah. I think because it speaks to natural order, and every piece of life I think is enriched by
You
children.
don't think it's natural for women to get to decide what they want to do with their lives?
I do not think that saying women can decide whether or not they want to go to work or have children is problematic. What I'm saying to you is that women will get the most fulfillment from having a family.
Because it's natural.
It's natural, but also children are wonderful and beautiful and spiritually divine creatures. I mean, they're amazing. There's everything about having a child. Yes, it's a lot of work. It's beautiful.
I hear that.
Yeah.
Okay, what if there's a little girl born and it's her dream her entire life to be an author or to be, on TV or any of these things, and having children is very expensive. It takes a lot of time. So how is it better for that, and I understand this hypothetical, but that hypothetical little girl to have children than to pursue these things that would make her happy?
I just think that if she publishes the book and she has a child, she would agree with me that the child was more fulfilling and made her happy. That's what I'm happier than the book did, is what I'm saying. And I say that.
This is a kind of a mean personal attack. I don't know, but why not ask Candace, why do you still don't you have a full-time show and don't you still tour and do all these things? Why don't you just spend all the time with your kids then?
As a published author of New York Times, I would choose my children over my best-selling book. And I was that little girl who had a dream that it would be really great if I could share my thoughts and ideas in a book. But it is utter insanity for me to reflect on that and say that I would have rather published Blackout than to have my 3 children.
But why is it rather? You see what I'm saying?
It's not rather. I'm just saying
that's your claim. That's your claim is that it's better.
They will be more fulfilled.
Right.
Yes.
So rather.
Well, if it's an either or, if you're saying it's either or, I'm just saying that if these 2 things have happened in your life, the thing that will bring you more spiritual fulfillment will be children. And so women who are neglecting that, who are neglecting the pathway to strive toward family because they think their career is going to hug them at night, or they think that when they're on their deathbed, their career is going to come up next to them and say, "You were so great to me." I think that they've stepped into a delusion, and I'm hopeful that they wake up from it before it's too late.
You can do all of these very emotional appeals, but I hate it when people load things like this and they won't honestly contend with what it means to, have had a fulfilling career. Yeah, is a career going to hug you at the end of the day? Maybe not, but I'm sure that you can be participating in some career where you feel like you have some huge level of accomplishment or fulfillment or some huge project that you're proud of or some contribution that you've made to your field that you're proud of. Will it hug you? I mean, I guess not. But I mean, it won't get addicted to crack or steal from you and kill you. There are bad things that kids can do as well,
All right, pause. Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Okay, so currently women make up about 47% of the workforce. If this were the case and that women were just inherently unhappy or unfulfilled working and would just prefer to be at home, why don't they?
Because we've made that due to prior feminist waves nearly impossible, because now, which I believe the reason that the government wanted women to enter the workforce is because it gave them an opportunity to tax a household twice. And so this goes back to what I was saying, is that there's a lot of financial pressure that is being exerted on young women to enter the household. Impossible, because now, which I believe the reason that the government wanted women to enter the workforce is because it gave them an opportunity to tax a household twice.
You just pay one tax on all your income. What do you mean tax a household twice? Okay.
And so this goes back to what I was saying, is that there's a lot of financial pressure that is being exerted on young women to enter the workforce. And they do so blindly under this illusion that somehow entering the workforce is going to make you more fulfilled, like getting yourself into 6 figures of debt, going to college to then take on a career and be in debt and having to pay student loans while you make $35K is going to make you happier. And I'm saying that isn't actually true.
Okay, so I hear that. Yeah. At the same time, would you not agree that women can both have a career and have children? I mean, you are actively doing that right now.
And I want to be very clear, because I'm actively doing it right now. I would be someone that you would call an exception because I get to work from home. I get to wake up in the morning. I don't have a boss, right? I don't have to go into the office from 9 to 5. I get to then therefore spend the entire morning with my children.
So you're an exception, and the 47% of women that make up our labor force are also an exception?
No, the exact opposite. So I'm trying to make it more realistic, because I think it's really bad form when people who are able to stay at home, right, and are able to...
They tax you twice because you earn twice as much. If the man was the only worker and earned what you both used to combined, it'd be the same tax burden. I mean, that would assume that the man could earn 2x as much otherwise, but I don't know if he can. And if both of you are earning, there's this wonderful thing called married filing jointly, where your tax brackets are all basically halved. Well, the bucket of income is 2x for each one, but...
who start working at,
would be a more accurate way to say that.
1 o'clock p.m. as I do after being around their children. The children are running around all day. Will then preach to you that every woman can have this. That's not the reality. The reality is that the overwhelming majority of people are stuck behind a desk all day, and they're not happy. They're not doing work that gratifies them at all. And at the same time, they're suspending.
Well, that's just what career you've chosen. But I think that the issue with
working 9 to 5. I think that's
okay. Yes, but if it's the job that is making them unhappy, then maybe they should have chosen a different career path and not the structure of the career itself. But my issue with this is that not only is it claiming that women can't both be mothers and have jobs, which we know to be true because millions of women do that. My mother does that. You are actively doing it right now. But it also is qualifying what every single woman in this country wants without any clear evidence. I mean, there's 169 million women in this country. How can you say that you know exactly what every woman secretly wants? Are you
that wasn't my claim that I secretly know what every single woman wants. I'm saying that
this is my hot take, and I don't know if we're ever having any good conversations about literally anything in society anymore, because everything is. Thank you. The birth rate and the fertility stuff and everything. The reality is having a kid and having a family is actually just nowhere near as cool as people are trying to tell you that it is. And when women have the choice to do otherwise, and when men kind of have the choice to do otherwise, they just don't, because traveling or having more money for yourself or the lifestyle creep and enjoyment and the fun and everything of being childless and all that is actually way, way, way more alluring than settling down and, dedicating yourself to having kids. And this huge cope of like, this is the support argument that I just made. Like, oh my God, bro, play support. Support's actually so much fun. Like you can do so much as support and it's actually so cool. This is the cope that they keep trying to tell me, like, oh no, trust me, bro. Like if you just go and have kids, it's going to be so cool. It's going to be so much fun. Like, oh my God, you're going to love it. Oh my God, you're going to love it so much. And it's like, probably not that much actually. And now the women can work and have birth control and they're making choices otherwise. You have to find ways to make the whole child process. You have to find a way to make that way more alluring, I think, or make it so that people can pursue careers and do the child thing at the same time, because I don't know. I just don't think this is it, but
that if you measure up at the end of your life, what brought you more fulfillment, your career or a child, raising children in your family, we will discover that, and there actually have been studies, people that have gone to people on their deathbeds, and the number one regret that people have was that they gave too much to their careers. And this includes men, by the way.
Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, of course, human relation is going to be valued over money and profit.
So then
you don't at the same time, what if that
agree with my argument? I didn't we're agreeing with my argument.
Humans prefer humans over a job, but that's not just similar to women. That's everyone. And my question is, what does that even have to, what is the goal of that? Should every woman quit working and just have a child?
Well, I'm just trying to warn you that if you decide to suspend that pursuit of family because you think that you have to first climb the ladder, a lot of women make that mistake and they don't end up finding a partner.
But that's their right. It's free will.
You definitely have a right to make a mistake.
You don't get to say what people should and shouldn't do.
I don't think my claim is this is what people should or should not do. I'm just simply stating that my claim is that you will be more fulfilled if you focus on trying to
decide what other people are fulfilled by.
Okay, I am making my claim here that women are infinitely more fulfilled in the household and raising children than they are taking that 9 to 5 job.
But you have no evidence of that. In fact, you are evidence against your own claim.
I'm not evidence against my own claim.
You are.
I'm saying that
at work right now.
I've literally said, I am telling you, women cannot have it all. That is an illusion, and that is an illusion that is stressing women out. And I think it is the reason why why so many women are turning to popping pills, why there's been such a significant, more than 1,000% increase.
But men can have it all. Men can be fathers and have a job, but women can't do that.
I don't think you can have it all.
It sounds like you're devaluing women. I think that women can do everything that a man can do, and men have done this historically throughout time and
I think women is our debate topic today. So
but I mean, women exist in a society with men. We are comparing
women are trying to be both women and men, and that is why women are unhappy today. Is because actually, what's quite ironic about the feminist movement is that
women are just trying to be people.
I think women have been taught that being a woman is not enough, and that you have to also aspire to be a man, and that's the irony. It's like a psychological conditioning. What feminists went out and did and said is that in order for women to have value, women need to be like men. And I'm saying that actually women and men are biologically different. There are differences in our behavior, there are differences in our desires, and I think evidence of the feminist movement, by the way, shows us that, because even when women enter into the college education space, the pathways of career that we choose are different from men because we're biologically different, right?
Okay, so let's say that this is true, that women truly are more fulfilled at home. Now,
These have been closing in so much. I think the main differences are just in like computer related right now, right?
average cost of raising a child a year is around $21,000 or more. So my issue is, are you saying that women should just suddenly stop working and now the onus is entirely on men? Like the society that you're...
Like one of the big issues too, and I'm pretty sure this is still true as of right now, I don't think there has ever been a society ever in all of human history that has somehow reversed the fertility trend thing. So something like offering a few $1,000s doesn't help. Telling people, oh no, trust me, bro, like having kids is a magical experience. You need to do this, doesn't seem to work. There has to be a different approach to this to make this
pitching
possible.
Is not sustainable economically.
And I think it was sustained economically,
but it's not right now.
Pause. Naima, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Hi, I'm Ceci.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So your claims that women will be happier at home. I think you're conflating, though, happiness with importance. Because I get what you're saying, where a woman can write a book and have kids, but the kids are always going to make her happier. But I think it just means that kids are always going to be more important, not necessarily make you happier. But also, piggybacking on Naima, we don't live in an economy where people typically can have a one-income household, right? Whether it be the mom or dad that stays home. And so I think, and you keep bringing up the 1950s, which
this was right before the fact.
I just don't know if that's the period of time that you want to go back to.
No, I'm just going back to the first wave of feminism.
You want to undo progress.
She's not going to do the civil rights argument, is she?
It's been done. So I'm curious as to what decade you'd be comfortable living in.
That's a brave argument. White versus black. Let's go. No, I'm just kidding.
Especially as a black woman.
Okay, so we're going
to... base?
Beside the race politics. So I want to focus on...
Okay, then as a woman, what period of time do you want to go back to?
Just as a woman, I think that it was probably a better environment for women when we understood that raising our children was fulfilling.
But some women still do understand that.
Right.
And a lot of women, and I'm one of them. And I'm here advocating for you to be able to live the life that you want and for other women to be able to live the lives they want.
Do you have children?
No.
Okay. You have a career, I presume?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you work in? What field do you work in?
I do hair.
Gender stuff. Oh.
Okay, wonderful. So I have both children and a career, as somebody pointed out. And so the fact that I'm saying that you will be infinitely more fulfilled at the end of the day by raising your children than you will be if you come home and you say, wow, I really crushed it dyeing somebody's hair today. What is it exactly that makes you angry about hearing that? Like that's what I'm actually trying to get to the implicit revolution.
The thing is that no one is angry.
Children.
No, see, no one's angry when you mention children. I get angry, I guess, when you mention that someone should have a children, or you're trying to impose a lifestyle onto people that you want to live, which I think is kind of funny because as someone who's anti-feminism, you practice it more than most women do. I mean, every
my talking point.
time you get on your podcast, every time you collect a check, you're practicing feminism.
Okay, that's what you think.
No, that's what it is.
Actually,
because without feminism, you wouldn't be able to exist.
Yeah, people keep saying, I hate when people say that.
But it's just the
it
truth.
Shows that you haven't done the research to even understand where the
or you don't know history,
which was discovered. That's what I'm saying about you, because it means that you don't understand that a bunch of government officials in the CIA funded the feminist movement. So for all
the CIA. Oh no. And they fact-checked it. The CIA funded organizations associated with the feminist movement, including the independent research service founded by Gloria Steinem. God damn it. Can we work the Jews in here somehow?
Of your hatred for the patriarchy.
So my question is it bad that they funded it or bad that it just happened?
Men wanted women to go into the workforce. The government, which had a lot of men, it was being...
Are you talking about because World War II occurred and we had to go to factories and then when we left the factories, they forced us back into the homes?
That's not what I'm saying at all. So let me tell you what I'm saying and then you can respond to it.
Go for it.
Gloria Steinem is considered to be a feminist icon, right? Because she led these protests. She also had a bunch of music festivals. She got students involved. It is just a fact that Gloria Steinem was funded by the CIA, okay? The CIA, being the male-dominated CIA of the 50s and the 60s, funded those movements. So what do you think was the explicit aim? Do you think it was because the government really wanted you to be more free, that they wanted to encourage women to enter?
Well, I have to be honest with you, I couldn't speak on behalf of the government. Okay. You know what I mean? And what their intention
I think it's important because you just said that I don't know history, and I think it's pretty important if you're going to sit across from me and say I don't know history, that you learn a piece of history.
All of feminism came from this CIA-funded PSYOP. Wait, stop. Okay, sorry. With all the wild charges about the Central Intelligence Agency, it's understandable why feminist leader Gloria Steinem is a little touchy about her involvement with and defense of the Central Intelligence Agency over a decade ago. Please don't just let this be like a confidential informant thing. All right. As she puts it, in some pretty loose talk herself, I don't think it's funny to be lumped with murderers, and if the press is even half right, That is what this group of governmental people are. But as the saying goes, methinks Miss Steinem doth protest too much. In a recent column quoting her on the Equal Rights Amendment, I referred in passing to Miss Steinem, as a former CIA collaborator. Angered by this, Miss Steinem called me, denied any relation with the CIA, and very nicely threatened me with a lawsuit if I did not delete the illusion. Since she came on pretty strong and had caught me downtown away from my backup source material, I complied and eliminated the reference. But after studying the evidence, having talked to one of the reporters who originally wrote a news story detailing her relationship with the CIA, and having talked with her at length about the subject, I am convinced that what I originally wrote was fair comment. The source for my reference was a February 18th, 1967 story in the Washington Post by Robert Kaiser, reporting Miss Steinem as acknowledging that she had worked closely with the CIA to organize groups of American youth to attend World Youth Festivals in Vienna and Helsinki in 1959 and 1962. As director of the Independent Research Center or Service Group, according to Kaiser, financed in part by a foundation used as a conduit for CIA money. How much was this even financed by that foundation? Ms. Steinem is quoted as saying of the CIA agents with whom she collaborated, as Kaiser put it, I found them liberal and far-sighted and open to an exchange of ideas. The CIA, she declared, was the only one with enough guts and foresight to say that youth and student affairs are important. A few days later, the New York Times carried a similar story quoting Ms. Steinem as saying of her CIA connection, far from being shocked by this involvement, I was happy to find some liberals in government in those days who were far-sighted and cared about that. But nowadays, everything... This is... Does this even have anything to do... Okay, so it seemed like this had to do with stuff in other countries. I don't know how much this even had to do with feminism. Or I wonder if this was just like a funding like liberal versus communist stuff, right? Because this is during the Cold War. This is retarded. She's trying to make it sound like this lady was like a massive part of the United States feminist movement and that she was like solo funded by the CIA to push feminist talking points in the United States. It sounds like this was just part of basically all the other Cold War we were doing to attend World Youth Festivals in Vienna and Helsinki. Unless these are also cities in the United States that I'm not aware of. But, okay.
And then question, as you keep bringing up men, and I think it's funny because we should talk about men more. Like you brought up, they're 4 times more likely to kill themselves.
Which is why.
And while women, we're twice as more often on antidepressants, but that's because we go out and do what we need to do to keep coping.
They're not happy.
And we need to focus on men and the patriarchy because it's actually oppressed them just as much as women now emotionally, right? Because when we're kids, our parents teach us how to cross the street. Look both ways so you can get the other side unharmed. When a boy comes across a feeling, and I'm using men and boys here because they're the ones suffering, women are too, but emotionally. When they come across a feeling they haven't felt before, we have to teach them how to get to the other side and cope with it. Otherwise, they stay where they are. And that anger and resentment builds. That's the feeling they become most comfortable with. That's the feeling they go to first in most situations. So we need to stop telling our boys that they don't cry because they do. They just do it alone, and then they become even more alone.
Yikes.
All right. Jasmine, nice to meet you. Okay, so you say that women are more fulfilled at home with kids than going out into the workforce or getting educated, but that
Has she been doing all the red pill shows and stuff recently? I feel like we haven't seen her in a long time.
just really doesn't bear out when you look at the stats, when you look at how working mothers are way less likely to be in poverty. Maternal education is the #1 predictor of childhood outcomes, better scores, getting higher incomes in the future, fewer behavioral problems, better mental health. So it's weird to me and college-educated women are least likely to get divorced, and they're the only women, the top 10% of women are the only women whose marriage rates are going up. So they're getting married, they're staying married, and their kids are doing better. When you look at stay-at-home mothers, you see that they're more likely to report being depressed, they're more likely to report having anxiety and anger and all these types of things. So how can you say that? Seems like a woman, if you want to get married and have kids, you should go to college and have a career.
So it sounds to me like we are looking at totally different statistics because everything that you said, I've actually read the exact opposite.
I'm glad we're on a fact check show with you.
Right, exactly.
Oh, it's so exciting.
That's going to be amazing. Okay, because I know, like I said, I think what we're talking about is that there was this widespread report on female happiness, and I know that it was formally debunked. And it was
That's not what I'm talking about. Pew Research, University of California. In fact, working mothers today spend more time with their children than women did in the 1960s that were at home.
Okay, well, women that I can tell you, women that are at home are obviously spending more time with their children than the people who are at work.
And their children are not faring off any better, and they're faring off worse.
How are you measuring their children faring off worse?
How likely they are to higher incomes, better scores, fewer health problems, fewer behavioral issues, and better mental.
So to get back to the claim that I'm making here is that it is obvious that
dude, when you try to drill expecting to hit like ignorance and you just keep, and it's just rock, you're like, oh, that retreat back to the, okay, let's get back to the other talking about, because she's trying to get her on like a, you don't know this, and she press, and then
problems, fewer behavioral issues, and better mental.
So just to get back to the claim that I'm making here is that it is obvious that women who have children are going to be more fulfilled.
How is it obvious? Because you said
no, it's not obvious because I said so. It's because when you look at all the statistics
she's like vaguely alluding to, but she's gotten kind of got trashed on this.
In terms of women who are choosing not to have families, they are, as the person who just sat here before you mentioned, they are suffering from more depression, they're suffering from more anxiety. And
that's not true.
Okay, it is true. It is actually true that women who are choosing their careers over starting families are finding themselves leaning more onto medicines like Xanax, anxiety-inducing medicines, and depression because they suspended that time frame where women really should be looking to find a partner. medicines like Xanax, who are choosing their careers over starting families, are finding themselves leaning more onto medicines like Xanax, anxiety.
Recent data on this topic is scarce, but CDC data shows from 2015 to 2018, women were more than twice likely to take antidepressants than men. And antidepressant use was more common among those with college degrees. This isn't really tied to the claim that's being made here. Macon? What? So the claim that's being made here. I don't know. Jubilee's had some very sus fact checks on this debate, but
inducing medicines and depression, because they suspended that time frame where women really should be looking to find a partner and start a family, because they were instead pursuing their careers.
Why are
It is it's totally a dishonest narrative that men and women want the same things out of life. We don't. We absolutely do not want the same things out of life. In fact, we don't even measure success the same.
like this is the cope. This is the massive cope. I don't even think Candace actually believes this. This is the massive cope that men and women are so different. We want totally different things. Men love to be in the office and they like to make decisions and have power and have autonomy and do cool things in life. And women love babies and having more babies and feeding babies with their and making dinner for their man and doing dishes and feeding babies and feeding men and babies and their dishwashers. Like, it's just such an unbelievably retarded cope. Oh my God, it is such a huge cope. And the entire world is your laboratory to see that this is just pure and utter bullshit. Like, there has never been a society offering more opportunity and everything else to women where they're like, I think I'd rather just kind of chill with the barefoot baby thing. I'm just gonna like ride that one out because it seems way better. It just hasn't happened. It just hasn't happened. It's just not the case. This is a massive cope.
Men and women don't even measure success the same.
So,
okay?
but tell me how the women who are working and getting educated, why are they faring off better in all of these?
I am telling you that I do not believe they are faring off better in all of these measures. I do not.
Then she should, I should ask her why.
Because
or how? Like what? Like, yeah, because yes. What are you alluding to? Oh, but I know what Candace is going to say. She's going to abandon the world of stats and she's going to say, well, we don't measure the right thing because women are more fulfilled and we don't measure fulfillment or something.
I am telling you that we are looking at totally opposite statistics. Like, so you're sitting here telling me that the statistics show that women who are working are producing better children. I'm saying that women that grow up in a two-family home where the mother stays at home are faring off better than the children who are being raised in an environment
where the women are working,
where both of the parents are.
Why don't you stay home?
I do get to work from home.
No, but I've watched your show. You talk about all the nannies you hire and so hard to find a good nanny.
Talked about all of the nannies I hire. I spoke about how difficult it was to find a babysitter who knew how to cook a meal.
She kind of got you there. Keep in mind, that's a really rough spot too, because I don't know if conservatives still play this game, but they used to do this thing where nannies and babysitters were actually like the evil, these were like the new demon spawn, where you just like, oh my God, you like having a nanny or babysitter was like the worst. That was like the millennial, like it was just the millennial satanic choice to do this. I don't know if they still demonize hiring a nanny or having a babysitter in the same way, but
and that's because
you don't need a babysitter. You can retire right now.
Let people respond to you when they're speaking.
You don't want to.
To respond to you.
No, you don't want to. You want to be working, which is great.
You're telling me what I want now and then accusing me of telling you.
Wait, you don't want to work?
Can you just let me finish? Because you've said so many words that what you're trying to do here, like your argument style, is I'm going to say so much and not let her get a word in and then walk away and feel like I've won. We're not having a conversation because you've not letting me respond to one of your points. Okay. What I'm saying to you, first to answer what you just said, which was a lie. What I spoke to you about on the weekends is that it's been increasingly difficult to find a 25-year-old who even knows how to make boxed macaroni and cheese. Right.
Why do you have to hire a 25-year-old?
And that's crazy. That is in large part due to feminism. Women don't.
Wait, why do you have to hire a? Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I've read way too much erotica or whatever, because I just immediately got in my mind the idea that her husband is like, if you want to hire a babysitter, she needs to be 25 or young. Like, what? Did I miss something in this? Wait, why would she even say that? That felt like such a weird statement. You know, you can hire like adults to be like caretakers and maids and whatever. What? Wait. I'm so confused by that statement. Wait, what?
First to answer what you just said, which was a lie. What I spoke to you about on the weekends is that it's been increasingly difficult to find a 25-year-old who even knows how to make boxed macaroni and cheese, right? And that's crazy. That is in large part due to feminism. Women don't even focus. Women don't even focus. Like there's this idea that women shouldn't be cooking. Like there's something fundamentally wrong with women even learning how to cook.
Are you
know what I mean?
As much time with your children as you possibly can?
I just don't understand at all. Whatever. Oh, wait. Never mind. I understand now. I gooned off in the other direction. I think she just used the babysitter talking point as a launching pad to just criticize young women that couldn't cook. So it's not that she's looking for a 20-year-old babysitter. She was just using that as like a launching point. Maybe? I'm being very charitable there, but I'm being like 60% charitable there.
Because that's the way to get the most fulfillment.
No, and that's what I'm trying to say. I am speaking to you.
Stop.
Okay, could you please let somebody get in?
I did.
You're not. You actually have not let anybody finish. Like I said, it's no one benefits when you're just speaking over me and not allowing me to respond. All you're proving is that you have an attitude and you believe in feminism, but you're not. You see, that's what I'm saying. You just have an attitude, and it's not
trying to.
It's performative.
I'm actually my point. I will.
Candace is she's lost. She's given up on the conversation. I've said this before. There's a huge thing to look out for. Okay, right? If I'm debating somebody, I have the substance. Okay, and I want to get my points out. If I interrupt somebody, it's because of that. And if somebody cuts me off over and over again, right? It's going to be like I'm talking and they're coming over. Hey, let me finish. Okay, A B C D E F G blah 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 blah. If you get cut off, and people do cut people off, and Jasmine does cut people off a lot, which she shouldn't do. But if somebody cuts you off and you're like, stop cutting me off. Okay, stop cutting me off. When you cut me off, we're not able to have a good conversation, and it hurts our ability to communicate with each other. And now it's going to be incredibly difficult for me to finish my point. Time, sorry, right? When I see this happen so often, where people retreat to this like very meta stance of criticizing the interruptions, and they're doing it because they don't want to have to talk about the substance anymore. Because Candace could just say stop and then go to her point, but she has to. How many sentences is she given to the? This is how you're trying to argue. She's already even done this in this conversation with her. But
okay, could you please let somebody get in? I did. Edgewise. You're not. You actually have not let anybody finish. Like I said, it's no one benefits when you're just speaking over me and not allowing me to respond. All you're proving is that you have an attitude and you believe in feminism, but you're not. You see, that's what I'm saying. You just have an attitude.
Like Jasmine's getting impatient. I sympathize, but
and it's not
trying to.
It's performative.
I'm actually my point. I will be quiet if you address my point.
Does anybody actually feel here that I am being allowed to address any of her?
She's like, oh my god, she's so scared. She's terrified.
Points when she does me. Like I'm literally trying to answer your first.
Oh, and she sees the clock too. She's just running down the clock on it. Yeah.
Point of you saying that I don't stay at home. Fair point. Fair point. Obviously, I get that you're all anti-Candace and pro-feminist, but also...
Are you friendly with Jasmine? Absolutely not. She became a yes queener for Farha and friends.
Not productive if you're not actually...
Okay, address the point. You spend more time saying that I'm not addressing that you
oh yeah, and she even points it out. Yep. Dude, Candace she's never going to address this point, though. She just has to run the clock. That's what she's doing.
A chance to talk? I mean, the whole time you could have addressed the point.
Okay.
You could have talked.
I just want you to know that you're not coming across as somebody who wants to actually have a conversation. So to get back to the claim, because I don't even know where you're at. You're not talking. You're saying that I said something.
I'll go wherever you want to. I'll go wherever.
Do you want to start with me working at home? Because I work at home. You just said something about me working
at home. You travel all around the world. Okay. You do speeches, and I love that. I love how ambitious you are. That's a really great trait. And if you were truly said that, you would be more fulfilled. Now, one thing you do find is women, they don't want to stay at home when you pull them. They just want flexible working hours and flexible working conditions like you have. And I think we should all advocate for that. It's not one or the other. But when you sit here and you go, you'll be more fulfilled doing this and spend all your time doing that. We would love for you to leave the public eye and go focus on what makes you chill.
Yay! Whew. Got through that one. She survived.
Okay.
She's not going to hire some 50-year-old border hopper dog. You say that, but without revealing the friend, one of the best pieces of advice, well, I say this, but I guess maybe if I start pumping out more kids, a funny piece of advice that I got from a business guy in California is he said that if you are looking to hire somebody to be like a maid or to take care of stuff, that the best people that you can hire, and you can hire them on the cheap as well, are usually like immigrant moms or immigrant single moms especially, because for two things. One, they know how to do everything in the house because they're moms and they have kids, so they have to. So they know how to do all the cleaning. They usually can cook really well, or like better than you definitely could. And two, it doubles as like as long as their kid isn't like a terrorist, as babysitting for them. Because if they can bring their kid along to the job, it's like a Keno, I shouldn't say Keno, but it's a money situation for them. Because now the mom doesn't have to pay for a daycare center or whatever for their kid. So you're getting like the best of all worlds there. So it's funny you say that when that's like the exact opposite advice that I've heard from people.
My next claim is that we live under a matriarchy, not a patriarchy.
Hi, hello.
Nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Princella, the Queen Maker.
Love that.
So you say we live in a matriarchy.
Right.
Can you give me the definition of patriarchy?
Yes. Well, the patriarchy is the idea that the system, our system in America, is being run by men, and that women are having to exist under a system that immediately disadvantages them because men are behind it. And I disagree with that pointedly. I think actually we're living in a society where people are being very much influenced socially and politically by women.
Okay, so the denotative definition of patriarchy is father rule, and where positions of government are held majorly by men, where women are largely excluded. So 125 House of Representatives are female, and that's only about 25%.
Right.
And only about 28% make up Senate, and 3.3% of Congress up until this date have ever been women. So by denotative definition, we literally live in a patriarchy.
Yes, so I disagree with that. So I think what this gets to, which is actually an important part of the conversation, is that people always think that where there is disparity, there's somehow inequality, and I actually reject that entirely. I think it's just a difference in what we're interested in. I think we're biologically wired, we're interested in different careers, and just because if we looked in the fashion industry and said, oh, well, it's being dominated by women, it wouldn't mean that, okay, well, that means that the fashion industry is a matriarchy and men have no sense. It just means have no ability to communicate how they feel in the fashion industry. I literally think that those numbers show that we're just biologically different. So I actually think politically, women have shown that they have a lot more power than men have. And I'm talking about just in terms of political movements. The most recent I can think of is the Me Too movement, right? If a bunch of women get together and complain about a man and refer to the patriarchy and scream, generally speaking, let me know if you agree, the media will celebrate that. If a bunch of men got together and were shrieking and speaking about women, generally speaking, the media would call them all white supremacists and say that we had a misogyny problem and that things were really wrong in society. Women are allowed to be more vocal in general about problems than men are.
Well, let me speak to that. When we're talking about government and media, these are two different things. So, under the denotative definition of a patriarchy, by the percentages that are occupied in the government, which is majority male, defines us as a patriarchy. Now, when it comes to for capitalism, for marketing purposes and control, for capital and revenue, that is a totally different conversation. But who's making the laws? I don't think that women are the ones voting to have their reproductive rights taken away, where you have incest and all of these things excluded to force women to be able to. I don't think women in government would largely vote against their own interests because it's majority male patriarchy.
Okay, I think I love that point. Are women allowed to vote?
Oh, of course they are.
Who's voting that patriarchy in then, out of curiosity?
No, I totally agree. And you want to know why? Because there are so many women who think like you. You submit to the idea of men ruling everything. And your ideology is spread across a lot of women who also falsely believe to vote against their own interests just to complain about it in the end. You know, earlier you said that, women would be much more happier working at home, but
just to be clear, I have a Hispanic woman cleaning my home. My border hopper comment is because Candace would never hire an undocumented person because it would be an optical owl. Oh, sure. There are also Hispanic women in the United States that aren't undocumented. They're here legally too, so.
Don't you agree that it's human nature to want things that you don't have? So during the 1950s, which is something that you constantly bring up, it wasn't until 1994 that it was legally illegal to beat your wife. And so what we're dealing with is people wanting something, and then when they get it, they're not happy with it, and then they have to revoke that idea for something else. And so what you're saying is that women vote for these things because they have the same mentality as you.
Okay. So you're acknowledging that women have the freedom to vote.
Yes.
And you're saying that women are still existing mentally, even with the freedom to vote.
Correct.
They are voting men in because we are still victims of...
No, I don't believe in victimhood. I believe in lack of education and lack of knowledge, because one of the things that you also say...
Do you think that it could just be that more men are running for positions of office?
No, not necessarily. Because remember, the United States, the average reading comprehension of people in the United States is 6th grade. So we're not dealing with educated people. Lack of education is the cause for what we see in the world. And if we educate the women better, because a nation can rise no higher than its woman, and if she reading and comprehending at a 6th grade level and popping out a lot of kids, because brokest people in the world pop out the most kids. So if we have those people voting, of course they're going to vote against their interests because they're voting for some utopian society that will never exist.
Okay, so that's why you think Kamala lost.
This ain't even about Kamala.
Well, you're talking about women, but we had an opportunity.
Yeah, go ahead.
We had a male running and we had a female running, and we actually showed that Trump increased the amount of women who voted for him, right? So I'm asking you, do you believe that the reason that happened was because women became less educated during that time?
They've always been less
This is such a... I mean, that's a number. When a woman ran for president, though, the first time over Trump, she got like 4 million more votes. We're not bringing that up at all. Hillary, remember her? But okay.
Educated. Did you know that UNESCO says that that 2/3 of the 7.7 million illiterate adults is women? Illiterate. And we have 6th grade educated people voting. And guess who? Guess the dominant population is white women. And so guess what? Now you have to add a race element into that, which you already know exists. Because we, as black folks, we ain't the dominant people voting people in. Okay, so now when we have to go into white supremacy and feminism, now you have to look at the mind of the people who actually have economic success and what they're voting for, because classism actually matters as well. So I'm sorry, but a lot of people vote based on their feelings and not based on policy.
Pause, guys.
Yes.
Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority.
Thank you for the conversation.
Hi.
Hey, how are you?
Great to meet you. I'm doing
Very
well.
nice to meet you.
So I view this argument as a matter of fact, right? This is a descriptive claim about the culture reality we live in, and patriarchy being a system in which men hold the predominance of power in both political, economic, and social methods of organization. So
How can we not live in a patriarchy? Like, we obviously do, right? Now, whether you can argue to the extent of it, but like, men hold all the key positions of power still.
Base?
So I mean, what are you gonna...
S&P 500 companies, 90% of...
Did you see the replies to your recent coal mining debate tweet?
CEOs
which one?
Board members, 70% of CEOs are men. 70% of congressional members are men. Now, you may provide some sort of naturalistic argument to why that is, but what you're essentially arguing then is that there's a natural patriarchy, which I think feminists would all disagree with. We think that there's a clear social pressure as to why this is, and part of the evidence for that is...
Most would want to be coal miners, actually, or enough to actually work in coal mines. I can assure you, the laptop class is so gross. People always think that this is like some own. Do you seriously think we still mine coal with pickaxes? Cursory Googling tells me that the USA uses 524 million short tons of coal, mostly for electricity. We produce roughly 600 million. For people, some people will get me with this, and it is true technically that when I say like, are we going to go back to the mines? That's actually, I don't know if I would say I'm using a straw man there, but I know that wouldn't be the case. But for you to attack me and say that we wouldn't be going back to the mines with pickaxes, these would be like highly mechanized jobs with robots and everything. You can do that if you want, but then my next assertion is going to be, oh, okay, but then you were lying when you said that these are going to bring blue-collar jobs back. What you're actually doing is just creating even more college-level engineering jobs. Because either we're bringing back the old great minds of low-level, like blue-collar, low-skilled labor, or we're bringing back more highly automated, higher-skill maintenance labor, which doesn't satisfy your argument of giving more good, high-quality blue-collar work, right? So I'm okay with, if you want to take it to the next step, we can. I do this because it's a little bit more, it's an immediately funny way of demonstrating the absurdity of the bring back textile manufacturing. But if you want to go to the next level and say, well, actually, these would be higher level automated facilities, like, okay, like, do you think that blue-collar union jobs are happening in the Uber factory? Is that what they call it, where they make Teslas or whatever?
Since feminism's arise within our public culture, we've now seen an explosion of women entering these fields, but we have a long way to go. But fundamentally, the claim regarding patriarchy or matriarchy, we are so much closer to where we were just a few decades ago, or a couple generations ago, where women couldn't hold a credit card, than a system where men can't hold a credit card. We're still much closer to that form of society.
Why would you say that we're closer to that? What do you mean by that, judges?
What do you mean closer to that? Because we literally just came from that, and the idea of banning men from having credit cards is probably never going to happen ever.
Because in terms of economic power, so for example, household wealth, women own 55 cents to every dollar a man owns.
Who controls household spending, though? So talk about how the money's made in America. How is it being spent?
So it's primarily spent by women, as you've noted, but then the money where the profit's being generated, it's being generated by men.
Would you rather be the people that are spending and deciding on what the money's being spent on, or would you rather be the person that's just working to earn?
Like, this is such a point. Women spend, women spend most of the money. Spend it on what, dog? Yeah, they control like the purse for the household budget, but it's not like they're going out and just buying bags and shoes for themselves. They spend it for the household. Like, what is this argument?
Well, CEOs and board members aren't working. They own the shares, and they're making the profit.
Well, when you own profit is making.
You would much in a capitalist system, by definition, you would much rather be making the profit than spending.
I would much rather be spending your money than having to work for your money. Just so we are totally clear here, I would much rather spend your money than have to go out and earn your money.
Well, you're talking about wage laborers in terms of working, but in terms of
I'm talking about spending power, right?
Yeah, well, sure, okay.
But that matters.
He's trying to like make some weird Marxist capital ownership profit versus wage. I don't know why he's trying to do this here, but
85 cents of every dollar, how that's being spent, is being determined by women. That's power. We can't say spending power.
But why do you think that is the case? It's because women.
What do they spend the money on? Ask them this. Has anybody here been married before, lived in a household? What do women spend the money on?
Are often relegated to the role of doing grocery shopping, etc. Because for millennia now, or from millennia up until now, women were unable to enter the workforce and have economic and political.
So let's get into the reasons, because you brought up something that men are the people that are at the top of these companies, these Fortune 500 companies.
And political power.
Absolutely right. Why is that?
It's primarily because the women haven't broken the ceiling quite yet in terms of meeting.
Okay, remember, Jordan Peterson made that one based argument about the men being at both extremes, and CEOs are going to be at the upper extreme, and dips in jail are going to be at the lower end of the extreme. So that's why all of the CEOs are men.
And in terms of parity with power. But what we've seen with the explosion of feminism is that women have actually begun to enter these companies, have risen into both political and economic positions of power. But that continues to grow year by year, which shows that these social pressures are actually breaking apart as soon as feminism comes into play.
So what I would say, what that shows you is that women and men have different interests. And I think this gets into what I was saying.
Oh, never mind.
Just because you see a disparity does not mean that it's not just a disparity in what our interests are. That's what's being represented. I don't know why there has been this idea that women should want to aspire to work 80 hours a week in order to be on par with men.
Do you think
that doesn't? Do you think that men like to work 80 hours a week? What is this insult take? Like saying my husband loves working is just as we're just saying my woman loves doing the dishes.
Or do you think
the interests are innate?
So why is it then that, for example, in the 1980s, only a quarter of college graduates were women, were now majority of college graduates are women?
Government?
Shows that because of the way that social pressures have actually changed, women's interests are actually now changing too. A majority, I think, or at least half of law school graduates are now women. It used to be the case, for example, a few hundred years ago, that a lot of primary philosophers like Immanuel Kant, Hegel, didn't even believe women could be reasonable. Now here you are today doing a debate with me where we're using logic and reason to get to the close, and nobody here would dismiss the claim that you can't be rational or logical or be, for example, a great lawyer because you're a woman.
Right. So I totally agree with you that women, but I think they have actually entered into the workforce. I mean, entered into college under this external pressure of feeling that if you don't go to college, you're going to be a failure.
So you admit that pressures are a part of the way interests.
Yes, but we're disagreeing on where the pressure is coming from.
See, so like, why is it that when men do things, it's because that's their natural inclination and that's their biology, but when women do things, it must be because of a heavy pressure from the government? Like, can men not pressure other men to do things? Like,
I think that now the pressure is that if a woman doesn't enter the force, there's no longer this idea that, okay, we're going to come together as a family, whereas there was this reality that there was this understanding that you would have a partner. People were getting married when they were 18, 19 years old. Our grandparents, now it's because of feminism, and I'm saying this is the downside of feminism. Women no longer have that sense. They think that if they have to be pressured to go take out a loan to go to college, and then you have the pressure to get.
Well, they have the same pressures as men because women no longer rely on
But-
for an income.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please
Did like our conversation. Might have to come back to you.
Slappa.
Hi. Owens, I'm Paris.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So can I explain to you why I believe we live in a patriarchy and why I believe we live in a society that's preferential for men? So I'm going to use the example of male violence. There's a lot of places I can look. We're going to talk about that. 81% of women have been sexually assaulted. 1 in 4 women are the victims of domestic violence. 98% of perpetrators of sexual assault are men. 95% of perpetrators of domestic violence are men. In regards to human trafficking, 70% of human trafficking victims are women. So we're seeing a very clear issue of men being violent towards women. And then when we look at the way that our government handles that, 1 out of 3 rapes go reported. And then out of the ones that go reported, 7% end in jail time. So if we're looking at that, and we're looking at the fact that our government doesn't really get that worried about male violence.
Well, so what I would say is, going back to biological differences, men are naturally inclined more towards aggression than women are. So I am not shocked by you telling me. It's, even if you looked at, like I said, male on male crime, you would see that there are more instances of men killing other men than there are instances of women killing other women. And that, I think, actually speaks to our biological differences, which is actually at the root of everything that I believe about feminism being a lie, is because they're trying to program people to believe that men and women are the same. Now, I don't think that pointing to the fact that men are more aggressive than women, which is a point that you and I 1000% agree on, whether or not that manifests in the very wrong way of men harming other men, which I think they do more probably than they are beating women, men on male violence. That manifestation doesn't change the fact that men and women are just biologically hardwired different. I think it's actually proof of that. I don't think it has anything to do with the fact of power dynamics in this country, because to the contrary, if you look at prison rates and talking about how disparities don't mean anything, the majority of overwhelming people that are in prison are male, right? There's a reason for that. So when it manifests in a good way, that male aggression, is the reason why we have men defending us, men that are willing to go to war and die for our nation. So aggression being an aspect of masculinity has nothing to do with the conversation.
Can we, when we talk about like male, female traits, red pillars again would do this a lot, kind of sucking these stupid gender arguments. Can we talk about these traits, how they appear in the real world? Like, we don't go to war in the United States such that we're drafting people, and this is like the major deciding choice for how we divide up stuff in society. Like, or when men would be like, oh, well, why is it important for you, the man relationship? Well, if we're walking down a dark alley at night and somebody ambushes us with a knife, I'm going to be expected, like, who are you? You're not James Bond. This is not happening to you. You're not getting in these situations. Like, I have to sleep near the door so that if somebody breaks in, I can be the one to defend my family. Like, get a job, okay? That's what people want. Jesus.
And of whether or not feminism is harming women today.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. That
We agree.
women are biologically different.
Yes,
men.
but what I want you to connect it to is, I guess, power. Because what I'm talking about when I say that we're existing under a matriarchy is that I believe that the social pressures, politically and socially, that are coming, and even within our music, if we talk about Hollywood, it's very much has become.
Like, just because, like, who was on the top music charts or whatever are women, okay, how many women have paid maternity leave?
That's not.
Like, how are things panning out in the family courts? Who was on the top music charts or whatever are women, okay, how many women have paid maternity leave?
That's not.
Like, how are things panning out in the family courts? Why are abusive men having access to their children? Like, why are women making less than men? Like, what? I mean, none of that means anything to me.
So that gap, obviously, I'm sure you've recognized the gender gap has been debunked so many times. It's almost foolish to debunk it again.
Well, you could say, yeah, that most women will go into jobs where they're making less, but then it does answer the question of why do we not value women's labor?
That's not valuing women's labor. It's just a reality that if you are going to be a person that aspires to become a brain surgeon, you are going to make more money than a person that aspires to do something that's, like in the household.
Can we go back to the bail violence question?
Yeah.
Why does our country not persecute men then who are rapists?
Well, the majority of people who are in prison are men, so I don't know what you mean that we don't prosecute men that are rapists. We even prosecute people.
7% go to jail. Only 7% go to jail.
I don't know what that has to do with the question of whether or not we're living in a matriarchy or a patriarchy.
Our government is preferential to men.
You're saying that they only like to arrest men when they kill someone, but our government is awarding men for raping women. I don't understand what
they don't care. It's effectively legal. You can literally women. You have a very low likelihood of actually going to jail as a man.
I mean, this probably is more reflective of the difficulties of prosecuting like one-on-one crime like this. Like there's a very, very, very difficult crime to prosecute because it can also be, one, it usually happens in a one-on-one environment where you're one witness against another, and two, there's not like dispositive evidence ever generally because you can also have sex for fun, right? It's not the same as like shooting somebody. Like if somebody comes out and they have like a gunshot wound, it was probably an attempted murder. It's unlikely that they do this for fun. There's so much more evidence. It's like very clear, like the circumstantial evidence leads much more to a crime than even like a or whatever. I don't know if this is evidence one way or another of a patriarchy or not a patriarchy versus it's just very, very, very hard to go after domestic violence related crimes because one person's word against another person and you're trying to prove a crime that's hard. It's just very, very difficult. But
effectively legal.
It's effectively legal. How many men are actually going to
I actually agree with you that in terms of sex crimes, and I don't know how you're peeling out women because I would even, and again, this is nothing with our argument today, but I would even say that people are not being prosecuted hard enough when we're dealing with crimes against children, period. Talking about sexual crimes.
Yeah, because teachers and LGBT are raping our kids all the time.
Not being prosecuted in this country is a whole other conversation, and you will not get to disagree with me, but I think that it's wrong to say that it's somehow attached to being a woman when you know there are so many children that are going through the exact same thing. I mean, the light sentences that are tossed out for pedophiles. It's completely ridiculous.
All right, guys, pause.
But I don't think that's anything to do with the conversation that we're having right now, but I agree with
you. It has everything to do with it, and you're separating it to make your
time. Return to your seat. I'm going to add 5 more minutes to this claim.
Bump, 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 bump.
Hi, Adam. Nice to meet you.
So your claim is, just to be clear, that we live in a matriarchy, right? So I think even you'd agree that on a global level, that's obviously ridiculous when there are countries where people literally are honor killed for like Instagram posts. But even if we're talking about just the US, right? We don't have paid maternity leave. Abortion is illegal in over a dozen different states. And as someone earlier was mentioning, women are overwhelmingly the victims of sexual violence and domestic abuse. So that doesn't seem like a very well-designed matriarchy where women are victims or, lacking power in so many different realms of society on like a structural level.
I just do not think that women are lacking power on a structural level because they can't, which they can, by the way, abort their children. Is that like one of your components? Is that
there's many states where abortion is illegal? Do you dispute that?
I am going to dispute that having a child is somehow something that restricts women in any capacity. Like you're
What
saying
about the
that.
ability to decide which?
That it obviously restricts you in some capacity. That's an easy give me, right?
To do with your own body.
I don't believe that murder is something that you should be allowed to
Sure,
decide.
and murder is illegal.
Actually, what you're doing to somebody else's body.
Sure,
So I'm
murder-
pro-life. So the argument that women will only be free if they're able to kill off their own offspring to me is really extremely off-colored.
Well, I guess if you frame it that way, everyone kind of has to agree with you. But when we're talking about abortion, when 99% take place in the first few weeks, when there's no thalamus, there's no cortex, there's no capacity for consciousness in the fetus that's developing, saying that fetus that has no capacity to be conscious, aware, anything else, there's no cortex, there's no capacity for conscious bodily autonomy as a woman, that is an obvious. I mean, you're making my point for me.
You're actually making the point that people who are are born with tremendous disability should just be killed because of cognitive functions. And
I don't remember saying that. When did I say that?
The best argument, which again, this is sidetracked.
Saying that
Let's get back on track.
Kill people with disabilities.
I'm saying that if you're saying I'm saying that if you're saying that it's cognitive ability and at what
the
stage
ability
you
to be
think
conscious, and just so we're clear, disabled people are conscious. They're aware.
Okay. So the best argument that it is a life is the fact that you have to kill it. You have to have a procedure to kill it, right? So you have to intervene on the development.
Living human cells in it, but it's
called it a
conscious.
developing life.
Sure.
If you have to go into your body and murder it, then it's
That there's living human cells in it.
again. So we can just tack that off because we just have a fundamental disagreement on
Sure,
whether or
then
not
we can
a
talk
child's
about
life.
paid maternity leave. People have been talking a lot about whether you have to be a mother, you have to work. A lot of women have to pick one or the other because in many cases, if you want to have a child, first of all, there's a big gap in your resume, so getting a job after that might be super difficult. And then secondly, even in the process of having that child, being pregnant, especially in the third trimester, and then raising the child, where the vast majority of the burden typically is on the mother, the workplace and our system of our economy is not tailored to make that easy for them.
I actually totally agree with you, and this gets
Maternity is going to be in favor of massively expanding all these things from a family perspective, though, right?
I don't know, actually. I'm agreeing with you that this pressure that you're describing exists for women, and I'm saying that it exists for women because of the feminists that came before who argued for women to enter the workplace. So what you're saying is the solution didn't work, and it actually produced more problems. And now we have more problems, and we need more governance to be able to tackle these problems. So you're
any system that's forcing women to make certain decisions, I just
it's not forcing women to make. It's not
women should have the option to choose. Do I want to be a stay-at-home mom? Do I want to work? Do I want to have some mix of both?
Right.
That's the entire point here.
But you are also making an argument that if you are a woman who does run a business and does have employees, that they should be forced to pay them maternity leave.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so
that's like saying taxes are forced. There's certain things the government does to regulate our economy to ensure equality and justice and better outcomes.
Okay, but just so you know, when you do that, like to a small business owner, what you are arguing for is supporting big corporations and taking out the little guys because
I'm arguing for supporting people that want to be mothers and also work at the same time.
Right,
the mechanism we do that with, it can be
but
subsidies,
you
taxes.
guys can't just keep this. You can't say that we can't have we can't get down to the economics of what it actually implies, right?
I have an economics degree, and I can tell you if there's a small business that can't afford to pay maternity leave, the government might probably subsidize them and cover the cost.
Where's the government getting money from? This is
tax revenue. I mean,
right, exactly. So from us, just to be clear, from us, and this is the thing that gets me about all of these debates.
Yeah.
The magic solution that everybody has that we just need to tax the government more.
Every other developed country has paid maternity leave.
But it's not magic, as in like the money is
magical
the money is coming from you. It's coming from us. So you're sitting here
that's
saying,
how taxes work.
yes, we should be raising taxes.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is the entire.
I mean, you're making my point for
power on a structural level because I actually agree with you.
Very difficult.
How something that restricts
me, right?
To do with your own body.
I don't believe that murder is something that you should be allowed to decide.
And murder is illegal.
Actually, what you're doing to somebody else's body. So I'm pro-life. So the argument that women will only be free if they're able to kill off their own offspring to me is really extremely off-colored.
Well, I guess if you frame it that way, everyone kind of has to agree with you. But when we're talking about abortion, when 99% take place in the first few weeks, when there's no thalamus, there's no cortex, there's no capacity for consciousness in the fetus that's developing, saying that fetus that has no capacity to be conscious, aware, anything else, there's no cortex, there's no capacity for conscious bodily autonomy as a woman, that is an obvious. I mean, you're making my point for me.
You're actually making the point that people who are born with tremendous disability should just be killed because of cognitive functions.
I don't remember saying that. When did I say that?
The best argument, which again, this is sidetracked. Let's get back on track.
Kill people with disabilities.
I'm saying that if you're saying if you're saying that it's cognitive ability and at what stage you think
conscious, and just so we're clear, disabled people are conscious. They're aware.
Okay. So the best argument that it is a life is the fact that you have to kill it. You have to have a procedure to kill it, right? So you have to intervene on the development.
Living human cells in it, but it's
called it a developing life.
Sure.
You have to go into your body and murder it. Then it's
that there's living human cells in it.
Again, so we can just tack that off because we just have a fundamental disagreement on.
Sure. Then we can talk about paid maternity leave. People have been talking a lot about whether you have to be a mother, you have to work. A lot of women have to pick one or the other because in many cases, if you want to have a child, first of all, there's a big gap in your resume, so getting a job after that might be super difficult. And then secondly, even in the process of having that child, being pregnant, especially in the third trimester, and then
she was anointed and
ways, mounting as the case progresses. And then plaintiff is literally
when the president leaves office, he just, I don't know, I think.
Anyway, that's my complaining about everything. How's your life going, buddy?
I can't complain, man. Just got back from vacation. My brain's like only quasi-functional. So when you yell at me, hopefully it'll wake me up and get me back in lawyer mode.
All right. Where did you vacation to? Are you allowed to say, or you want to keep that secret?
I'll keep it general. I was in Europe. I visited some family. I did find out that when people say that like the public perception of America has decreased under Trump, they're not kidding.
Oh,
like
damn.
people are very comfortable in Europe being like, oh, you're from America, Trump, which, depending which side you're on, might be a good thing or a bad thing. I don't know. I think JD Vance would like that, but
Sure.
Yeah, that was a little weird. That was definitely not the vibe in previous visits.
Yeah. Okay. You tweeted at me. We were what was it? What was this even over? What were we fighting over?
Yeah. So you were calling for like sweeping investigations into like Trump and his family and everybody he knows. And the comment I made was, you're making the argument for sweeping pardons. And this is the thing that's been driving me crazy about this, because like Trump, he calls for investigations for all kinds of reasons that have almost nothing to do with the investigations. I think we could probably agree. But I think what we're getting into is this, like, I think it's going to be a really terrible norm. Like what Biden did will just become the new norm. Like when the president leaves office, he just pardons everybody under the sun. Pardons his family, pardons his friends, pardons his associates, because we kind of normalize these investigations. And if you're leaving office, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you pardon everyone if you think that's a realistic risk? And I think that's a really bad state of affairs.
A minor correction or minor thing I would fight on there is I would say that if we're going to say that this type of behavior was normalized, I would say it was normalized at a far worse behavior on Trump's first term than on Biden's term. And I'll just say specifically with regards to the pardoning of Roger Stone.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, look, I think that like, I'm not going to fight you about who started it. Like, I mean,
Okay.
Trump ran in 2016 on Lock Her Up, right? Like,
Mhm.
so clearly, like, investigations into political opponents have been part of his shtick from the beginning. I guess my concern is that when you enter in this age of political prosecutions being like the done thing, I don't think that works well. Like, I think it's really bad for institutional stability. It's really bad for rule of law. It's really bad for the state of our politics. And what frustrates me about it is that when I say that, I am totally willing to say Trump shouldn't do it either, right? Like I'm saying that it's a bad thing, and I catch endless shit from both sides on this. Like, I mean, Rob Noor lost his shit on me because I told him, like, I think political prosecutions are bad, and he's like, well, you gotta prosecute all the Democrats till they learn their lesson. And then I talked to somebody on the left, like, you gotta prosecute Trump till they learn their lesson. I'm like, I'm not sure you guys are seeing how this is going to play out. It looks like it's going to play out badly.
Yeah. Have you are you familiar with The Prisoner's Dilemma?
Yeah, for sure.
So, okay. So for the audience, formalized version, I think of this as there are, I think it's 4 potential outcomes, or maybe 3, depending on how you look at it. So either you lock up 2 people in different rooms and they're interrogated. If both people cooperate with the cops and they turn each other in, then both of them are absolute losers. If neither of them cooperate with the cops, then neither of them get arrested, I think, and they both go free. And if one of them cooperates with the cops and the other person is super fucked, and the person who cooperates might get like immunity or something even better than having just walked. So it's like a weird world where, in a way, you're kind of incentivized to over the other side. And if you can both cooperate, it would be better, but it's hard because you get more reward for somebody over than cooperating, etc. I think that the issue that you run into with this, like, oh, we shouldn't lock up or prosecute or investigate Trump's family or anything else, is that Trump did this in, I would argue, an egregious way in his first term. And then we had the second term of Biden, where I would argue the egregiousness went in the other direction. I think that Garland should have been far more brutal in his pursuit of going after Donald Trump. And I think he massively failed there not doing that or not expediting those investigations or whatever. And then now we have Trump elected again, which seems to signal that the American people didn't care that much. And now Trump, I would argue, I think we could go through at least 3 or 4 different examples of the way that he's used the DOJ in ways that I would say are exceptionally bad through all of compared to anything else in U.S. history. And the idea of after this, what motivation would Democrats have to play by the rules, knowing that in the next admin, Republicans could theoretically just support the exact same thing again?
Yeah, so I think there's different ways of looking at this. There's kind of a moral argument, or are you making a moral argument or a practical argument? Like, you think it's like electorally better, or just morally they shouldn't
I think you could make. I actually think you can make both. They're going to be different, but you can make both arguments. Yeah.
Yeah, because practically, what I guess, and taking the morals out of it for a 2nd, I think the practical outcome of this is that you'll get presidents just pardoning everyone, right? And if your presidents are pardoning everyone, then you can't investigate because there's nothing to investigate. Everyone's a pardon.
Yep.
So maybe what you can do in that world is get people to testify, and because they have the pardon, they can't take the fifth. So maybe you can play that game where you say like, okay, like I'm going to call you before Congress, I'm going to ask you about this, you can't take the fifth. So, but then you still get presidential, executive privilege. It's not going to go that far. And I don't know, man. Like to me, when Biden pardoned everyone, I was like, okay, politically that's a disaster. Like obviously that's really bad for his party. As a father, like of course you pardon your kid. Like that he's going to get investigated. It's coming down the pipe. Why wouldn't you pardon your kid in that circumstance? Like,
So I would fight on a couple things here. So one, whether it's good or bad politically, I'm not even sure how true that is. Again, apparently the American people just don't care. Two, I don't think he pardoned Hunter Biden just because he was his son. I think he pardoned Hunter Biden because of the relentless investigations that the conservatives had done, the fact that they turned up nothing, and the fact that the convictions that we got were worthless, highly politically motivated convictions. And then to the second point, in terms of like this is going to set a bad precedent, or people are just going to start pardoning everyone. I mean, Trump's kind of already done that. So, I mean, I talked to, you might even be one of them. I'm not sure. I'd go back to our debates and check. I talked to a lot of conservatives prior to Trump coming into office, and I asked, like, how would you feel if he would pardon every single J6er? And some would say, well, that probably wouldn't be good. Others would say, well, he should pardon all of them, but except maybe not the violent ones. And then now he just pardoned everyone and no one cares and they all moved on. So like at that point, like practically, it seems like America doesn't give a about it. It doesn't seem like it plays on a lot of Americans' minds. So why let the other side do it over and over and over again? And then you're just like.
Yeah, well, I think that if you think that it's good for your political projects, that's one argument, right? Like you could say, like, I think the investigations will be helpful politically, and I'm not super concerned about presidents just pardoning their whole families and everyone they know when they leave office going forward, because I think we're already in that world. And if that's your position, that makes sense. I mean, I think that's a bummer, and I hope that that's not where we are. Like, I would like to get to a place where investigating the other side and people don't feel like they need to give these pardons at the end of their term in office. And I guess the only other caveat there is we might find out whether a president can self-pardon with immunity. That's less likely to be a thing, but it still could be a thing. So we might open that Pandora's box. But yeah, I mean, if that's where you are, then I can respect that. But I think that would be a real bummer.
I mean, I think that because Trump has done so many things individually that are all on their own, I think immediately disqualifying, honestly, of your right to life in a video game. But way past whatever legal norms there would be. Like Donald Trump pardoned, how many convictions were there on the seditious conspiracy? Was it 12? He pardoned people that were convicted of seditious conspiracy, and the seditious conspiracy had to do with putting Trump back in the White House. We're it's whatever it is. We're way past. We're not even talking norms at that point. We're talking chapter 2 of the start of the American Civil War 2.0 or whatever. That's just why, and that's not getting into all of the other insane political pardons. Whether we're talking Manafort, whether we're talking Flynn, whether we're talking Roger Stone, whether whatever else. Trump has pushed this beyond all reasoning, and I don't see where the political penalty is for any of this. If there's no political penalty, if you were a Democrat coming to office, why wouldn't you just say oh, I guess it's just a new weapon that we have now to use against our political enemies?
And so I guess the thing I'm going to say is that that is a calmer version. It's the mirror image of the arguments Rob was making at me from the right about all the terrible things that the Democrats have done and all the reasons why there must be political prosecutions to teach them a lesson so that the American people can go forward. And he even conceded that he thinks it is a better world, if you could just be the czar of the universe, it's a better world if we don't have all these political prosecutions. But the only way to get it there in his mind is to go through the mud and to go through the process of dragging every Democrat before the House and bringing charges, all the congressional hearings and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I agree with Rob 100%. We just disagree on the facts.
Oh yeah, so I mean, but that's what I mean. I think that the reason why whenever I talk about this, I get you can tell when you're actually occupying a centrist position because you get just endless from both sides and nobody's your friend.
Well, like, do you think at this point, do you think that Kamala or Trump would have been better, at least insofar as rule of law is concerned in the United States?
My God. Oh my God. If we're gonna do this again. Oh, sorry, not again. I haven't done it with you. I did like 10 hours on these hypos with Peace Coast. So
Sure.
this is
well, so just to be
like,
sure, but we don't have to do it because you don't have the centrist position. You have the MAGA position on this, right? If you think that they're even remotely equivalent, like if you had to rank from 1 to 10 how bad Trump's rule of law violation has been, and then 1 to 10 how bad either Biden's was or how bad you think Kamala's would have been.
No,
like,
I think Trump's been. I think things have changed. We haven't spoken in a while. Like since we spoke, and I can't remember the exact date, but it was a while ago. Trump's Trump administration's position on particularly freedom of speech, and also things have changed, but like to a lesser extent due process, but due process as well, and general rule of law has been quite bad. Like the facts got a lot worse.
Sure, so, I wouldn't say quite bad. I would say the worst in all of American history. I think. I don't know if it's ever been this bad ever.
It kind of depends on how you view like rounding up people and putting them in camps, because American history has some dark chapters. But
there were better. We had better reasons to round up Japanese people and put them in camps during World War II than we did to say that we're at war with Venezuela, and that's why we have the Alien Enemies Act. I think the Japanese internment camps were more defensible than the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act. Do you disagree with that?
Yes, because I think the Japanese internment camps were, and we have to get stats on this, but like my gut read of history is that they were sweeping in a way that is not comparable to what's happening here. Like that really was, you were just being rounded up on the basis of your nationality, and it was being done on a scale that dwarfs what's happening now. That's my understanding of it.
Benefit of the Alien Enemies Act is it can be done on basis of nationality. Now, there were way more, I don't know if it was just Japanese, it might have been more all Asian citizens for some of the United States, but definitely Japanese. But like if you were a Venezuelan national, you can just be rounded up and deported, not put in a camp, but deported to CCOT as well, right? You're not even staying in the U.S. until this can be, figured out. You're getting deported to a crazy place in El Salvador, right?
No, this is the thing. The other thing that I've been pissing off MAGA people with when I pointed out recently is that, like, if you are someone who's pro deportations, and let's just assume for the sake of argument that's what we're talking about right now, like, so we can get past the policy for a second. Let's say that's your goal. This idea that you can deport people into prisons is super bad. It's long term. It's super dangerous for even that goal, because the whole legal framework around why you can deport people is that it's not a penalty, so they don't need criminal levels of due process. That's why you can have like a quick hearing and then out you go. If you're sending someone to a camp or a prison, the Supreme Court is going to demand more due process. And they've been signaling this, that like they have some concerns about the due process aspects of this. So like long term, you're actually going to create the roadblock towards your own policy goal by doing this. Like,
sure, that's fine, but just to, I agree with you on this. But so like there was a better reason to intern Japanese citizens during World War II than there was to deport Venezuelans. Like, we were actually at war with Japan. We're not at war with Venezuela, right? Do you agree that we're not at war with Venezuela? They're not invading us?
I think that's true. The point I was making is that the number of Japanese citizens who were...
I understand the scale was larger, but I mean, ignoring scale, like...
And the number of people who were impacted who had no loyalty to the Japanese Empire.
I understand the scale. The scale is one argument, sure. We can talk about the scale, I guess. That would be the only saving grace. But the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act here is completely unhinged. And then the deporting them to a foreign prison, not putting them in camp in the United States until we figure out what we're doing, but deporting them to a prison, I think it's worse. We can argue that the internment camps maybe were worse because of the scale of it, but we weren't deporting these people into torture camps. And we at least had, it was like World War II. It was arguably some kind of existential war for at least Europe.
I think we're glossing a pretty major detail. And again, this is, I haven't looked at this history in a long time, but to my recollection, Japanese citizens, American citizens, were being put into camp on the basis of their ethnicity. So that's a little different than a non-citizen being deported, yeah?
Wasn't it required to show some citizen trace for the World War II for the internment camps for the Japanese?
I I don't want to go on a huge limb here. My recollection was that citizenship was not like a factor. I thought it was just nationality. If citizenship, if you could be a Japanese American citizen and then you wouldn't go into camp, that would be a good argument in favor of your position. But I think it was the other way around. I wouldn't, but I need to look at it.
Okay, so you had some tie to. I mean, it says Japanese and Japanese Americans, so second generation Japanese people, which would be American citizens.
But I mean, okay, so that's a pretty big difference, right?
It is a big difference, but it's still more defensible than saying that we're at war with Venezuela.
I think, for example, if the policy of the Trump administration was to deport American citizens of Venezuelan descent, that would be an order of magnitude worse than what he's doing.
Well, but that's kind of so. But without the due process, which the Alien Enemies Act allows him to evade, I mean, that's kind of what he has the power to do now, right? It doesn't allow him
to do that. There are the Alien Enemies Act. Sorry, my kid's screaming in the background.
Yeah,
you can hear that. Whether or not there's an invasion or a war, there's these different predicates, and whether or not there are alien enemies, those are. Well, I have a bet with Pisco on this, but I'm pretty sure those are non-justiciable. I don't think we know for sure, but probably they're at his discretion. The due process part isn't. The Supreme Court, I think, has been pretty clear that the due process point, if they're pressed on that, they're going to, that is an issue that the court can rule on. Did you provide adequate due process? Now, due process doesn't require a lot in this area. It could be a very quick hearing. It's not like a trial, right? But the courts are definitely not deferring to him on whether or not due process needs to be followed.
Sure, I'm not. It gets weird around the justiciable part. Is that the issue that they're fighting about right now in court? Because I think I don't remember if because if you say the initial invocation is non-justiciable, you get into really weird areas about that. Regardless of where they fall in the legality for the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act, I feel like if you look at the situation of the scenario and everything going on, it's not. I'm not going to defend internment camps or whatever for Japanese in World War II, but there is a understandable world where somebody would do that isn't just purely motivated by racial hatred, that doesn't involve an outright lie. We were, at least my understanding is, we were at war, a relatively existential war with Japan in World War II. We're not at war with Venezuela. We're not being invaded by Venezuela. The invocation of that act, and we're not using this to just arrest people and round them up or deport them. We're using it to deport them into prisons in El Salvador. Whether they're concentration camps or they torture people there or not. I mean, we can argue about it. I mean, it seems like most people agree that is the case with Sigat. That just seems insane to me. And also, even if we were to go back and forth on this and slightly disagree, the fact that this argument started because I said I think that Trump has done with this some of the worst stuff in all of U.S. history, and the argument we're having right now is, well, was it worse than one of the worst things, arguably, that we've done with civil rights in U.S. history, which is the internment of Japanese World War II?
We're totally autism broing a really minor point, just kind of for fun. I don't think there's an argument that Trump has been good on rule of law. He's been terrible.
I'm not arguing that he's been good on rule of law. I'm arguing that he's one of the worst in U.S. history.
I just said he was terrible. If my superlatives aren't good enough for you, I don't know what to say. But
okay, well, I only say that because all the Joe Biden stuff is brought up in the same breath, or that Kamala would have been worse, or equivalent, and I don't think it's even remotely the same. So that's why I asked you, do you think that Kamala would have been worse for rule of law than Trump? And I don't know in what world we're even remotely equivalent here if we agree that Trump is doing some of the worst stuff ever. What do we think Kamala or Biden would have done that would have been remotely similar?
We got into this on the subject of how does this play out, right? What happens when these investigations become the norm, when we start hearing, we start every presidency, the next guy gets into office, orders the DOJ to investigate his predecessor, investigate his family. You get Trump posting on Truth Social to investigate Obama now. In that world, I think, we're really, really degrading the rule of law. I think we agree on that, right? It's a very bad world to be in, and I would like to get out of that world. Now, you and Rob Noor apparently agree on the only way out is through. I'd like there to be some other option. Maybe people are at some point, this is his last term, we say, okay, we're done with him. Can we find some other norm going forward that's not going to be so bat crazy? Because this, I don't think, is going to work. I think this is really destructive. if people, you know, who grew up in this, grew up and said, yeah, American criminal law is kind of bullshit. The federal government just investigates people politically. I wouldn't be mad about them saying that. I'd say, oh, we can do so much better. But like, holy, like it does seem like that is what we do now, and that's a shitty place to be. And I am very interested in getting out of this mess. Maybe this is, in your mind, the best way through. I don't know.
Well, I guess the thing is that like we have to agree on some factual reality to escape it. And if we think that both parties have been even remotely similar, like that's just never going to happen. Like this is the end. I would argue that Trump's lawfare in his first term was already grossly unacceptable. I would argue that Biden in his second term, despite trying to be the come together and be the president for all Americans man, still gets lambasted as being about as bad as Trump. And now that we're in Trump's second term, I would argue that we've seen the worst that we have seen in all of U.S. history in several different ways. And now we're like, after this, like, okay, well, hopefully after this, things can go back to normal. Like as a Democrat, and at this point, I would vote for the unhinged. I'm going to be honest, this is very personal, okay? I actually came 15 times last night when I saw that tweet that Gavin Newsom was going to gerrymander the out of every conservative out of California. I actually sat in my bathroom and I jerked for 15 orgasms when I saw that. So I was so happy that there is somebody in this country that wants to put Republicans on the same playing field. The fact that we had the Gore with Bush and that election tossed, the fact that we had a lost Supreme Court pick under Obama, and then that is whatever. And then the insanity that was, there were two different special counsels under Biden investigating him and his son at the same time, where when Trump came in office to kill the investigation on him and his people around him and then pardon all of them after their convictions. To have another term of Trump where we've seen, we walk through any number of these insanity, and then it's like, wow, I hope the Democrats take us back to normalcy. I'm like, nah, I hope that at least like the methods of whatever capital punishment are at least fun to watch on TV. Like, I don't understand why anybody who's a quote unquote centrist or Republican would ever expect any Democrat to come back and be like, okay, well, let's play by the rules now. Because I wouldn't expect any Republicans to. Why would I have any reason to? They haven't paid any consequences. None of them have suffered at all for any of the insanity over the past like 25 years. Like, most of the Republicans still think the 2020 election was stolen. Like how do you come back in that world?
Well, I mean, they're not going to suffer, right? Like, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, he's going to pardon everybody. So you're not going to get any of these people in an investigation. Like, it's just not going to happen. But, and I think that, and this plays a little bit into your, like, Hutch, Peace Go, Econoboy thing. Shout out, I'm going to be debating Econoboy on whether socialism is immoral next week. Our schedules don't line up, so I'm trying to find a time, but we'll do that. That should be fun. But when I look at the political landscape, and you can tell me if you disagree, I think Trump's superpower, after all this time, and there's a few things he's very good at politically, but his true superpower is that he found a way to get the unhinged portion of the right to vote and to vote for him. Like the QAnon crowd. Like, I mean, these are not people who are voting for him, right? They are the mirror image of the crazy tanky socialists on the left-hand side, of the spectrum, who never vote Democrat. And he found a way to mobilize them. As long as that vote's in play, unhinged behavior is going to get rewarded. I don't know what else to say, because like that vote likes some unhinged. Just like, honestly, like if Hassan's crowd voted, they'd love some unhinged too. Like that's just who these people are. If that crowd stops voting, like they used to not vote when Trump's no longer in the picture, like they didn't really vote when he wasn't on the ballot, like in midterms. That might be a path to normalcy, because I think the new thing in American politics is that they're voting. I don't think that ever happened before.
So the issue is that the unhinged portion of the right that's voting for Trump is basically 95% of the Republican Party. Trump has, within the Republican Party, some of the highest approval ratings of any president in history, despite the fact that he has some of the lowest overall approval ratings, the second lowest. The first lowest was him in his first term right now. That something is fundamentally broken there, and I think it's a mistake to view it as just Trump. I think that McConnell saying that they were going to force Obama to be a one-term president, I think that McConnell refusing to even have a Senate hearing for Merrick Garland as an Obama Supreme Court pick, despite the election being a year away. I think the Ken Starr 5-year obsessive investigation into Bill Clinton to try to find some reason to get him impeached or thrown out of office. I think that the Supreme Court ruling in Florida that forced Gore to resign that election before truly they had the recount they deserved. I think all of these things and the lack of consequences that conservatives have ever paid for anything. If I was a random person and I ventured into American media and I thought about the U.S. budget, I would think, man, Democrats are spenders and Republicans come in and they really rein, you know, or they try to get the reins, I guess, at least on the spending. That's one thing I can say about conservatives. And then if I were to tell them, you know, the last budget surplus we had was under a Democratic president. You know that most of the spending actually happens under Republican presidents. Like nothing is real to any of the conservatives. They don't have. How do they even have the reputation of being fiscally conservative? Like Donald Trump right now, we just had our big beautiful budget. He's trying to pressure the Fed to lower the interest rates. Like it's nothing is real. And when there's no shared reality, I don't know what like. Would you truly expect if a Democrat gets elected next time to try to go back to normalcy when you've got subhuman, degenerate, hellspawn demons like Jim Jordan and Comer and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Mike Johnson and all these actual satanic figures still crawling around the House and in Congress? I just don't know how you would ever expect that to happen.
Well, I mean, if we're going to be in the, you know, everyone's a satanic figure land, it certainly won't. I think
they are satanic figures. They are satanic figures. This is the issue that I ran into. I think you don't think it's that bad.
No, I think that politicians, by and large, are immoral and like to win. And the right has coalesced around what is winning. You know, the question I was posing is that working because it's the new normal? And if it is the new normal, by the way, then you're probably right about all the stuff you've been saying. Like, if that's the new normal going forward, then there's no reason that I could give why Democrats should attempt to do, like, sane, you know, old school, respect the institutions, respect the office type behavior. But if that stuff starts fading when Trump is no longer there to, you know, galvanize the base, then there would be a way forward. And so I'm maybe overly optimistic, but I'm fingers crossing that that's what it is, because if we go down the road you're suggesting, I think things are going to get a lot worse before they get better, and I'm hoping that there's some way that we can avoid that.
We're already way down that road. That's the issue. Like, if I think of just the Eric Adams scheme, is there a single thing that Biden in his 4 years did just on that, even cumulative to that one, the Eric Adams thing?
Or I mean, you can pick so many. Like, I mean, Trump's crypto thing.
No. I'm saying. Well, I know. Hold on. I know you're about things on the Trump side. I'm asking, in terms of Trump and the Eric Adams scheme, is there one thing that Biden did? Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying, like, you know, you could pick just the Trump crypto thing, and you say, like, well, what's the second most corrupt thing after that? And
No. Yeah, but I'm just saying that, like, because we keep saying that like both sides, like you said, politicians are immoral and like to win, and I'm saying that no, I'm saying that MAGA and the conservatives are very special outside in their own world right now. None of this was normal or normalized prior to.
Well, I think that what I was saying there is that I think there's a difference between someone like, you know, Trump, or maybe like I don't know who you want to pick as your chief satanic, you know, figure, Marjorie Taylor Greene, maybe, I don't know, like a true believer. And then there's somebody like a Mitch McConnell who, I don't think he likes Trump. I don't think he's particularly enamored with Trump. I think he likes winning. I think that he's willing to ride the winning horse, even if it's kind of gross, you know. And I think that the opportunistic politicians will change course if the wind changes. The true believers won't. But I mean, I guess my assessment is different than yours. I don't think the true believers are 95% of the base. I think that I think that they are part of his base and a big part of his base. But I don't know if
Sure, but then if you agree on the scale, when I ask who's worse for rule of law, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, what are you possibly considering in your mind to make these two even remotely equivalent?
I didn't say they were equivalent.
But it sounded like there was like a heavy consideration there. Like what? Like, would you agree that Kamala Harris would have been immensely and supremely better?
I was trying to decide if I wanted to pivot into the giant debates that Pisco had and I had on some of these topics, and I opted not to. There are certain things that the Democrats were doing that I thought were really bad and caused them to lose. And in that moment, they deserved to lose. I I certainly think the Trump administration has done some terrible, terrible things, and hopefully they will lose as a result. Like
when you think of like things that the Democrats did, what is the single most worst horrible thing you can think of over the past 10 years with regards to like rule of law stuff that you think the Democrats did?
Oh no, that's why I didn't pivot to it, because it's not going to be the same thing. It's like, I think that the Democrats were on the verge of attempting to make racial preferences legal in a lot of places, which I thought was pretty gross. I thought that the cover of Biden's health and whatever was happening
Biden's health not relevant to rule of law, and Trump's health is currently being covered up by the entire Republican establishment as well, right?
Well,
sure. So I understand. I'm just trying to understand. Sure, I'm just trying to understand when we say Kamala could have been worse for rule of law, overall, just broadly speaking, than Trump.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. What I said was, you asked the question, and I paused because I was trying to figure out whether I wanted to pivot into these other problems I had with her, and I chose not to. I agree with you that Trump's worse on rule of law. Like, okay. I don't. Yeah.
Okay, that's okay. That's all. So I was curious about.
I know you're prepping for your debate, so we got you. Like, it's you gotta like get in there, but.
Prepping. I'm not prepping for a debate. The issue that I have is that the constant downplaying of like everything that Donald Trump does, it actually drives me insane. I feel like there's at least 5 or 10 different things that like on their own are worse cumulatively than all the horrible legal stuff that you complain about Democrats forever. Yeah, the executive orders targeting law firms, I think, is insane. The targeting of individuals to have like their security clearances revoked because they don't politically like them is unbelievable. The entire Bovee and Bondi scheme to manipulate Eric Adams as mayor by dangling charges over him, I thought was absolutely unreal. The invocation of the Alien Enemies Act, I thought was an egregious violation of rule of law. The fact that we've got this unitary executive theory running where Pam Bondi serves as Trump's right-hand prosecutor that he personally directs, I think is insane. The fact that we put a special prosecutor in place to investigate Biden because he found a folder of potentially classified information in his garage, and now we have this huge conflict of interest related to Pam Bondi, Epstein, and the FBI redacting Trump's names for him. We don't have a special prosecutor for that. I think it's crazy. Like, there's like so many different things we could go on. Sorry, I'm like, yeah, but then when I hear people talk about it, like, well, Kamala could have been bad. I think Trump's kind of bad. I don't know, what would it be? And it's like, well, maybe Kamala could have extended some DEI stuff. It's like, well, affirmative action ended under Biden. They didn't do anything to bring it back. Like, I don't even know how it's even remotely close. And then when we have the conversation of, I'm ending, sorry. When we have the conversation of like, what do we do going forward? Well, the Democrats just have to move past it. And it's like, holy, like, what are we talking about? Like, what?
You said like a billion things there. Yeah, I'm not going to try to respond to all of them because
you can also cut me off. I'm rambling too much. But go for it.
Yeah. A few things. One, just because it's like a thing that I've talked about publicly, so I just feel I have to say, affirmative action ended under Biden, with Biden arguing before the Supreme Court that it should continue. It ended over his objection. And when Trump was in office, he was arguing it should end. So I don't think that's a really fair point. But I mean, I'm only picking one because you said it. There's a billion things you said, and I'm not going to attempt to.
Well, but that's following rule of law. It ended. Obviously, there's still litigants going to fight it for it, but it ended, and they lost, and they moved on, right?
Yeah. But in fairness, when you like, one of the questions that I think is very interesting to ask is, I agree with you about so much about the stuff that Trump does that's bad. So much of the things that you say, I'm just like, yeah, I think that is very bad, and that's the sort of like, even our first conversation, I said like, my concerns about the rule of law with Trump are why I didn't vote for him. Like that was the reason that not to vote for him. So it's a bummer that it's played out this way, but it's not terribly surprising, I don't think. The question is, why are Democrats the only thing less popular than Republicans? Like, what? Like, with all that you've just said, why is it the Democrats are so unpopular? And it seems like the answer is because they don't fight hard enough. But I wonder if the answer is that there's this obsession with symmetry. There's an idea that like the sides are going to be held to the same standard, and I think that might be a little utopian. I don't think that's how it works.
Yeah, but I think one of the reasons why, I mean, there's a lot of things. One, I think, is the just massive misinformation apparatus that the Republicans control from top to bottom. I mean, today, Trump literally fired his Labor Department secretary, because he, not the top secretary or whatever, but because he didn't like the jobs numbers that they reported. So the fact that Republicans have like this absolute top-down media control is, I think, a huge thing. And the second thing is, you say like, well, they don't feel like they'll fight for them. Like, that's true, but like, our standard for fighting is like, do I have a president who believes so strongly in his ability to lead the country that he's willing to like lead insurrection to stay in office and then lie about the results of the election indefinitely. Donald Trump today, the leader of the United States of America, supposedly the leading shining beacon democracy, currently has a president who believed that the last election was rigged. And that's never going to change. Like, there are going to be, I'm trying to say mean words, there are conservatives going forward who are going to teach for the rest of their lives, their children and their grandchildren and their great-great-grandchildren, if they live that long, they're going to be teaching them that the 2020 election was probably stole. That's inconceivable to me. That's like, so of course they feel like they can fight strongly. They literally are willing to fight as dirty as possible to do whatever they want.
Well, but there's also, and I don't claim to have an answer to this, but the base on the right at present just seems to be cohesive in a different way. Like, you know, when I think about, like, okay, in terms of their politics, who's an equivalent to Hassan on the right? Like, who's a right-leaning Hassan in terms of like how far they are from the center?
In terms of how far they are from the center, Matt Walsh, I guess. I don't know. Charlie Kirk, maybe. I don't know. It depends on which
Matt
you mean.
Walsh, Charlie Kirk, right? Like, I mean, you get like, you know, you get the Christian nationalists, you get like the hardcore populists, but they all voted Republican. They all voted Republican, right? The left is not cohesive in that way. So I think when we start playing these games of like zero sum, as presently constituted, that favors the right because their base is cohesive in a way that the left isn't, and the left fragments on these, you know, various wedge issues, Israel, Palestine, whatever it's going to be. It'll be something else next time, right? Like, I don't think that battlefield favors the left, if I'm giving my honest assessment. I think the left wins when they are inspirational, when they are practical, when they sound like, you know, prime Obama, prime Bill Clinton. I think that's the blueprint that has been successful because their base is such a big tent and it has so many different ideas that the only way, when you're down in the mud, it doesn't inspire and it doesn't bring the people in. I think the left just operates differently than the right, and I think that asymmetry is going to be a battlefield that really favors the right. I think in this kind of like dirty, mean, edgy content, the right has a huge structural advantage. I think it just is a better area for them to play.
I don't think I actually even agree with that right now. I think that the right actually has a bigger tent than the left because the right, because of the complete homogeneity of media messaging control that they have from top to bottom. Like, we can say the left has a big tent, but the right literally got the, and I would have bet so much money of this against this ever happening. The right got the Silicon Valley dipshits to actually play into, and all the crypto bros and everything who are watching Donald Trump support crypto, who has no idea, you know, what a blockchain even is. I feel like the right incorporated a ton of new people. You saw a lot of the, you know, Hispanic vote in Miami and Florida start to sway more conservative than they thought they had. You saw young people, even young men, kind of sway a lot more conservative than they thought they could. But I think.
Dude, I mean, you just said magic word, right? Like, I mean, that in terms of like the massive self-owns on the left, the way that they've lost the young male vote is like an unbelievable self-own. Like that was.
It's not a self-own though. It's an own insofar as the Republicans control the media apparatus and can demonstrate and do whatever message that they want. That's insane to me. It's crazy that
the messaging in, and I'm not saying this is like the politicians necessarily, but if you look at like the messaging within like the left media sphere for the past 10 years, you know, there was an article that came out recently that said something like, you know, girls are now achieving more than boys in every area in academia except one. And here's why that's a problem. That was essentially the title. And it's like, whoa, holy shit. You just said that other than math, girls are outperforming boys in every other subject. And it's a problem that they're not outperforming them in math. That's that article. And in a world where that's like, you know, the mainstream leaning opinion in left-leaning circles getting published in publications, yeah, you're going to have a male vote problem. Like, I mean, this isn't rocket science. If you think David Hodge is going to solve your male vote problem, you've lost your mind. And then they kicked him out for a gender quota, which is hilarious because it wasn't even, it was a gender quota that required a man. So it wasn't even like a good reason to kick him out. But they thought a gender quota would be like a good way to kick someone out, that would be a palatable way to kick people out. There's an undercurrent on the left that really does believe that we should still be in this world of de facto or in fact quotas based on race and gender to ameliorate historic wrongs, and it pisses people off, and it lost them a ton of male support. And it's not a mystery. They did this to themselves. So yeah, that's a cell phone. But also fixable. Like, that's totally fixable. That is something they could just change. I don't think they are, but they could.
Okay. Sorry, I was thinking of different ways to kill myself. Okay. This is an issue that I run into every single time. I've had this on Piers Morgan. I've had this every single centrist, every single conservative I've talked to. Every single time I run into this issue, okay? I have this thing where it's like, I think that Republicans are disgusting. It's like, why? I think that the statements that Comer has made in front of Congress, I think that the position that Jim Jordan occupies on all these panels in the House of the relentless investigation, I think all the things that Donald Trump, Bondi and Bovee, Dumb and Dumber, the Kash Patel and Bongino, this back and forth, the Epstein files, I think that the insanity that Huckabee's wild statements attached to Trump related to Israel, like all of these people that are counter RFK Jr. And the insanity that's been going on with the Health and Human Services Department, all of these insane things going on, and it's like, okay, fair point. But did you see this article that was a huge like L about men and women in school? And it's like, how am I possibly like, it's at that point. If I can point to, like, if we want to say that political parties taking positions on things should cause them to lose or gain votes, like, how the is it that the party that supported Andrew Tate has any women that vote for them at all, right? Like, the idea that, like, the left can lose votes on every single article and every single tweet and every single random social media post, I don't believe that. I think that what we're talking about, I think the only reason you even know that article exists is because some conservative tweeted it, and because Charlie Kirk retweeted it, and because Steve Bannon and Nick Fuentes and then Donald Trump and then Candace Owens and every other person, like, cycles this stuff, and then you're in this world, it's like, okay, well, Donald Trump might have said this bad thing, but holy shit, I saw this article at The Atlantic, and they said over there that, like, boys and girls might be gender identity confused, and now I'm not really sure who I should vote for. And then it's like, you look at, like, the average Democrat, like, you look at the average, like, center-left Democrat, like, most center-left Democrats don't give a fuck about any of these issues. You're going to, like, the most extreme, like, people posting articles in the media and stuff, and, like, it's not even a majority position of anybody in the party, and somehow the Democrats, it's fair that the Democrats have to answer for that, while the Republicans seem to elude any responsibility for the Republican side. I don't know. That's just mind-blowing to me.
I mean, I think in your quest for symmetry, you're like missing the most fundamental point here, which is that, you know, like I said to you now a few times in a few different places that one of my concerns was that the left seemed to be in favor of discriminating against my children in various ways. Now, there's a lot of stuff you brought up I agree with. There's a lot of stuff that I really don't like about Trump. And in fact, you know, I don't know if you recall this, but I've never even voted for a Republican. I voted left my entire life, right? I just sat out the last election. So, like, I am a gettable vote. The problem is, when I say, like, this is a self-own, what I'm trying to do is be helpful, right? I'm honestly saying, like, I think the left needs to do some soul-searching on this issue. Like, they need to do some soul-searching about what to do about the crazy tanky wing.
Wait,
like,
so what is the soul searching that, like, no more crazy people can write articles? Or I don't understand the soul searching. Like, Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens, I don't think either of these people believe we went to the moon, and they're semi-prominent voices on the right. Like, what is the soul, and the left has the soul search?
I think the left needs to start being clear about what it's for and what it's against. And I think that, like,
but the right isn't clear about what they're for or against. Is that the asymmetry?
The asymmetry is not going to be, isn't going to matter, because what I'm saying is that the thing that was concerning to me about this policy is intensely personal, because I have young children who would be discriminated against in a world of affirmative action. So I would prefer them not to be in that world because they're my kids.
Do you think, hold on, wait, do you think, were you more worried about, go on, sorry, go ahead.
You can bring up a billion things, right? But, like, the pitch that Republicans were making last election was that. It was, holy shit, this seems unfair. This seems crazy. Doesn't that seem crazy to you? And it was a pretty good pitch. It worked. But a lot of that stuff is fixable. It's just not a thing the Democrats have to do. It's a policy choice.
Do you think that affirmative action represented a greater threat to your kids than the totality of or the direction of the current like Republican, I guess like regime?
My kids, particularly?
Sure, yeah.
Yes, but that's because I'm incredibly privileged in my profession, and there are a lot of the stuff that you would bring up has no impact on me.
So you think in your life you were legitimately worried that your kids' futures were going to be because of affirmative action?
I think that in a world where it is legal and acceptable and a thing that people are doing and celebrating, to have policies that are discriminatory on the basis of race, on the basis of gender, and always in the same direction, that yeah, that worries me for my kids who would then be impacted by those policies.
So you think that so you think that you genuinely believe there's like a thing that's like the present, like the forefront of your mind. You thought that there's a good chance, there's a decent chance, not like a 0.001%, but there's a decent chance that your kids are going to be severely negatively impacted by affirmative action going forward if Democrats would have had their way, I guess.
Did you follow the affirmative action case?
The one with Harvard and the stuff, right?
Harvard? I don't want to get too deep in the weeds on it, but like,
go ahead.
God, I'm trying to get my memory right. In the First Circuit, the Trump administration appeared and said, "Hey, court, look at this data. We think this is de facto discrimination. This is a very bad thing that's happening," right? And then administration changes. It goes to the Supreme Court. Biden's lawyers show up and say, "We've looked at the data. We've changed our position. We're cool with this now," right? So, and like, look, there's a deep argument you can make about whether the data was good enough or bad enough, and that's an interesting thing, but it's kind of in the weeds. But that's a pretty serious change in position. Similarly, like in NASDAQ, there was a rule that they were pushing forward in NASDAQ that was going to have board membership have to have quotas based on diversity. And it was chugging along until Trump won, and then they withdrew it. I think it was in the Fifth Circuit and being appealed, and they withdrew because they knew that when they went to the Supreme Court, Trump's lawyers were going to be on the other side. So yeah, in this area, the Trump administration made a big impact. And there's other areas where they've done helpful things, though I will share your frustration that they often do it for like the most batshit fucking reason. Like the example I give is when Robert Kennedy came out and said, "We should ban cell phones in school." And I was like, "Yes, we should. That's a great move." And then he's like, "Because they're magic radio waves that'll cause cancer in your brain." You're like, "Well, that's not the reason why we should ban them. That's insane." But it's a good policy. It's just for the wrong reason. So it's not like there aren't things about the Trump administration that I think are good things. There's stuff that's been good. He's just done a lot of awful shit too.
I'm just okay. Tell me if you disagree with either of these two statements, then the thing that follows, okay? And I don't know your life, I don't know you personally, but my understanding is affirmative action helped the most white women, and it hurt the most probably Asian men. Now that affirmative action has supposedly gone in some way, that means it's probably going to help Asian men more than anything else, because now they don't have to, I guess, fight against the same high SAT score requirements to go to school, and then all the benefits from white women are not going to be as present. So unless like all of your kids are Chinese boys, am I missing something? Like, does the revoking of affirmative action even help your children at all? Or
it definitely was not white women to my understanding, at least from the data that was presented in that court case. But I mean, if you have something else you want me to look at, I'm happy to. But even if that was true, and like I said, that's not the numbers that I've seen. But even if that were true, to give a preview of the argument I'm going to make. When I talk to a convoy about socialism, there are also just certain things that are wrong. Like I am not in favor of discriminating on the basis of race. It's not a thing that I think should be legal, and I don't think it should be legal if your reasons are considered good. Just like I don't think that we should remove all property rights from people in America because socialism might have some kind of positive impact on the quality of life. I think there are actually these baseline rights that matter, which is why when Trump shits on the First Amendment, and I apologize, I know you brought up the law firm thing. Pisco made this point, and he's right. It's a little delicate for me to talk about that, so I'm trying to skirt that a little bit more than I did in the past, just because I probably shouldn't talk about it as much as I was willing to. But like, there are certain things that are just worth defending and worth being upset about. The direction the Democrats were taking was violating these kind of core rights and norms. I did think in a way that could hurt my kids and in a way that just is unacceptable. Now,
just curious, just as a random thing.
The Trump administration isn't violating these norms, and I hope he loses for it.
Okay, sure. I'm just curious. Have you ever uttered that statement when Biden was in office, that there's a thing that you probably don't feel safe or comfortable talking about anymore because it'd have a direct, negative, real-world impact on you from the administration?
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, sorry. From the administration, the comma changed it. Sorry. From the administration, no, but that's not exactly why I don't want to talk about the law firm thing. It's just that that's my world. I know these people. My comments should probably not be public on that. But yeah, I think during 2020 to 2024, for example, I would not have and did not go on shows like this to talk publicly about politics because I thought it would be very, very risky career-wise. So, I mean, that's not from the administration, so that's why I changed it when you added that. But yeah, I felt very constrained in my behavior during the Biden years.
Even though the height of all of the censorship and everything online was under Trump, and it all kind of receded under Biden. Do you acknowledge that?
Well, I think that there's the kind of censorship that I'm worried about, and this is why I've pointed out that by the administration was such a central point, was in the world that I occupied, it was, there was complete groupthink on politics. In 2016 when Trump won, and I won't say where I was working, it was like a day of mourning. Everybody, people left work, people didn't come back for the rest of the week. It was understood that everybody was supposed to be upset except for the 2% known conservative. There was a total uniformity of politics. Flash forward today, nobody where I work talks about politics because it's understood that there's people with different positions. And that norm is a lot better. Now, I don't know if that's because I changed where I work or just the world changed, but certainly where I was working circa 2020, 2024, it was, there was a strong norm that if you were not espousing a strongly left-leaning view, you should probably shut up about politics. And, that I did. And I have a lot of left-leaning views, so I was happy to talk about those. But my more right-leaning or centrist views, I should certainly shut up about. But that's not because of the administration. That's because of the culture of political uniformity and censorship that was prevalent at that time, at least in my experience.
Okay. I don't know where you want to go from here. The thing that I like, I don't know what to, I'm not sure. I just don't know. I'm so mindful on everything related to this. I feel like Trump could start executing people in the street, and you would be talking to me about theoretical affirmative action that might hurt your kids in the future or something. I just don't understand. Donald Trump is, to mention the First Amendment, Donald Trump is suing pollsters, he's suing media companies, and he's suing social media companies for kicking him off of Facebook and Twitter and everything else, and he's targeting individual lawyers and targeting law firms, and is now suing the Wall Street Journal because he doesn't like that they has there ever in U.S. history been another president that has filed a civil suit while in office or out of office against a media company? Has that ever happened before? Just that thing alone?
You left out, I think, the worst First Amendment stuff, which is I forgot her name, the woman who they attempted to deport just for writing an op-ed. It was the purest freedom of speech linked to deportation you could imagine. And then in the Harvard one, where they asked for surveillance footages of all the protests going back 5 years. That's actual when you become Big Brother and you ask for the surveillance footage of the students, that's not a great look from the First Amendment perspective. So I agree with you on all this. I will be delighted when the Trump term is over, to be clear. That's a different question than did I think Harris deserved to lose. I thought she did deserve to lose. But that that doesn't mean that his term has earned more rewards going forward. That's a different question.
So do you think that overall Harris would have been worse than the cumulative effects of Trump just under the first barely year of his office?
I think she did. Well, that's a tough question.
You said Harris deserved. Why didn't Trump deserve to lose more?
I thought Trump was disqualified because of his, insane position on the rule of law, which has played out, and that's why I didn't vote for him. I thought that Harris was a few things that deeply troubled me. We already talked about like the affirmative action stuff, so I don't want to dwell on that, but copy paste all that back in here. And then also, I thought that she was I never liked her. Like, I didn't like her as VP pick. There was no point that I think she was a good pick. But then the way she was anointed and the way that Biden's health was covered up gave me, and I think a lot of people, the strong impression that we were essentially voting for the DNC presidency. We were voting for the establishment presidency, not a vigorous executive with their own views. We were voting literally for the machine that had just lied to us about Biden's health to our face for quite a long time in a concerning way. I don't know if that bothered you or not. Like when the Her report came out and I read that for the first time, I thought that was political poison. I was like, oh my God, there's no way he recovers from this. I thought it was like the worst thing that could happen until I saw the debate performance, which confirmed everything in it. And that's a crazy thing to lie about. And it really highlighted why her pick was such a bad pick, because we had a president who probably at some point needed to be tapped out. And you really, when you are picking an older president, you want a vice president who's ready to step in.
Do you think that Donald Trump is senile right now?
No. I think he's getting older. So
what would it take? What could possibly happen that would convince you that Donald Trump is senile, besides him talking slower?
I mean, are you trying to draw a comparison between Trump and that debate?
I think that if my life was on the line, I think I could easily argue that Trump is more senile or shows more cognitive deficit than Biden did in the end of his presidency. I think it's the easiest argument in the world. So I'm curious, what would you have to see for Trump to think that that's true?
How about this? I'll give you exactly the things that convinced me for Biden.
No.
There
for Trump.
An investigative report that pointed out that he was too old, too infirm, and too mentally incompetent to be charged, followed by going on stage and saying that he's going to defeat Medicare.
Hold on. Wait. Okay, one thing at a time. So one, you acknowledge we will never get a special counsel investigation into Trump under his presidency, right? That will never happen.
Sure, we're talking about hypotheticals, right?
No, yeah, but I'm hypothetically, right? I'm saying that the insight that you got from her to Trump, or I'm sorry, from her for Biden, you will never get that level of investigation into Trump while he's in office, right? We agree on that.
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably not.
Number two, you acknowledge that the medical doctor that released reports on him, he lies about Trump's health conditions. Maybe not mentally, but at the very least, we now know physically, right? He's got this chronic vein problem that makes his cankles explode, and he lied probably about like Trump's weight and everything else, right? So we acknowledge the health reports about his physical health are lying at least, right? Okay.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, I also don't, I don't know if he's 6'4" or not, right? Like,
sure.
He's probably not, he seems heavier than his reports indicate as well.
Sure. For the Her report, okay, that didn't say that he was so mentally incompetent that he couldn't be charged with a crime, okay? What the Her report said was that Biden didn't have the mens rea of trying to intentionally obscure or hide classified information or whatever, but that he might not have recalled if a particular thing was classified. That's what the Her report said, because I've read like the section that you're talking about that people quote as saying, he said he was so senile he couldn't be sure of the crime. He didn't. What Her said was like Biden probably didn't remember or have the recollection of this thing in particular to have the mens rea to charge him with a particular crime. The Her report did not say he was so senile they couldn't charge him with crimes. That's not true.
I haven't read it. I haven't read it recently. I don't know if you have.
Okay.
If you want to pull up.
I went over this because Peace likes to bring it up a lot, and I went through and I did read this section, and that's not what Her said. But we can put that aside.
Yes.
It's not being an important thing. But
certainly, when I read it, and this is public document, so viewers can just go look at it. When I read it, I certainly got the impression that Her was saying, there are things that are chargeable. I am choosing not to charge them because of his mental condition. That was my takeaway from that section. So okay. If you want, we can read it, or viewers can read it. But then also, that was then confirmed publicly, like by the debate performance, right? So it's not like it was.
No, the debate performance confirmed that he absolutely was slow in an actual back and forth debate. I'll agree with that. But in terms of confirming Sinelli, okay, so her report. So we know that we're never going to get a special counsel investigation into Trump.
Do you think in the last year he was vigorously running the country? Like, do you
More
think
than Trump? Yes, absolutely, easily, yeah, 100%.
Okay.
So so walking through again. So we're past. We know that the medical people lie about his physical condition. Okay, and we know we're never going to get a special counsel investigation to super sit there and grill Trump and everything. So what other types of evidence? What?
Paralyzed, right?
What?
FDR couldn't walk. FDR couldn't walk.
Yeah, but we knew that he was in a wheelchair, right?
Well, no, they didn't know it at the time. That was actually concealed from the public for a long time. I mean, presidents, like their physical health, that is kind of like a long, though not great tradition. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I was being a dick. Go ahead.
Okay. So what other things would you need to see from Trump to say like, okay, maybe this guy might be kind of losing it?
I mean, the thing that's tricky about Trump and evaluating this is that when he's like if you compared the way he spoke in like 2016 to now, he kind of always speaks in this bizarre rambling style where, you know, like what do you call on the Joe Rogan show, like the weave, whatever he calls it, which I will concede makes it really hard to evaluate his mental state.
We do see that he's like mixing names up. He's getting countries wrong. He's getting dates wrong. When he was talking to Zelensky, he said they were invaded in 2015, not 2014. We saw him refer to, didn't he say like Sudan or something was part of BRICS, or Spain was part of BRICS instead of South Africa? We seem to do that wrong. He forgot that he was the one who hired, it wasn't his labor secretary. It was, Jerome Powell, that he forgot that he appointed him to the Federal Reserve, right?
I mean, bro literally tried to guess the cure for COVID on live TV once.
Sure, but these are things he's forgetting. I'm just saying that is there any
that we nuke a hurricane and I mean this is the problem.
I understand. Well, there's not a problem, but I'm saying is it? This is why I was saying before, right? You're telling me that no, there was more evidence that you could say that Biden was senile because Trump has always been a lunatic, crazy person whose mental state is indecipherable because of his ordinary behavior.
No. This is like one of the things about Trump that I find most maddening is like I've just come to terms with the fact I have a very, very hard time reading him. I don't think I know why he's doing the things he's doing.
But do you also agree that it doesn't seem like he's like running stuff? So for instance, I'm curious, in the Signal group, didn't we get more indication that like Vance and Hegseth were kind of behind, the strikes and that diplomatic stuff than Trump was? It seems like his will or his stuff wasn't even involved in that. Was there anything equivalent that ever leaked about Biden and his foreign policy?
No, that leak was crazy. Like that was
okay.
That was the incompetence there was like wild.
We see Witkoff and stuff as a foreign envoy. Do we see anything from Trump that's even
what we see compared to especially the last couple of years of the Biden administration is a vigorous president who has administrative goals and is pushing for them. Like I think that there's a big difference in that. I don't think it's necessarily always good because I don't always want him to succeed in the things he's doing, but I don't think it's fair to say that like there isn't a qualitative difference. It does seem like his fingerprints are on a lot of this stuff.
What is a single goal that Trump is vigorously pursuing that isn't a personal vendetta right now?
I mean, if we looked at what Trump's campaign promises were.
Right now, what Trump is pursuing. What is Trump pursuing right now vigorously as an executive that's not a personal vendetta that you would expect your grandpa talking about at bingo night? What is Trump pursuing right now that's not a personal vendetta?
You don't think that like the mass deportations were like his agenda? That strikes me as, of course, his agenda. That was a core campaign promise.
Okay, so in his pursuit of that, when he gets on TV and talks about it, I say no to Hillary Clinton.
If there are not at least a number of people that get implicated in this, people want blood. And if he doesn't give it, they're going to be upset.
Are you okay, little bro? My God.
I mean, I'm really glad to see that, he's using his, investigative reporting skills on something.
Just to be clear, all CoffeeZilla is doing is reading the same mainstream media that Asmongold is too stupid, lazy, and incompetent to read himself, and then accuses of all being biased. Every single thing that CoffeeZilla has said has just come from him written. And I'm not taking anything away from CoffeeZilla. He's a smart guy. But he's just reading the mainstream reporting on this. This is the streamer holocaust. You give him a book and you give him some paper and then you give him a loaded gun and you say, here's your choice.
In May, that his name is among many in the Epstein files. A lot of people are going to tell you, oh, that's...
Asmongold has a react to this video. There's no way they already got Asmongold to switch sides, right? This changes everything, ... Everyone should know about this, ... Oh, is this where August gets his titles from?
Our president is far more implicated in the Epstein files than we previously thought. This is according to a Wall Street Journal article. The Justice Department told Trump in May that his name is among many in the Epstein files. A lot of people are going to tell you, oh, that's old news. We knew he was in the flight logs. We knew he was in these phone records.
Knew that.
But that's not what we're talking about. Those were already public. Jeffrey's Black Book, that was already out there. This is a new review of documents that we're talking about. We're going to go through all of it. And we're going to start with Trump actually being asked directly if he was told by his attorney general whether he was mentioned in the Epstein files, and he says, no.
Did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing.
So there we have Trump denying being told that his name was in the Epstein files, but a lot of people were wondering, well, then why are you acting so weird with these files?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? It's pretty boring stuff. They were made
He is acting weird, bro. Like, if he's not guilty, he's sure doing a good job acting like he's guilty. He's doing a great job acting like he's guilty.
By Obama.
Luckily, we unearthed an interview where Trump actually hints to the fact that he was in fact told that he was in the Epstein files, and it was all fake stuff.
They've been running these files. And so much of the things that we found were fake with me.
Now, that file review is going to be separate from what we talked about with the flight logs, the Black Book, things like that. According to the Wall Street Journal, when the Justice Department officials reviewed what Attorney General Pam Bondi called a truckload of documents...
He's extremely biased against Trump. Take whatever he says with a grain of salt. I mean, I don't know whether he is or not. I mean, I just think in my opinion, it's not about Trump. Like, it's a lot bigger than Trump. Trump is just like, it's just one person. Like, it's an ongoing, it is an indicator of a commutation of justice and like a lack of justice. That's really the problem. That's really the issue. Trump is like one part of that. It's not the main thing.
There's another thing. Keep an eye on this. There's this thing that happens where if you talk about something bad for Biden or Kamala, there is it called active voice versus passive voice? Would it be like Biden is doing something bad, Kamala is doing something bad, but then when something bad is happening with Trump, it'll be like, this is bad, or this is a bad thing. There's like a decentering of the responsible party whenever there's something involving Trump. Tom might have even done it, I think, in our debate or our conversation, Tom Bilyeu, I think, where like, if it was Biden, it would be right now Biden has made inflation really bad. But when it's Trump, it's like right now inflation is like a little high. There's like this passive thing. And Asman is doing it in a more like deliberate manner here where it's like, well, if there is something really bad happening with the Epstein stuff, Trump is just a small piece of it. How? Excuse me. This is a former president and current president of the United States of America. All of these departments are his and his alone to control. How is it anybody but him as the central figure here?
Related to Epstein earlier this year, they discovered that Donald Trump's name appeared multiple times, according to senior administration officials. So, if you remember phase one, right?
Yeah.
Phase one was a big scandal because Pam Bondi released these files, but it turned out that these files were an incomplete list of mostly already released stuff. So what did she actually release? Well, she released the flight log and she released the contact book. Then what happened? Well, Pam Bondi, super embarrassed, reached out to Kat Patel and said, hey, I need a bunch of new files. This is not enough. Give us more. She went on Fox News, started talking about, oh, I've got this truckload of documents that is separate from the flight log, from the Black Book, that we're going to review and release to the American public.
Looking at these documents going, these aren't all the Epstein files. You know, there were flight logs, there were names and victims' names. And we're going, where's the rest of the stuff? Yep. So based on that, I gave them the deadline, Friday at 8, a truckload of evidence arrived.
Will everything else be made public?
It's always about protecting the victim. But you know what? We believe in transparency, and America has the right to know.
So there we clearly see there were...
Total bullshit. Total bullshit.
two separate reviews that happened. First, there's the disclosure in phase one of kind of the stuff everyone knew. And then Pam Bondi goes, oh, we got a truckload of new documents. We're going to review those and release those. And that's the review that flagged a bunch of times that Donald Trump's name appeared in here. And that's when they changed their story. Why is this a big deal? Previously, the appearance in the flight logs and the black book were the only appearances we really had of the president. There
were a lot of people that were in the flight logs that probably weren't implicated in any bad behavior. Like, I don't even understand why this is even being discussed. Like, Jeffrey Epstein was like a massive socialite. He interacted with everybody. It's not like just because he interacted with somebody means that they went to his island to f kids. It's like, it's such a red herring. I don't even understand why it's being discussed. How is it that you have 10,000 hours of footage?
What do you think of the concept politics is war? I heard it years ago, and I can't stop thinking about it these days, how Republicans view politics as civil warfare, basically. Kind of, but no. Politics, because even war, to some extent, has rules, okay? Like, you can't just nuke everybody because you're unhappy with how a certain conflict is going, because people realize that there's some level of mutually assured destruction there. I don't know how true it is, but I've heard that, like, even in World War I and II, there could have been way more usage of, like, chemical weapons and gas attacks and stuff, but in general, people just didn't really engage in it that much because they were worried about the other side doing it a ton. And that there was just kind of like this unwritten rule of like, maybe we should just kind of like chill a little bit on this shit. Politics in the United States is like if one side was allowed to do whatever they want and the other side wasn't. That's what, like, the asymmetry is the thing I'm going to keep harping on over and over again. Like, you just, like, the asymmetry is just unhinged. That it can't be that way, which is why I'm going to make one kitty fucking joke every single day until Republicans admit that they're unhinged. Okay. Did I make one yesterday? Yeah, I did. Okay. I'll think of another one for today.
But you're not able to identify anybody in that footage.
Nothing else related to Trump there. It's also notable because Senator Dick Durbin said that the FBI was explicitly instructed to flag Trump's name if it came up in the files.
Attorney General's pressure on FBI to quickly review and produce more Epstein documents as promised. These officials were told to, quote, flag any records in which President Trump was mentioned.
Right. They had a new review where thousands of FBI agents combed through these things, flagging the president's name anywhere it appeared in this truckload of new documents.
It's like, you know, for a and here's what's so weird to me about this is that, like, Epstein died in 2019. That means that Trump had over a year to, like, get rid of any of this stuff. So by the time that Biden took office in 2021, anything that was super incriminating could have been already removed. He died? I mean, I think he died. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. Whether he killed himself or somebody killed him, I'm pretty sure he's dead, right? I mean, do people think he's alive now?
And that is what we're talking about here. These are new revelations, new pieces of evidence about our president's possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Of course, what are these files? That's what we all want to know, right? Unfortunately, it's being heavily covered up and heavily blocked. Obviously, one answer is the Wall Street Journal's prior reporting on this letter that Trump supposedly, allegedly wrote to Epstein, which talks about a secret that they both share. It's worth noting that the president said he was going to and then did sue the Wall Street Journal over this. He's seeking $10 billion about this, but
I don't know. Like, I didn't really cover that. It's hard to say. I mean, if he's automatically coming out guns blazing suing them, like, I probably assume the letter's bullshit. But I mean,
why? How many people has Trump sued so far that have said bad things about him? Why is it that if the FBI suggested that Twitter ban accounts that were Russian or Chinese bots, why do you assume the FBI is in the wrong? But if Donald Trump comes out with a personal civil suit against somebody, you assume that Donald Trump is right. Why would you give so much credit to one side and not the other?
Yeah, I guess we're going to have to find out.
The most interesting thing about the case is that the Wall Street Journal, its original claim was that this birthday book letter was all in the DOJ's possession earlier.
Yeah, somebody says Trump's name appeared, has no meaning beyond optics. We don't know squat. It's just red meat for the rabble. I think you're totally right. I think that they're intentionally leaving it to be opaque and abstract on purpose in order to bait people into coming to the conclusion that his name appearing in the Epstein files implies guilt. I think that's very clearly what they're doing. Like, mainstream media, clever, it's not really. It's just, it's basic, like, surface level manipulation. But I think it works with most people.
But not Asman. He's smarter. He's seen through all of it.
Truckload of new evidence unless it was destroyed. And so one of the best ways to disprove or prove the existence of this thing would just be opening up the Epstein files.
Exactly.
Part of the reason it's so sketchy that they're not doing it. If you're saying that this reporting is false, if you're saying that this birthday book did not exist, then why not just release the files where this birthday letter was supposedly contained? In fact, in this story, we actually have breaking news. Epstein's victim's lawyer now says that the estate of Epstein are actually in possession of this birthday book containing Trump's letter.
Nux said something similar in his vid covering the South Park episode, claiming that Trump won all of his lawsuits, including the CBS one, for manipulating. Nux is literally he is the neo-Nazi meme of like the Israeli Jew who has more concern for the country of Israel than for the United States. So that's not surprising at all. I don't even think he lives in the U.S. anymore. Yeah, no shit, he supports Trump.
And would be willing to turn it over to authorities. So we'll have to see where that goes.
Possession of that birthday book.
The executors of this state are in possession of that book.
So already, if true, not only is that a kill...
Oh, wait a minute. That's two separate things. He said they're in possession of the book. Does that mean the letter is in the book? This is the kind of language. See, this is the kind of that people get away with because nobody knows English anymore. Every single time they use these words, and these people are not stupid, but they think that you're stupid, and that's why they talk like this.
Shot to this lawsuit, it also proves that there's new mentions of our president in the Epstein files, which are now being covered up. Another big part of this cover-up story has been our government literally shutting down early.
It was a book of letters that were all written to Epstein for his birthday, right? Isn't that what the guy was talking about?
To avoid a vote.
Shut it down.
On the release of the Epstein files. This is because there were a bunch of representatives ready to vote actually in a bipartisan way on the release of the Epstein files. And a lot of Republicans...
Which, by the way, one of the guys, Ro Khanna, I think that's his name, who was like trying to tack on the Epstein release onto some bullshit crypto bill. I criticized that pretty heavily, but then afterwards he came up with his own separate legislation that was supported by also, I think, Thomas Massie as well, and to have it released as an independent line item, and I totally support that. I think that I don't like the tacking on bullshit to a bill in order to try to score political points, in order to like, oh, well, there's this massive defense bill spending, but there's also cancer kid research, so if you decline it, then you hate kids with cancer. Like, that's obviously manipulation, and it shouldn't work that way. But at the same time, I do think all of the information should be released. In my opinion, I think release everything. Release everything. And the only reason why I think that they shouldn't is if they have genuine 100% certainty that it was altered or something was inaccurate and made to be inaccurate.
Splintered off from the party line of not releasing it, backing the president. Speaker Mike...
I mean, again, like Biden withheld it for 4 years. Trump withheld it for 1 year whenever he was the president the first time. Like, this isn't like this is
not Trump's issue. This is bipartisan. Both sides are the same.
It's a partisan issue because Trump made it a partisan issue by running on it and talking about it a lot, and then putting people in his cabinet that were adamant about releasing it, like Kash Patel, and also even J.D. Vance said to release it, his vice president, on Theo Von's podcast. So, like, it's not a partisan issue, but Trump has made it a partisan issue.
Wow.
Johnson, because he was fearing this, announced he was cutting short the week's legislative business and sending the House home early for the summer to avoid having to hold votes on releasing the files. I can't think of something more sick than stonewalling the release of files related to a trafficker to try to protect the people implicated in it. I can't think of something more disgusting, except for the hypocrisy that it also represents, because previously, the same guy went on Benny Johnson's show, a conservative commentator, and said he was totally open to releasing the files and would vote on it.
Subpoenaing the Epstein documents from the DOJ, whether you would support.
We saw this.
For transparency, we're intellectually consistent in this. Look, Reagan used to tell us we should trust the American people. I believe in that principle. I know President Trump does as well.
I don't.
We should put everything out there and let the people decide it.
Right. We should trust the American people until it's time to release it and actually vote on it, and then you shut everything down early to avoid it. Now, Leader Mike Johnson came out and said he doesn't want to be lectured on transparency by the Democrats who didn't release the files when they were in power, and you see a similar line coming from the White House about this.
Democrats have now seized on this as if they ever wanted transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, which is an fine suggestion for any Democrat to make.
Now, to this, I just have to say, yeah, they're scoring political points.
Do you think he's using AI to censor the videos? Did she say asinine and it automatically censored ass? What do you think she said?
Fine suggestion. Have now seized on this as if they ever wanted transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, which is an fine suggestion for any Democrat to make.
Now, to this, I just have to say, yeah, they're scoring political points now, saying release the files, just like you guys scored political points when you were the party that wasn't in power.
We need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
But the people who actually care about this issue, we just want the files out. So you know what?
This is what's so weird about it is that, like, I don't care about whether it's Democrats or Republicans that are implicated at all. I just want the files released, and I want the people that are in the files to be investigated. And I agree with whoever that guy, I think it was Tim Burchett, one of the congressmen here. He said we should hang him. I like that. That sounds like a really good idea.
an easy way you can prevent having the other side score political points by saying, hey, release the files. You can actually do it. Instead, we have a bunch of performative stuff like this from AG Pam Bondi and the president, where right after the reporting on the birthday letter about Trump and Epstein's supposed secret, all of a sudden, like a snap, Pam Bondi comes out and goes, oh, we got to...
Here's why, by the way, here's one of the reasons why I think it's kind of bullshit about the birthday letter, is that it wasn't a secret. It wasn't a secret at all. It was obvious that Jeffrey Epstein was getting it on with young girls. Trump just said it. So now this is a secret that they're whispering about whenever he's saying it in interviews.
We got to unseal the grand jury transcripts, despite knowing that there's almost zero chance of that happening. And of course, today we find out that it was denied because they had literally no grounds to do it. It's like not something courts do for a public interest. In fact, the irony of that whole stunt to pretend to be transparent was that the Epstein survivors, which supposedly these people care about so much, were not told, they were not informed that this grand jury information was going to be unsealed. So ironically, despite saying that they want to protect the survivors of Epstein, what they really want to protect are the third parties implicated in all of this, which is why they won't release.
They want to protect their own interests.
The Epstein files they could release right now, 100%. Which is all in their possession, these thousands of documents that they have. In fact, the attempts to distract from the real issue of the Epstein files not being released, the cover-up that's clearly happening, it's actually been breathtaking. In fact, it compelled Trump to release 230,000 pages of documents on MLK's assassination, which I guess is fine.
That's good, but like, what about the whole like an island, right? I mean, like, that's good. And hey, by the way, again, I said complaining about this and malding works, right? We've been malding, it's been working. Keep malding.
Can you
the files could be fabricated? Well, yeah, you're going to have to cross-reference them and verify their authenticity.
Nothing has been released. What can you cross-reference them with?
Yeah, of course.
Is the conspiracy now? Why are all the conspiracies revealed decades later when we can't hold anyone accountable? But at the time the conspiracies may be happening...
You just answered your question.
All of a sudden it's, oh, well, no, we can't possibly do that. Now, there's another performative thing you should be aware of, and that's the meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell that's supposedly going to happen.
This happened today. We're going to talk about that after this.
They're going to actually talk to Ghislaine directly. Quote, I have communicated with the counsel for Ms. Maxwell to determine whether she would be willing to speak with prosecutors from the department. This is confirmed by Maxwell's attorney, who says, I can confirm we are in discussions with the government and that Ghislaine will always testify truthfully. We are grateful to President Trump for his commitment to uncovering the truth in his case. Why is this deeply concerning? Because the idea had been floated that there would be a public testimony to Congress under oath by Maxwell. But this is not that. This is a private meeting with the same people who have been sweeping this issue under the rug the entire time. And what is Ghislaine really focusing on? What is she actually trying to get? She's trying to get immunity. We already know she's trying to get the president's attention and say, hey, you guys kind of screwed me. You wouldn't want to be seen as, you know, not being a man of your word. We've seen those like vaguely threatening public statements by Maxwell. So what exactly are they going to get out of this? She's totally incentivized to clear everyone from this administration rather than get the truth out. Now,
He brings up a great point. And logically, there's no way that I can say that isn't true, especially if it's only being done by one party. I think he's right about this. That's
wow. Crazy.
We have inside information on this because recently a bunch of world leaders have been meeting with not journalists, but get this, podcasters to talk about the world affairs of the day.
Yeah.
Podcaster Tim Dillon talks about his dinner with what turns out to later be J.D. Vance and some other people where they discussed the affairs of Epstein and stuff like that. And he floats the idea of Maxwell testifying.
Ghislaine must speak. She should testify before Congress.
Yeah.
A couple of the people at the dinner, again, it was a small dinner, 3 or 4 people.
As I said, my dream scenario. Trump makes mandatory attendance every member of the Senate and Congress.
Dear President Trump.
He has her testify in front of all of them. And before she starts, he locks the doors. And as she reads out the names, the police come in and they escort every person out of the room as she reads their names. Totally like Saddam Hussein style. Yep, the Saddam strat. That's right. That would be fucking insane. And hey, that would be crazy content, right? Insane content.
They said that is not on the table at the moment, but it's not impossible. Nobody's super jazzed about it.
So the administration appears to have told Tim Dillon in a private meeting that, yeah, we really don't love the idea of her testifying. But apparently they love the idea of meeting her privately to talk to her behind closed doors where we can't know what is said. Speaking to the only person who's ever been punished at all for Epstein's crimes and whose only incentive is to her...
I think that it's true that you shouldn't take her testimony as a fact. Like, you shouldn't listen to what she's saying, like, 100% and be like, okay, this is absolutely true and she's totally telling the truth. I think there's a good chance that she's lying about a lot of what she's going to say. Really, it's not about necessarily what she's saying. It's about where she tells you to look, if that makes sense.
God, he's so smart.
Yes. For all of this. So I obviously think this is a terrible idea. I think it's more of the same cover up. Until they release these files, they're finished. And interestingly, Tim Dillon, the guy at this dinner with the administration, actually said as much.
I think if they do not release everything they have, they are done. If they do not release, and I told them that, you need to release.
More than that, human sacrifices.
Jesus Christ, bro.
If someone doesn't, if there are not at least a number of people that get implicated in this, the public bloodthirst will not be sated. There is a public bloodthirst for this. People want blood. And if he doesn't give it, they're going to be upset.
Show is literally...
Are you okay, little bro? My God.
Am I wrong?
everything you have.
Yeah, of course. Doesn't
Blood
take
for
a
the blood
political
god, yeah.
analyst to tell you need to release the file. But of course, that seems to be the one thing they refuse to do. They'll do anything. They'll release MLK files. They'll probably tell you that aliens exist just to avoid releasing the Epstein files. And that is the actually most incriminating part of all of this. It has been the reaction, not the files themselves, that has made this look so bad. The unhinged response to just simple demands for following up on their words, saying they were going to release the Epstein files. Then it's, we looked. We found
need public sacrifices on both sides, too. I think we need as many as possible.
President's name a bunch, and now we're not going to show you what's in there. That makes us all assume the worst about what's actually in here. So ultimately, look, I just believe we should get transparency. Obviously, there's a lot we don't know here, but a lot that has also been coming out, and it all paints a much darker picture than we previously knew.
When you click pay info, I think that it's obvious that Trump is implicated in some way. I would be willing to believe that Trump had an idea that it was going on. I would not be immediately willing to believe that Trump was doing it himself. I would require more proof than that. But I do think that in the same way that everybody in Hollywood knew about Harvey Weinstein, everybody in music knew about Diddy, I bet everybody in this echelon knew about Jeffrey Epstein. I bet they all kind of knew that it was happening, but it was kind of like a hush-hush, let's not talk about this type situation. So, I would need more proof than that. And I don't think that them saying his name being in the files is problematic, but Coffee bringing up the fact that the FBI was directed to say if his name was in the files or not to him implies that, why would you do that if you weren't guilty? Trump knows that the public doesn't give a damn about the truth. There's the video. I've been watching CoffeeZilla's videos about this topic a lot. I mean, I'm really glad to see that, he's using his, investigative reporting skills on something. I mean, like as much as
Just to be clear, all CoffeeZilla is doing is reading the same mainstream media that Asmongold is too stupid, lazy, and incompetent to read himself, and then accuses of all being biased. Every single thing that CoffeeZilla has said has just come from him, and I'm not taking anything away from CoffeeZilla, he's a smart guy, but he's just reading the mainstream reporting on this. That's where all of the information is coming from. So I like how Asmongold thinks he's got some like super huge line into the Trump admin, and CoffeeZilla's like on the grounds of the Capitol, digging around through his actual White House connected sources, trying to scrounge up secret information. It's all just reading like the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times reporting on this. He's so fucking stupid. Holy shit.
Crypto scams matter, right? I mean, I think this is a much bigger scam.
Can we just get like some podcast, bro, to like memorize the 5 leading like WAPO, New York Times, and Wall Street Journal stories for the day, and then come on and like present them in like a bro way, so that retards like Asmongold can look at it and go, oh yeah, like I can tell this guy actually knows what's going on. He's got a beat on things. Like this is a smart dude. Like I don't trust the lamestream media, but this guy really knows what's up. Like holy shit.
And it's a much bigger issue, right? And so, yeah, there we go. You watch his last one. I might look at it tomorrow, right? I mean, we're going with these one at a time, but this is the one that I've seen so far. And this is, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, make sure to give the video a like and give him a sub. I like this guy a lot. And I've been watching him for quite a while. This isn't even an investigation. It's just tabloid journalism. It's tabloid journalism. Yeah.
Oh, so someone in chat even called it out. I wouldn't call it tabloid, but...
Oh, well, tabloid journalism is better than cover-ups, isn't it? So if you don't want to have tabloid journalism, then maybe you should release the files and set the record straight. Problem solved. I'll be right back. It would be crazy, though, if they announced that there were aliens to distract people from this. The funny thing is, I think it would work. Anyway, so this is what happened today. They did interview her.
The intelligence community assessed.
So why wouldn't they try to get Trump elected? Simple. It's because if they interfered in the election, it would be too high risk of an action, and it would cause too much blowback if it was discovered.
I just want to die. What does he think? What does he think? This isn't even like a debated topic. Like people don't even seriously debate this. Did Russia interfere in our election? That's not a real topic that people debate. Like there are literally indictments out for people that are directly implicated with this. Like
they also might not have had the technology or the ability to do it with.
What? They didn't have computers? They didn't have the internet in Russia in 2016?
100% certainty to get away with it. And it's unpredictable.
Bro, I actually can't.
That's the reason why. Yeah, like, I mean, again, and so that's the same reason why Putin released it so naive. No, you're actually the one that's naive because you're not thinking about this. You're thinking about this one step ahead. There's a reason why Putin has been in charge of Russia for like 30 years. It's because he's extremely intelligent. He's brutal, cunning, and I just think it's crazy how many people that he doesn't like that end up dying. Isn't that weird? How does that happen? Yeah, he's an ex-KGB agent. Like, he's not stupid at all. And so anyway, like, basically, the reason why he didn't release the negative stuff about Hillary Clinton is because he was worried that there's a chance or a probability that it could also galvanize the public against Russia because they could see Russia as now attacking Hillary Clinton, and then it could have the opposite effect. Whereas if he released it when she was president, it would have a guaranteed effect of negatively impacting her. And also he could use that for leverage later on down the road against her directly. Whereas whenever she's not the president, you can't use that for leverage. No, it's not bull.
For one day, I just need to cover some. I just need to cover I just need to watch some shit that's just totally I'm just retarded on, and then I just need to give the most accurate, no, not accurate, the most confident takes. Like, how can you be this confidently like on? I don't even have words for this.
It's not bullshit. It's common sense. Like, just think about it. Think about it. Never play a card unless you have to. Yeah, it's an ace up the sleeve. Yeah, you never go and do that. Yeah, it's blackmail 101. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm surprised that so many people, a lot of people don't understand anything beyond basic cause and effect. And even that's hard for people to understand. But there are oftentimes decisions that people make where they lose a battle to win a war. And I think that's very clearly what his perspective is. Yeah, it's wasteful playing it early. You need to ban these idiots. They're doing this on purpose to distract. I just think that people don't understand the way that you make decisions this way, right?
Yeah,
Why are you surprised? Do you understand actual subversion? I think I do. I think that I have a better understanding of it than most people, at least.
Yeah.
I don't think I understand it as well as Putin does. But based off of what his decisions were, it seems like they made sense based off of my understanding of subversion. It does. I spent a lot of time on the internet, playing games, dealing with people in business with stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm not a wizard. Like, there's people that know a lot more about it than I do. But I bet if you ask them, they'd say the same thing I am.
Like, does he think that all of this is fake? That all of these indictments, this is a hamstring investigation even, and we still found so much. For example, on or about March 19, 2016, Lukashev and his co-conspirators created and sent a spear-phishing email to the chairman of the Clinton campaign. Lukashev used the account John356GH and an online service that abbreviated lengthy website addresses, referred to as URL shortening service. Lukashev used the account to mask a link contained in the spear-phishing email, which directed the recipient to a GRU-created website. Lukashev altered the appearance of the sender email address in order to make it look like an email from a security notification from Google, a technique known as spoofing, instructing the user how to change his password by clicking the embedded link. Those instructions were followed. On or about March 21st, 2016, Lukashev, Yermakov, and their co-conspirators stole the contents of the chairman's email account, which consisted of over 50,000 emails, hacking into the DCC network. Does he think it's all fake? Or he doesn't believe, the reality is he doesn't even know this exists. He probably doesn't know this entire investigation existed. Like, it's just like it's all out here. It's all available for consumption. Defendant Internet Research Agency, LLC, is a Russian organization engaged in political and electoral interference operations. In or around July of 2013, the organization registered with the Russian government as a Russian corporate entity. Beginning in or around June 2014, the organization obscured its conduct by operating through a number of Russian entities, including Internet Research LLC, Media Syntez LLC, Glavset LLC, Mixinfo LLC, Asma, blah, blah, blah. Starting in or around 2014, the organization occupied an office at 55 Savushkina Street in St. Petersburg, Russia. That location became one of the organization's operational hubs from which defendants and other co-conspirators carried out their activities to interfere in the U.S. political system, including the 2016 U.S. presidential election. The organization employed hundreds of individuals for its online operations, ranging from creators of fictitious personas to technical and administrative support. The organization's annual budget totaled the equivalent of millions of U.S. dollars. The organization was headed by a management group and organized into departments, including a graphics department, a data analysis department, a search engine optimization department, an information technology department to maintain the digital infrastructure used in organization's operations, and a finance department to budget and allocate funding. The organization sought in part to conduct what it called information warfare against the United States of America through fictitious U.S. personas on social media platforms and other internet-based media. It's all out here. Like, it's just so... In or around the later half of 2016, defendants and their co-conspirators through their organization-controlled personas began to encourage U.S. minority groups not to vote in the 2016 U.S. presidential election or to vote for a third-party U.S. presidential candidate. On or about October 16, 2016, defendants and their co-conspirators used the organization-controlled Instagram account, Woke Blacks, to post the following message. A particular hype and hatred for Trump is misleading the people and forcing blacks to vote Hillary. We cannot resort to the lesser of two evils. Then we'd surely be better off without voting at all. On or around November 3rd, 2016, defendants and their co-conspirators purchased an advertisement to promote a post on the organization-controlled Instagram account, Blacktivist, that read in part, "Choose peace and vote for Jill Stein. Trust me, it's not a wasted vote." By in or around November 2016, defendants and their co-conspirators used the organization-controlled United Muslims of America social media account to post anti-vote messages such as, "American Muslims are boycotting elections today. Most of the American Muslim voters refuse to vote for Hillary Clinton because she wants to continue the war on Muslims in the Middle East and voted yes for invading Iraq." On or around or about August 4th, 2016, defendants and their co-conspirators began purchasing advertisements that promoted a post on the organization-controlled Facebook account Stop AI. The post alleged that Hillary Clinton has already committed voter fraud during the Democrat Iowa caucus. That one account that we used to fight with or look at a long time ago, around 2016, at 10_GOP, that was a Russian-ran account. This had like 250,000 followers on Twitter, by the way, like 10 years ago. Defendants and their co-conspirators posted that allegations of voter fraud were being investigated in North Carolina on the organization-controlled Twitter account at 10_GOP. On or about November 2nd, 2016, defendants and their co-conspirators used the same account to post allegations of hashtag voter fraud by counting tens of thousands of ineligible mail-in Hillary votes being reported in Broward County, Florida. Political advertisements included the following. So to pay for political advertisements, defendants and their co-conspirators established various Russian bank accounts and credit cards, often registered in the names of fictitious U.S. personas created and used by the organization on social media. Defendants and their co-conspirators also paid for other political advertisements using PayPal accounts. You know, a great number of black people support us saying that hashtag Hillary Clinton is not my president. I say no to Hillary Clinton / I say no to manipulation. Join our hashtag Hillary Clinton for Prison 2016. Donald wants to defeat terrorism, ... Hillary wants to sponsor it. Vote Republican, vote Trump, and support the Second Amendment. Hillary Clinton doesn't deserve the black vote. Trump is our only hope for a better future. Hashtag never Hillary. Hashtag Hillary for prison. Hashtag Hillary for prison. Hashtag Hillary for prison 2016. Hashtag Trump 2016. Hashtag Trump. Hashtag Trump for president. Ohio wants Hillary for prison. Staging U.S. political rallies in the United States. In or around August of 2016, defendants and their co-conspirators used false U.S. personas to communicate with Trump campaign staff involved in local community outreach about the Florida Goes Trump rallies. Defendants and their co-conspirators purchased advertisements on Facebook and Instagram to promote the Florida Goes Trump rallies. Defendants and their co-conspirators also used fake U.S. personas to contact multiple grassroots groups supporting then-candidate Trump in an unofficial capacity. Many of these groups agreed to participate in the Florida Goes Trump rallies and serve as local coordinators. After the election of Donald Trump in or around November of 2016, defendants and their co-conspirators used false U.S. personas to organize and coordinate U.S. political rallies in support of then-President-elect Trump, while simultaneously using other false U.S. personas to organize and coordinate U.S. political rallies protesting the results of the 2016 U.S. presidential election. For example, in or around November 2016, defendants and their co-conspirators organized a rally in New York through one organization-controlled group designed to, quote, show your support for President-elect Donald Trump, end quote, held on or about November 12, 2016. At the same time, defendants and their co-conspirators, through another organization-controlled group, organized a rally in New York called, quote, Trump is not my president, end quote, held on or about November 12, 2016. Similarly, defendants and their co-conspirators organized a rally entitled, quote, Charlotte against Trump, end quote, in Charlotte, North Carolina, held on or about November 19, 2016. This was just on the group that Mueller found. That I would permaban this guy if he was on my platform. It's actually, he's so fucking retarded. Like, can't you you should have to sit down. This would be you want the streamer holocaust? You know what it would be? Here's how this is the streamer holocaust. You give him a book and you give him some paper and then you give him a loaded gun and you say, here's your choice. 1 hour of reading every day or yourself. And 95% of streamers and YouTubers that cover the news would be dead in 2 days. It's unbelievable. Like, this stuff is out here everywhere. It's so easy to read. It's like, it's such a joke. And then instead we get Asmongold, okay, the fucking Roach King, to tell us through common sense about how it would be impossible to ever have any kind of interference in any kind of election. Because I guess Russia didn't have computers in 2013. What do you say? They didn't have the technology for it to send an email?
But based off of what his decisions were, it seems like they made sense based off of my understanding of subversion. It does. I spent a lot of time on the internet, you know, playing games, dealing with people in business with stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm not a wizard. Like, there's people that know a lot more about it than I do. But I bet if you ask them, they'd say the same thing I am. Go ask them.
Omitted reliably sourced information, such as how some Russian intelligence officials were, quote unquote, planning for candidate Hillary Clinton's victory. while others assessed neither Trump nor Clinton would respect Russia's interests.
Yeah.
As was reflected in the ODNI documents that we released on Friday, multiple intelligence community assessments released in the months leading up to the November 2016 election concluded that Russia had neither the intent nor capability to impact the outcome of the U.S. election.
Yep.
On December 5th of 2016, the FBI and ODNI gave the House Intelligence Committee its first post-election classified briefing, in which there was no mention of Putin aspiring to elect Trump by either agency.
And that's the thing, too, is that even if they thought Putin was trying to get Trump elected, they didn't have a reason to, they didn't have a defined reason. It was just like a guess.
What are you talking about? Ah! What? Putin watched Gaddafi get to death with a bayonet. You don't think this guy didn't hate Hillary Clinton and Obama? He's so stupid.
There are not at least a number of people that get implicated in this. People want blood. And if he doesn't give it, they're going to be upset.
Are you okay, little bro? My God.
I mean, I'm really glad to see that, he's using his, investigative reporting skills on something.
Just to be clear, all CoffeeZilla is doing is reading the same mainstream media that Asmongold is too stupid, lazy, and incompetent to read himself, and then accuses of all being biased. Every single thing that CoffeeZilla has said has just come from him, and I'm not taking anything away from CoffeeZilla, he's a smart guy, but he's just reading the mainstream reporting on this. This is the streamer holocaust. You give him a book, and you give him some paper, and then you give him a loaded gun, and you say, here's your choice, 1 hour of reading every day, or yourself. And 95% of streamers and YouTubers that cover the news would be dead.
The Justice Department told Trump in May that his name is among many in the Epstein files. A lot of people are going to tell you, oh, that's...
Asmongold has to react to this video? There's no way they already got Asmongold to switch sides, right? This changes